Hello everybody, welcome to Kimbolton in Cambridgeshire for event 5 of this year's British Kart Championships. It's the third round for the ROTAX categories and for KZ2. Myself, Andrew Mather and Keol Lynch here to take you through finals day. But Keol, we've got to start with the thing that's a little bit different, even though it is the British summer, the temperatures, the conditions that the drivers are going to have to tackle here at this race meeting. Very different to what we're used to. Elevated temperatures leading into this one and a very grippy track.
You're right, absolutely scorching. We can see the rubber that has been laid down today already. It's going to be hot for the drivers. The drivers who've been out in Europe recently are possibly going to have the upper hand this weekend, but let's hear more about the circuit.
This is Kimbolton, our home for the weekend for the third rounds of the year for ROTAX and KZ2. Nestled in the Cambridgeshire countryside, amongst the sun-kissed harvested farmland, a stone's throw from the village of Stowlonger, this is a classic British kart circuit. Racing has taken place upon this former airfield since the very first days of karting coming to this side of the Atlantic. Kimbolton has an even longer history from its days as a US Army Air Force base during the Second World War. Along the routes just short of 1 kilometre for both layouts used today, the corners are named after the heroes and places that hold significance to Hunt's Kart Racing Club, both past and present. Stow, the Willows, Derricks, Dan Weldon. Just some of the turns our drivers will need to master today. The summer marks the turning point of our championships. The run to British Kart Championship glory starts here. Speed and consistency from here onwards are the keys to success as the temperature warms further than the temperatures here at Kimbolton for event 5 of the British Kart Championships.
Thank you for that, Andrew. It's great to see the circuit as it stands today, but let's hear more about the history of the circuit. No one better to take us through it than Henry Baudet.
Kimbolton is one of British karting's gems. The Hunt's Kart Club has been in operation since 1959. The same year, the very first kart meeting in the UK was held at RAF Lakenheath. And like Lakenheath, Kimbolton is a former RAF airbase used by the 379th US Air Force Bomber Command Group during the Second World War. And since that time, when the Hunt's Kart Club came into being, the Freeman family and many others who have formed Hunt's Kart Club and worked diligently over the years to preserve history. They have got their own mini museum with artefacts and wreckage and little trinkets from the Second World War, celebrating all those young men and women who served and, in the case of thousands here at Kimbolton, never returned home. Kimbolton, however, is also the site of one of the Second World War's most remarkable tales of heroism and survival, because on December the 20th, 1943, 21-year-old US pilot Charlie Brown and his 9 fellow crew members on the B-17 Flying Fortress, nicknamed Ye Old Pub, set off for a bombing raid over Bremen. Now, the entire crew was aged under 25. Now, that is younger than most of our KZ2 grid here this weekend, just to give you some idea of the age of these young men and women who were forced to fight in the Second World War. Now, before they made it to Bremen, their plane was shot to pieces. 2 out of the 4 engines of Ye Old Pub were rendered useless, and the fuselage was absolutely shattered. The tail gunner was killed, but the 9 surviving members of that B-17 crew were able to struggle down to a level of about 1,000 feet and try and make it home, when out of the German sky came Franz Stigler, a Luftwaffe airman in his Messerschmitt Me-109. Stigler was already a celebrated pilot with over a dozen Allied airmen and Allied planes shot down and killed during the Second World War. But on that day, 5 days before Christmas, and looking at a crippled airline in front of him, Franz Stigler chose not to shoot them down. He felt there was no honour in shooting down a plane which, for all intents and purposes, the crew on it were already dead. So instead, he chose to guide them. He pulled up alongside Charlie Brown, signalled to the American airman, who himself was injured and being treated while still trying to fly the plane, and escorted them all the way to the English Channel, to what he hoped was safety. But why am I talking about something that happened on a December afternoon more than 80 years ago? Well, Out of the milky blue winter skies, a crippled Boeing B-17 bomber managed somehow to land and get home. Home, those 9 surviving airmen were here at Kimbolton, and they landed right here, as in here, because this is the original runway of RAF Kimbolton. But just metres away from where the British Championship drivers will start their racing this weekend was a tale of heroism and honour that cannot be lost to history. British karting must embrace their old original heritage tracks like Kimbolton, like Rissington, like Shennington, not just for the memories of karters and drivers that are racing now or have raced in the past, but for people like Charlie Brown and Franz Stigler, who 60 years after that remarkable feat of heroism reunited and became best of friends until the day they both passed away in 2008. We're trying to unify karting. Well, that is a story that could unify not just karting, but us all.
Great work from Mr. Baudet there. You'll hear from him later on in the show as well. Let us know in the comments as well, what was the most interesting fact that you found out about that? And if you want more of this kind of stuff, let us know in the comments as well. Racing coming up very soon for finals day here at Kimbolton for Event 5. Plenty of action. We're into the middle part of the season now. This is where the championship campaigns really do get into their stride. And of course, competing in those championships are the drivers. Let's hear from some of them who showed us round this Kimbolton circuit.
We have arrived at Kimbolton for Event 5 of the Wera British Kart Championships, one of the most historic kart circuits on our calendar this year, setting the early trend of karting back in 1959. We've caught up with some of the familiar faces from the club rounds to talk you through a lap around this track.
Felix Tandy, welcome to the British Kart Championships. It's your first time here in the ROTAX categories. We're at a circuit that you know well though, Kimbolton, and we're at turn 1. What's hard about turn 1?
I would say the braking is quite hard here at Kimbolton because it's quite easy to misjudge it and go straight into the barriers, so yeah. Yeah,
it's quite tight on the exit here, particularly at race starts as well. This is the first corner. How do you like to tackle race starts here at Kimbolton?
I think you need to get to the inside in some sort of way so you don't get shuffled out at the first chicane.
Absolutely, and that first chicane, of course, is up next.
I'm here with Minimax driver Will Eden on the exit of the first part of the Willows here. Will, talk us through the line you take in the mini kart.
So through here, we'll be keeping it right on the white line, and then we're going to try and get the best exit out of here, just clipping the white line, try and get the best run up to the next corner.
The run out of here is definitely an important one. You can see to our left how big the curb is. How important is it to just hook around and not take too much of that curb?
Yeah, it's really important because if you get a bad exit out of here, you're going to have 4 or 5 karts that are going to get you into the next chicane.
Thank you very much, Will.
Thanks, Keel. We're here with Jensen Pugh at the entry to the Dan Weldon Corner Complex. Now, we're coming in with great speed into this spot, particularly with the KZs, because you skipped the bus stop. This is a really tricky part of the circuit, isn't it, for the KZs?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably the fastest part of the circuit. So obviously, when you're coming in here, you're probably about 90 mile an hour. So obviously, on a kart circuit, when you're this narrow, and it comes at you quite quickly. And it's quite a technical bit, really. It doesn't look it because you're coming off the end of a straight, but obviously you've got a bit of a kink coming into almost like onto the double right. So it's like 2 corners, but in one sort of swoop. So you have to almost do 2 lots of braking, really. When I come in down the straight, you prepare for the first left, and you want to make it as straight as line as possible. So I'd come in and you down the 1 gear, and then you kind of roll more speed through, then go as a second go at the brake and down the next 2.
And coming out of this corner as well, it's a tight part of the course, and you're really preparing not for the next corner, but the corner after that, aren't you, in terms of your next overtaking zone? You've got to get this exit right.
Yeah, this exit's so important because the runoff itself, when you're getting on the power and it's uphill and slightly, slightly cambered.
Yeah.
So it at first, it naturally kind of pulls you in, and you just want to get as close to this curb as possible. But as you go over, it's not like a crest of a hill, but it's a bit of a hill. As you go over, it tries to push you wide. I mean, obviously, naturally, as you're getting on the power, you're going to go wide anyway, but the runoff kind of falls away. So you you come round here, and if you get on the throttle too early, you kind of have to almost judge it before you get round the corner. Because if you pick the throttle up too early, you find yourself falling off the end of the runoff, and then you have a nasty slide and you lose like loads of time, especially in the KZ as well. If you you can't shift up the gear, obviously, because you'll bog afterwards, and you can't go down a gear, so you kind of have to just wait until you're back on the track to pick the traction up again.
That's some great insights, gents. And I say a lot to do when you're going through that section of the circuit, and more challenges up the road ahead.
Thank you very much, Andrew. I'm now joined by junior ROTAX driver John Richardson here at Kestrel Corner. The entry here looks quite narrow, but like you were saying, it's not quite as narrow as it looks once you're in the car, and we can see how, from the scorching weather, how much rubber has been laid out today.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a peripheral amount of rubber on this circuit, and it's all because of the ROTAX categories. The amount of rubber that is dumped on this track cannot be counted, and this corner is extremely corner. It may be a small irrelevant corner to some people, but this corner can absolutely assist you with overtakes down into Kimbolton corner right in front of us.
Thank you very much, John. We hope to see you do well here tomorrow. Good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Well, those are the thoughts of our drivers here who know this Kimbolton circuit very well. It's going to be a hot one across all of our 6 classes in competition here this weekend. Let's see how they get on.
Thank you there from our familiar faces from here at Kimbolton. But another thank you to Wera Tools, a very important championship sponsor. This would not be possible without them. Let's hear a bit from them.
Welcome back to Kimbolton, event 5 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. With you here, Andrew Mather and Keol Lynch. Now, it's a crucial point of the season. We're starting to find out who our championship contenders are. It's drivers needing to maintain form or maybe refine form as we get into the second half of the season. Many of the teams in the paddock around us have the role of the team manager at the forefront of making sure all the drivers are prepared and ready to go for racing here this weekend. So with that in mind, let's learn a little bit more about how our team managers work within the paddock.
Amongst this paddock, the teams must run really tight ships, managing everyone from drivers to mechanics, data engineers and coaches, as well as all the team personnel that works away from the circuit. Let's hear from none other than the team managers themselves. I'm here in the Sam Pollitt Racing awning speaking to Sam Pollitt himself. Sam, you're a former driver yourself. Talk to us about how you turned out to run a team like this.
Yeah, I used to race, and then a little lad who raced in cadets at the time asked me to coach him at the same time as racing, and then it sort of just transpired from there really, just grew from there. Had one driver and then sort of snowballed.
And we've seen over the years you're a long-standing team now. Over the last couple of years though, your team has seen a rather large expansion. You've got a lot of drivers coming through to your team. What has that been like, watching it expand?
Yeah, it's been really good, it's been exciting. We changed a few things over the years, like we changed engine builder to HRS, which then let us have a bit more control over the engine side of things, which I think helped. And then it's just grown from there, really.
And with that comes a lot more logistics, a lot more planning. Have you found any challenges with that?
Yeah, quite difficult. Like, for example, like this week we're here and then we go straight to France on Sunday night. So logistics is a bit of an issue, but we get through it.
And then unlike a lot of other sports, you've got a lot of diversity in the awning age-wise. You've got really young kids working with adults, obviously mechanics, driver coaches, all sorts. What is the dynamic like between the team?
Yeah, it's really good actually. Like, we try and have the tent so the juniors and seniors are in the same tent as the mini and the micros, which I think is quite good. The little ones look up to the older ones, and a lot of the minis that have moved to juniors, like Josh Cormack and Riley and people like that, actually go and help the younger ones because they were in minis last year, which is quite nice. So they all sort of help each other along.
Well, thank you very much for giving us some insight.
You're welcome, thank you.
Really nice to get the insight from Sam Pollitt there, and he is not the only former driver here this weekend that is now team manager. We have the likes of Jack Dex from Jack Dex Racing and Dan Holland and many, many more. But let's talk to a team that offer a rookie program that takes the drivers right through the sport. Here in the R1 Racing awning with team manager Alfie Gallagher. Alfie, it's great to have you here with us this weekend once again with a lot of the E10 drivers. We've spoke about how you nurture a lot of the young talent through from their first ever time in a kart. What's it like managing the new drivers?
Honestly, it's amazing fun. No week is the same as the other. Obviously, we're starting these drivers from their first ever time in a kart, and our aim is to bring them up to the big stage here at the British Kart Championships. But it's amazing fun, bringing drivers from that first step in their motorsport career, and we obviously aim to bring them as far as they can. And keeping the enjoyment in it for them as well.
I know one thing the drivers tend to like about this team is there is a lot of them here in the E10 category, especially here with you this weekend. That gives them the opportunity to watch each other's footage. Like you said, they all learn at different paces, learn to work together on track. Do you think this helps develop them a lot quicker?
Yeah, 100%. We're really proud of the team. A lot of them have only took their ARCS test within the past month or two, and they've been thrown right in at the deep end at this big stage. But some of them have learnt very fast because of it. They've been thrown right in under a lot of pressure, but they've all took to it very well. But it's been really good to see all the drivers form good friendships together. They all help push each other along. Obviously, we focus a lot on the data analysis side of the racing to help focus on that improvement for them. And they've all been really good at helping each other. Oh, you're doing something different there. But it's always good to have multiple drivers come together to learn because it boosts it a lot.
That's right, they seem to be loving it together out there this weekend. And of course, you give them then the opportunity to stick with you throughout the rest of their career, whether they want to go into junior and senior. Yeah. How is it watching them kind of develop through all the stages with you?
Yeah, so good. Like, we first started Rookie Racing Training Academy, which is where they do take their first steps, around about 10 years ago now. So we see some guys that started with us years ago now up in cars, obviously in the senior classes. But yeah, we carry them right the way through, all the way from Bambino down at aged 5, and we run them up at seniors at any age. But yeah, it's really great to watch their progress. It's the best part about it. And obviously seeing them, most importantly, have fun and improving is great to see.
Thank you very much, Alfie. Best of luck for you all this weekend.
No worries.
Really good insight there from Alfie Gallagher from R1 Racing and how he nurtures the drivers up through the sport from their first ever time into the kart. Now let's take a full 360 and hear from a team manager with the KZ karts. I'm here in the Rush Performance awning, here to get some insight from team manager Brian Rush. Brian, thank you for having a quick chat with us. Let's talk about the KZ kart and what it's like as a team manager, because a lot of kart drivers here this weekend, of course, it's very different to the classes we have here today. They come to you for advice with this KZ kart. What would you suggest to a driver getting in it for the first time?
Personally, be calm and take your time, be patient. The kart is a different animal completely than the direct drive ROTAX, Miami, etc. But it's still a go-kart. It still does the same thing, reacts the same. But it just the whole system, the whole concept of the gearbox, etc. Different front brakes on these instead of just rear brakes. So be patient. I say to most of them, think about it like taming a wild horse. It will buck you off if you misbehave with it. So take your time, go slower to start with. Don't expect to go fast. You go slower, then you build up your pace, and then suddenly you can go faster. It takes longer to train somebody that jumps on it and wants to go fast out of the box, because you've got to slow them down, get into a rhythm. Rhythm's massive with the gearbox. So that's the most fundamental thing really, is being calm and patient and slowing everything down to start with. You know, with a direct drive, you can tend to jump on a direct drive and go out of the box quite quickly, you know.
Yeah, that's right. And from your experience, there's a lot of drivers here. There's former champions like Gus Lawrence here this weekend. That is got his first weekend out in a KZ kart. What do you think are the really important traits when transitioning from the rest of the classes into the KZ?
Well, more like I said earlier, a moment ago, really it is about being patient. You're right, the likes of Gus he's been involved in karting for a long time, and some drivers like that can transition from the Rotax or Miami, which he did, into this quite quickly because they're doing a lot of work in the karts. You know, he goes to Europe, a lot of America, whatever. So there are a few that can do that. So it's not completely no way it can't be done. So because he's proven he can, he's very fast. He always has been. But yeah, really, it is a case of the technical side is hard for there's some really good privateers, don't get me wrong, and we wouldn't be here without privateers. We all start somewhere. I did, my son did, we all do, we need them. But understanding the technical side of it is where being with a team can help. Collaboration, the team works together, etc. Same in other classes, it's not just KZ, but it is difficult to come from one class to another. So Gus has done a really good job so far.
Absolutely, and touching on that technical side of things, you guys do a lot of product development within the KZ. How does that work around you guys trying to be competitive, especially in a championship like the British?
I joined forces with SRP Racing, Mike Seebeck, probably 7-8 years ago. Mike was concentrating on engine performance, tuning. He got where he wanted to with that, and he just moved over into the chassis area. I think then it becomes the whole package. So he's been transparent with me. He's always given me the best he can. So we stuck with him. So we had the Maranello chassis, which is very, very good. And we won the British Championship, as you know, on the Maranello chassis. It all went well. Mike decided to change over to the Formula K, and I didn't want to lose my connection with Mike, basically. So it was quite tough. Initially, we knew we had 12 months or so to help develop the car to suit our circuits. So it's difficult when you're dealing with people that are only in Europe on tracks that are fully rubbered up. But we stuck with him, and yeah, it's been a tough ride for now, but I think we've now got an understanding of the product, more spare parts, prototype parts that we're trying. Some work, some don't. It's the connection that it's been so good having that connection with us. We're like a small team of his, if you know what I mean. I can contact him anywhere, and he's there on the end of the phone.
Yeah, so absolutely. We've seen from previous experience, it's very important to have those connections and relationships with the people that you're working with. It's been good to see you guys building and working on this product throughout the year. You had Marcus Kayak over here testing out on the British circuit throughout the year. We know that helped you guys at the start of the year. And now the product won the European Championships. Yes. That must be setting the morale high for this weekend.
Fantastic, exactly that. The driver morale, drivers are drivers. They think they can drive as fast as everyone, but until someone comes along and shows them just how fast they can drive, that's when they do it. But no, all said and done, it was great. And this is the sort of thing I'd say. He sent Fabian over when we first started with the Maranello, and that's just a way of helping us, seeing what we've got on our tracks, how they differ from Europe, and helping us develop what we need for here. And yeah, so Marcus was a great example, and it was great, fantastic. We'd like to do it again. I think the factory and Marcus would come and do it again. Hopefully we'll see him, but their calendars, you can imagine how calendars are tied up. But yeah, European Championship, we won it. It's great, fantastic news, and it keeps them all happy.
Well, thank you very much for the insight, Brian, and we hope you guys have a brilliant weekend.
Thank you very much.
And there you have it. Brilliant to hear from some of the team managers here with us this weekend and what it takes behind the scenes to run a successful kart team.
Really interesting to hear from three very different team managers there within the paddock here this weekend. Let's get into some of our classes then. We're going to kick off with our little preview of Minimax. Let's hear from two of the up-and-coming drivers in this category, and as well, your latest winner of the Wera Tools Excellence Award.
I'm joined by Oscar Kenny, Minimax driver here in the Hunter Motorsport awning. Oscar, it's good to have you back with us once again. You sit 8th in the championship after rounds 1 and 2. What's your take on the start of this year?
Hopefully to try and get top 3 in the British, and yeah, just keep moving forward.
Exactly. We've seen you in the other half of our British Kart Championships. You did well in that one too, so we know your goals are high for this year. What do you think's most important for you to look at during the halfway point of the season?
Yeah, just like try and get some consistent finishes.
Yes, I think a lot of drivers have the same idea as you this weekend. But let's talk about a recent achievement for you. You recently, over in Genk, won your first ever ticket to the ROTAX Grand Finals. Of course, the biggest ROTAX event of the year over in Portimao later on. That must be amazing for you.
Yeah, it's the achievement I've been working so hard for all year.
Exactly. Some may say the weather is going to be similar how it was over at Genk when you won that ticket. Do you think that experience recently is going to be helping you?
Yeah, I think it will. You know, I'm quite small in the go-kart, so I think it'll help me quite a bit.
And Kimbolton so far, are you liking it?
Yeah, I think it's a really good circuit.
Thank you very much, Oscar. Good luck for the rest of this weekend.
Thank you.
Here with Logan Rolfe. Logan Rolfe, who we can now call a British Kart Championships round winner. Logan, how does that feel to hear those words after the great result at PF?
Oh, it just feels amazing to hear the words come out of your mouth and to the whole family. It said well done to me, and yeah, it just feels amazing to actually win a British round this year in the Wera British.
And the response that everybody gave you on the podium as well, how did you feel when all those people were cheering you on when you took to P1?
No, I just felt amazing how everyone could look upon me and go, oh, I want to be like Logan Rolfe one day and see that.
Who have you got supporting you here this weekend?
Well, I've got my dad, my mum and my sister are coming up later, and I've got Rafe, one of my friends, 4 years old, travelled all the way down here, 4 hours I think, and yeah, he's here this weekend.
That's fantastic. The big talking point is how hot it is. How are you keeping cool out there on circuit?
I'm keeping cool by having a slushie, hence why my teeth are blue and my tongue is blue.
Brilliant stuff. Well, Logan, you're now a race winner. Now it's about doing that again and getting yourself up the order in the championship. Where do you think you could finish in the championship this year?
Probably top 3 for sure. We're aiming for P1, but sometimes we can't always have that, so top 3 hoping and try and get to Portugal at the end of this year.
Really good. Well, we wish you the best of luck, Logan. Well done once again on the result at PF, and best of luck for this weekend.
Thank you very much.
Here in the race centre with the winner of the Wera Excellence Award from Event 2 over at PF International. It is Tristram Oman, Austin Oman's father. Great to have you with us. Thank you for joining quickly. How excited are you to win all these tools?
Excited and unexpected, to be truthful. Other than you grabbing me in the pits a little while ago to let me know that this award's coming along, I was very surprised.
Bit of a background about yourself. You were once a driver. You were the first ever British driver to be on a ROTAX Grand Finals podium, to which you then made it the first ever duo to be on the ROTAX Grand Finals podium when Austin was on there in 2024. What's the dynamic like between the two of you? Complicated.
They reckon no football player that was worth his salt should ever become a manager, so it's a little bit like that. I spend an awful lot of time frustrated that he's not able to do the things that I know he can and that he should be doing. So it's, he probably has tougher than most little people in the paddock.
Do you think he looks up to you from your successes and wants to take that advice?
It depends on what hour of the day it is, but sometimes absolutely he's very receptive. But we've got a driver coach called Teddy Pritchard now, so he creates a little boundary between Austin and I, so we don't have to be at war all the time.
Thank you very much for joining us. Best of luck to the both of you.
Thank you very much.
Well done to Tristan Oman, the latest winner of our Wera Excellence Award. Remember, you can get your nominations in for this event as well for a particularly strong mechanic performance here in Cambridgeshire.
That's right. Let's look towards the youngest drivers here with us this weekend, Micromax. Sam Potter Racing off to a brilliant start with Albert Farrow, who we're going to hear from shortly. Also, Rio Pocock returns after his incident.
Albert Farrow, welcome to Kimbolton, and congratulations, a great win last time out at PF International. Has that victory sunk in yet?
Yeah, definitely. It gave us a little lead in the British Championship, so we just need to be consistent this weekend and hopefully keep that lead.
as you say, you've been really, really consistent in competition so far this year. Likewise, your teammate Jayan Prakash has been really strong. How does that feel to have a teammate to help you in some ways, but also now you started to fight for the championship with?
I mean, it can help, like, as in PS, me and Jayan were pushing the whole thing, and that kind of helped me come away with the win there.
For you as the younger drivers, this must be a really hard weekend. It's not as hot today as it was when we were having the practice day, but how's that been as a challenge, this summer weather?
It's been hard, I guess, because you're wearing a suit, helmet, gloves, but you just need to stay hydrated and try and keep as cool as you can.
What's the aim for this weekend? Is it another win, or is it going to be more looking to the championship now and just making sure you're getting good points at every stage?
I mean, we're going for the win, but it'll be fine if we just get consistent points this weekend to keep us in the lead for the championship.
Fantastic. Albert, best of luck for the weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, and we'll see you out there on track.
Thank you.
I'm here in the Origin awning with a face that it's good to see back here at the British Kart Championships, Rio Pocock. Rio, you had an unfortunate start to your year. You had a bit of an incident which made you miss round 2, but what have you had to do to prep to be back out here today?
So we just had to be getting back fit again, just really exercising. We've got our new gym in the garden, so then we've been on the kart sim as well, trying to get my legs stronger again. So, and it's meant to be 5 months we're out the kart, but it's actually been 3.5. So we've been doing really good about it.
That's good. It shows how much your hard work behind the scenes has been paying off. How excited are you to be back?
I'm really excited. This is my first British round back since Warden Law, and then it's really good.
And of course, unfortunate twist to your season, but back here at Kimbolton. This is your first time at Kimbolton. What are you making of the circuit so far?
Yeah, we've had a track walk this morning. I think it's a really good track. I've been driving it on my sim recently. It's really good. It's not technical, really a bit twisty through some sectors. And then it looks quite fast as well.
And what's the aim for this weekend? Are you going to ease yourself back in, or are we going straight for the silverware?
We're going straight for the silver.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Good to hear there from our Micro Max drivers. Really good to see Rio Pocock back. I was not expecting that at this stage of the season. Hope he does well here this weekend. We're going to take another short break. We're going to hear from Demon Tweaks. We'll see you on the other side.
Here at Demon Tweaks, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from ROTAX parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Another big thank you to one of our championship sponsors, Demon Tweaks. It's always good to hear from them. None of this would be possible without them. Let's talk electric. Let's talk the E10 cadet karts. Let's hear from some of the drivers here with us this weekend. I'm here catching a word with one of the E10 drivers, Zach Andrew. Zach, we've seen you in the British Kart Championships before, but not quite in the E10 category. What made you decide to move into E10?
I got an invitation from Rookie, and I thought, yeah, might as well do it, and yeah, this is what got me into it, and I'm quite enjoying it actually.
And this is your first weekend getting used to the new car. How have you found it? Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, it's actually quite fun. You got like obviously new boost button and everything, and it's quite fun, you know, like it adds a little bit more strategy to the mix.
Yeah, that's right, and you've got plenty of experienced teammates that I'm sure can be giving you advice on that. What challenges have you found so far with Kimbolton? This is a sort of local track for you, you're not too far, so are you experienced?
Well, I find it quite hard at the top there, but that doesn't mean that I won't stop trying. Hopefully we can end up getting top 3 and hopefully a P1.
Well, we hope to see that for you. And just before we go, you have usually your dad on the mechanic on the tools for you. You today have your granddad. How nice is that to be able to have them helping you throughout the years?
I mean, it's quite nice having a family member to help, and it's always nice having Grandad around. And Dad is obviously quite experienced and he helps a lot, so yeah, it's quite nice having someone that I know working on the kart.
Does he give you any advice before you head out each session?
No.
Stick to no advice. Thank you very much for chatting, Zach. Good luck.
Thank you.
Here with Heath Smith in the RCE tent. Heath, welcome to Kimbolton. How have you found practice so far?
It's been really good. I have came third place, and I wasn't here yesterday, but in the last session I came third, and it's been really good.
That's a really good start. What do you like about the E10? You're in the electric kart this weekend.
I like a lot about the boost button and the reverse.
And it's a lot of fun,
Yeah,
isn't it,
it's
driving
a lot
these
of
karts?
fun driving.
And what about the kart on this circuit as well? It's very different kind of circuit
It's
to PF.
very short and not that much straights, and it's more turns. It's very fun though, very quick.
That's what we want to hear. Best of luck for this weekend, Heath. We'll see you out there on track. Good to hear there from the E10 drivers. Good to see some new faces on the E10 grid from PF International. Racing coming very soon. If you've just joined us for the build-up show, part of the finals day coverage here at Kimbolton. Really looking forward to what we're going to be seeing here today.
That's correct. Speaking of racing, what does a good lap look like around this circuit? Let's hear from Mikey Walker.
We're here in the race centre. It's a very warm day for us here at Kimbolton. Mikey, you've stepped in from practice earlier on this morning in the Jack's Motorsport kart. Talk us through some of the details here at Kimbolton. It's your classic kind of British circuit. It used to be an airfield and all of that, but it's got its own character, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's a great circuit. Obviously, got turn one here. Got to go in late and hard, keep it smooth, and then into the willows. It's a tricky corner because there's 3 parts to it. Got to carry as much speed as you can while also staying smooth with the wheel.
And I imagine these curbs are quite key as well, where you want to touch them, don't you? But you don't want to take too much of those curbs because you've got to carry the speed.
Yeah, you want to turn in late for the first part so you can get yourself more over to the right for the left, but not too much curb or else it's going to throw you over and mess you up for the left. And then also through this left, you've got to try and avoid that curb and also the speed bump on the exit. And then, yeah, down into Derek's great overtaking place. Got to go in late and hard, turning in late, so you can sometimes nibble the exit, the last bit of the curb on the left, so you can set yourself up for the right. And then through this right, there's a bump in the track, which you also got to try your best to avoid. And then, yeah, down into Dan Weldon, you sort of got to throw it in there and just hope that the back of the kart doesn't want to slide or bounce, keeping it strong with the wheel.
It's quite narrow through this part of the course as well. Coming into Kimbolton corner, you've got to be I imagine you've got to be very precise with your overtaking around here, particularly in the seniors where you've got that wider kart to deal with.
Yeah, and it's just like also trying to set yourself up for overtakes because it can be quite hard because of how narrow it is. But yeah, like through this left, when you're behind someone, you just want to carry as much speed as you can, throw it down the inside, late and hard on the brakes. Yeah, that's your lap done.
And I remember here last year we saw some really close finishes between a couple of our drivers, Freddie Lloyd taking a very narrow victory. Even that run out of the final corner is so crucial because you can win with really small margins around here.
Yeah, exactly. That's like every corner here you got to try to get it right. It sets you up for the next corner, which is good for overtaking, and like you said, with close finishes.
We'll let you go, Mikey. It's a warm day for us all here in the race centre, but best of luck for the weekend. Mikey Walker there from Jack's Motorsport.
Thank you for that, Andrew. It's always so good to see the insight of an onboard lap from drivers here this weekend.
Is indeed. Let's talk junior ROTAX for the first time here today. This could be race of the day. Charlie Wolfett comes in unbeaten so far this season, but a couple of other names are going to be snapping at his heels at least here this weekend. Let's hear from Finlay Lines and a returning Emerson McAndrew-Wren. Emerson McAndrew-Wren, welcome back to the British Kart Championships paddock. It's been a while since we saw you back in that championship-winning Minimax season, but you've been a busy driver racing out in Europe, particularly in the FIA Championships. How's it been so far this year?
Yeah, it's been really good so far. I think we've had some decent results in that category, and coming back to this class, it's been decent as well with some really good drives.
So you've been keeping your hand in the ROTAX business as well, with more racing out in Europe, but coming back into this weekend, are you almost at a bit of an advantage with the heat and the temperatures, because it feels quite Euro here this weekend?
Yeah, normally it's really hot in Europe, so I think maybe that could be in my advantage, but I think either way it's going to be a really tough weekend.
The other thing is, you're a name. Coming up into this junior class now, everybody knows your record, 2-time British champion. You can't win a championship in this championship this year because of how the scores are working. How do you deal with the mental pressures of that?
I just focus on myself, not on anyone else, and try and just do the best I can.
What's the aim for the weekend? Is a podium possible this weekend? Is your first British in the juniors?
I think I'm going to go try and win because the pace has been really good so far, so obviously I don't know what's going to happen, but we'll see what comes.
Well, Emerson, it's great to have you back. Great to have you here in the paddock. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
We're here to have a catch-up with Finley Lyons. Finley, we've recently seen you in the other half of the British Kart Championships. It's good to have you back, though. You've had a bit of a delayed start to your weekend so far. Why is that?
Well, I was on a school trip in Germany for a week. So, yeah, not ideal.
You're back for practice this morning, but let's cast our minds back to PF. Going into that final at PF, you and Charlie Wolfett were both unbeaten. Difficult one for you. You're still in the championship points, though. What's the overall goal for the rest of this season as we reach kind of the halfway point?
Well, obviously, we still scored really good points at PF. I think we've just got to keep going at it, keep doing the results, and hopefully it'll come to us.
And with that being said, you've joined forces with KR Sport this season. What's that been like? How are they able to help you?
It's been mega. Everyone's so supported, and the package is brilliant, so I can't complain, really.
And you're one of the drivers who has raced a lot of classes, raced a lot of karts. What is it in particular that you like about the ROTAX?
I think I like the ROTAX more because it gets more entries. It's always more. I like it when there's more people on the grid, it makes it more exciting, and it's just a better kart to drive.
Thank you very much. Good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
We're back in the DHR tent with Charlie Wolfett. Now, Charlie, we spoke to you at Warden Law. I think you're one of the first people to have 2 appearances on the build-up show so far this year, but with good reason. Because you are our driver of the day, voted for by the public. And how do you feel about that? That was for your results at PFI.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. We've had a good start to the season. So, I mean, just to top that off as well, it's really good.
But it's getting serious now, isn't it? This championship run going for the junior ROTAX title. This is where it's going to get difficult now, this second half of the season.
Yeah, I mean, it's already starting to get difficult, but we just got to keep getting the results we can, keep getting as best we can, and keep scoring big.
Well, brilliant stuff. Well, I'll bring Kiel in to award the trophy for the Wera Tools Driver of the Day. It's quite the trophy. How do you feel about it, Charlie?
Yeah, I mean, it's great. I'd just like to thank everyone that voted for me, and yeah, it's really good, and keep pushing.
Well, congratulations. Charlie Wolfett there, your Driver of the Day from PF International.
Charlie Wolfett for Driver of the Day. Very deserving. There was no one as dominant as him yet so far in junior ROTAX. Although, one thing to note, traditionally we do see tall drivers struggle around here in the heat, and so far it's been scorching weather. So are we going to see someone take the win off him?
Could well see that this weekend, but he is in good form. We'll take another short break here from Kart Sim and once again see you on the other side.
Wera, what a start from the so hard, heading up into the top section.
Welcome back, everybody, to Kimbolton. We're counting down the minutes before the start of racing here today for event 5 of the British Kart Championships. Let's talk senior ROTAX. The last time the ROTAX categories were here for a British round, we had a very dramatic final in senior ROTAX. Before we get into the racing here today, though, let's hear from a couple of the drivers, Jack West and Lorenzo Cordell.
I'm here in the Strawberry Racing awning with returning senior ROTAX driver, Jack West. Jack, it's good to have you back with us. We've not heard from you yet on a build-up show this year. How's the start to your season gone?
It's gone really good so far, you know, ups and downs as you do. Hopefully, you know, we can start getting some more good results in like we did last week.
Well, of course, you were that last seed going off of last year, so we know your goals were high. You have made a change to teams. Last time we've seen you, you were with MLC. You've now made the move to Strawberry. How's the transition gone?
It's gone really good so far. Last week was my first ever week of straw, so you know, really good result. I had a top 5 all weekend, so yeah, the move's gone really good, I'd say.
Has that changed the goals going into this weekend?
It definitely has. I want to hope to push for a top 5 now, and get some really good points on the board to move back up the championship ladder.
Well, best of luck with that. Good luck for the rest of this weekend.
Thank you.
Lorenzo Cordell, welcome back to the British Kart Championships. You've had an up and down season so far. There's been some really good heats, some good pace going into finals, but it's not quite happened yet so far this year for you. Is this the weekend where we're going to see you up in the top 10 come the end of the weekend, do you think?
Yeah, hopefully it would be nice to get some good points this weekend and finish the weekend well, as our weekends this year have gone quite well, and then got to the final and something's happened and we haven't quite ended up where we would have liked, but hopefully this weekend that changes.
You're one of the most experienced drivers in this paddock. I think I even remember back to watching your cadet days. What is it about karting that keeps you coming back and back over these years? Because it's such a great sport, isn't it?
Yeah, it's so good. It's just, can't stay away. I love it. It's so fun. It's good to get out racing. I don't race as much as I used to, but I like to when I can. And competing in the British is the highest level. Probably, well, definitely in the UK.
Absolutely. I say you've not been in the kart since PF. How have you been keeping yourself race ready, as it were, particularly on a weekend like this with this heat and the physical nature of this track?
Well, obviously, I'm not able to do the laps, so I have to try and stay fit, do running, do weights, just making sure I'm race fit and get to the weekend and see how it goes. And
the Zip team has been a family that you've been part of for a good while now. How are they to compete with?
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice working with Zip, but it would just be nice to get them a bit closer to the front where I think they deserve to be.
Definitely. Lorenzo, best of luck for this weekend, and
Thank you.
We'll see you out there on track.
Thank you.
Always good to hear from our senior ROTAX drivers. Let's talk KZ now. Back with us after event 1. They have had a round, though, that counted towards their championship in the meantime at Shennington. Let's take a look at the highlights from that and a very familiar face joining us here this weekend. I'm here catching up with multiple British champion Charlie Turner. Charlie, it's good to see you again. You guys have had a round in between last time we saw you at Warden Law. Talk us through how Shennington went for you.
Well, Warden Law obviously was a very good start to the season. We won the first round, but Shennington was going really well. Scores for solid points, been in the top 3 consistently in practice and for the heats and for the pre-final. But in the final, the weather was a bit changeable. We thought it was going to rain, but as a team we decided to make a call on setup for the new tyres, and it looked like it was paying off. Me and my teammate James Gillespie running top 3. And unfortunately, with I think it was about 6-7 minutes to go, both our tyres fell off a cliff. We both finished 4th and 5th, which is still not bad, but obviously it can be better. But as a team, we made a decision on setup. But obviously, we learned for this weekend.
Absolutely. A consistent one for you, looking towards the championship, of course. But let's talk about this product in the European Championships. Recently won that. You were, of course, one of the drivers working on that with the team. How great is it to see it doing well elsewhere too?
Well, again, it's fantastic to see them win. Obviously, that's all of us. We didn't really expect to see. I don't think they expected either, but as a team, they've worked really, really hard trying different chassis out there, and they had nothing to lose. I think they went to the championship 5th, and obviously they cleaned up, won all the races, and they won the championship. So it's fantastic for them, and it's going to look good for us as well.
And it looks like we're possibly going to see some similarities this weekend in the weather. It's a scorching one so far. How are you doing in the heat?
I'd like everyone else, we just got to keep cool and drink loads of water. That's the most important thing. But I think that, like you said, the heat's going to be a big factor for everyone. But we'll see how Kart's going to work this weekend. So fingers crossed, hope it should be all good.
And a little fun fact for the viewers who may not know, you won the title here, the KZ title here in 2022. Unfortunately, you couldn't quite celebrate due to the tragic death of Her Majesty. If you win this weekend, will you be celebrating for both?
I haven't really thought that far ahead yet, but yeah, obviously that weekend, that was a special weekend for us. We won it, and because I've won 2 British Championships, I think the celebration idea, I remember it was sort of doing that piece sort of thing. But hopefully we see it's close competition this weekend, but yeah, as a team, hope we'll go and win this weekend.
Absolutely. Good luck, Charlie.
Thank you very much.
Gus Lawrence, welcome back to the British Kart Championships. We've not actually seen you since the Super Nats win, in the paddock at least. So tell us a little bit about that and how that's changed things for you in the last 6 months or so.
Yeah, so I stopped racing with Paul Fletcher. I had an amazing career there of 6 or 7 years. Won the British Championship 3 times in the Senior X30. And then this year I've been racing in America with Rollison Performance in the Scusa. So just a different scene, really, different tracks, different environment. So it makes a change, but thoroughly enjoyed it. And then I thought I'd have a crack at the KZ2. So with a good friend of ours, Josh and Vince, definitely looked after us in getting the equipment right. And I've done a little bit of practice before this race in preparation. So yeah, see how we go this weekend.
I say it's one of the big stories this weekend that not only are you back, but you're in with the KZ2s this weekend. For the uninitiated, what have you had to learn? Have you had to drive differently to the X30 that you previously raced?
Well, it's about 20 more horsepower more than anything else with front brakes and 6 gears. So it's a different art form. You have to learn the braking with the front brakes and when to give it full power through some of the corners, because you have too much power in some places, so you have to be quite gentle with it. But very different driving style, and it's taken a few weeks to get the hang of it. So, but we'll see. I don't think the actual driving round I feel quite confident there, but it's just the starts, the standing start is very different from any form of karting. So it's definitely a new thing to learn there.
What's the aim for this weekend and any future KZ races that you're doing? You've got a very strong teammate in Josh, a former British champion in KZ2 himself. What's the realistic aim for this weekend?
It's great to learn off Josh and Vince, so they've really helped us out massively. I would love to try and get a podium, really. Like we've topped top 2 or 3 every practice session so far, really. So we've been fast. So I just need to learn the starts and learn the racecraft. I'd be over the moon if I could come over podium. Obviously, that's a high expectation, but yeah, we'll see. See how it plays out over the heats.
And is this going to be a one-off, or are we potentially going to see more from you in the KZs? We've got a couple of big races coming up at Silverstone later in the year. Now you've been testing there.
No, I'm really interested in racing at Silverstone. The track's unbelievable, and I feel like it's one of the there's not many tracks which are the right size for something this fast, and the nature of all the corners being quite open, you can overtake everywhere. That's quite difficult in this class. Here, there's only maybe 2 or 3 overtaking spots, whereas I believe at Silverstone you can overtake on maybe 80% of the corners. So it's I'm really excited for that later on this year. Hopefully the weather's still nice and warm by then, and yeah, I'm interested in that.
I hope so indeed. Gus, thanks for your time. Great to have you back. Good luck this weekend. The second KZ2 round of this year's championship took place at a sunny Shennington in May. Noah Wolf was looking to bounce back after a tough end to round 1, and despite an early attack from Jake Weston, took the lead early in the final. James Glenister was back and led the battle for second ahead of teammate Charlie Turner and the in-form Weston. The progress from both the Formula K Rush Performance team and the CRGs of Moore Racing provided an entertaining battle for the podium positions. Weston working his way past Turner into third, while Miles Murphy had recovered from difficulties earlier in the day and back into the top 6. Josh Price, running the Kart Republic, worked his way efficiently back up to second place through the middle and latter stages of the race. The former British KZ2 champion showing his class on his way to a first podium of the season. But there would be no stopping Wolf. A dominant victory at Shennington to reclaim the standings lead heading into round 3.
Gus Lawrence, it's his first time racing in KZ in the British. How is he going to play out against this field of drivers?
I mean, that's the big question, isn't it? 3-time senior X30 champion. He's had a lot of testing. He's had a good amount of running coming into this race. It really is one of the big topics here this weekend, and it's great to just have him back in the paddock. That's enough talk, though. Let's get into the racing here at Kimbolton. Absolutely anything could happen here this afternoon. This could be a really pivotal day in the championship stories for 2026. Let's go racing here at Kimbolton for Event 5 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Good morning, everybody. I hope you're Wide-eyed and ready for a very exciting day here at Kimbolton. Live pictures for you for event 5 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Track has just gone live. We've got a KZ2 warm-up ahead of us that's going to run for the next 4.5 minutes. And then we'll get into the racing here today across our 6 categories, 5 of them in the ROTAX family. The E10s will kick us off first thing. And then the superheats for the juniors, the seniors, the minis, the micros, and the pre-final for the KZs. My name is Andrew Mather. Great to be back with you once again. And well, we're in the middle of the summer. This weekend, Europe has hit us here in Cambridgeshire. Myself, I was out in Blackensdorf 2 weeks ago. I introduced into the box the man who took a very wise decision last night, folks, when he knew that England were going to win in football, so he decided, I'm going to take some early Z's, not watch extra time, and be ready to go fresh back from Genk in South Africa. It is hot here this weekend, Henry.
It is absolutely roasting. It is just like South Africa without the lions, cheetahs, and wild animals. Well, I mean, we've got 18 of them on the track in KZ2 having their warm-up. But enough of that. The third member of today's broadcasting team is down pit lane way with some, well, breaking news of the morning. Time that we say hello to Keogh Lynch.
Thank you very much, boys, and welcome to a beautiful Kimbolton this weekend. Event 5, we have nearly reached the halfway point of this season. KZs are the final warm-up before we get underway with today's racing, and you can see the E10 categories are getting ready to go. This is the first time E10 have made it onto Kimbolton due to the noise constraints here this weekend, so there is going to be some history made, historic lap times set and lap records. Thank you very much. That is it from me for now. Let's go back to the boys in the box.
Thank you very much, Keogh. Yeah, it's quite possible that we're going to see some very fast lap times today. It's been hot. It's actually been hotter earlier on in the weekend. It's a nice temperature for the drivers today. It's in the mid to high 20s, not the mid 30s like we had on practice day. The track is really, really well rubbered in here today. We've often come to Kimbolton around this time of year, Henry. But I have never seen this circuit in such fine trim for the drivers in terms of what they've got to race on. 2 layouts, of course, for us today. On your screens, that's the KZ2 layout. Both of them just short of 1 kilometre, 12 turns. We're on an airfield. It is your classic British motor racing circuit. They've raced here since 1959. It is flat, it is fast, it is ferocious, Henry. And this is a really important stage of the season. We're not going to be talking about championship deciding moments yet, but I always think at this stage of the season, you've got to get your form right. You've got to get some momentum going out of this stage of the weekend. We've got big races coming up in the form of the Grand Prix, more championship rounds. If you are not on it at this stage of the season, you're going to need a mighty, mighty run towards the end of the year just to be in championship contention.
Yeah, this round is critical, a single round. After this, we go to Wilton Mill 1 week after the Grand Prix, and then the ROTAX classes do a double header at Silverstone. So 3 rounds remain after today. You saw in the graphics that, yeah, karting has been taking place here since 1959. The sport of karting was 3 years old. 3 years old when karts first took to this circuit, this layout. And you can see the old airfield runways on the outside there. But here's have a look. This is an onboard lap with KZ.
Yeah, this was from Charlie Turner earlier on Friday on practice day. Oh, sorry, no, this is live pictures for us here. Love this part of the circuit. This is Dan Weldon Corner. Yep. Dan Weldon, of course, one of the heroes of this place. Sadly, no longer with us. This is going to be a crucial corner as well. We're going to see a lot of overtaking into Kimbolton Corner, i.e. you have to get Kestrel right, then the long run's the line. Remember here last year we had that mighty close finish for Freddie Lloyd in the Senior X30 final. So it's one of those circuits as well. You cannot rest on your laurels. Slipstream and top speed is very, very important. This is where it's different for the KZs. They do not take the bus stop like the ROTAX, through into Derricks. So they just go with that straight sprint towards the Dan Weldon corner in that little complex. And it's tricky. We had a really great insight from Jensen Pugh on Friday evening that you saw in the if you were with us for the build-up show earlier. There's almost 2 phases of braking for the drivers into that part of the course. So drivers are going to need to be careful through there, keep care of their tyres. For what it's worth, just to note in that what was a warm-up for KZ2, don't worry if you're wondering, oh dear, Andrew and Henry are not talking about the racing again. That wasn't a race.
That was just a warm-up.
That was just a warm-up.
And the drivers are allowed, I heard off the clerks this morning, the drivers are allowed to do one practice start.
James Glenister was fastest in that session. The Formula Ks looked pretty good at Shennington for round 2 for the KZs, and as Keol mentioned, that product took the European Championship in the KZ class. That's the one with more open regulations, of course, but that Formula K machine in the hands of the likes of James Glenister, Ashley Lewis, Charlie Turner. Keep an eye on them today. I think they could be very strong indeed. So Glenister was fastest, Wolf was second, Miles Murphy has looked in really good trim so far this week. Miles was 3rd fastest in that one, Josh Price 4th, Gus Lawrence 5th. If you've just joined us, yes, you did hear that correctly. Yes. Gus Lawrence in KZ2 this weekend. One of the biggest stars, the biggest names in British karting is back. And he's just got the biggest smile on his face. Apart from the time when we tried to go and do an interview with him on Friday, and he was like, not now. But apart from that, he looks really, really happy and set to go. Let's head down to the pre-grid there. I believe Keol is down there with the E10s.
Thank you very much, Andrew. We're actually going to catch a quick word before the E10s go out for the first time today. Jamal Pumaram, really promising weekend for you so far. You qualified 2nd. What are you making of the circuit?
I don't know.
You have been here before, haven't you? So do you think that's going to give you a bit of an edge on some of the drivers who maybe haven't?
Probably, yeah.
And how are you holding up in this heat? Because it is hot out there. We know a lot of the drivers have been struggling.
I've been holding fine. I have this towel that I make it cold and wet, so it keeps me cool.
Brilliant. Thank you. Good luck.
Thanks.
That is all we're going to hear then from the E10s before they get underway today. Let's head back to the boys.
I've got to say, Andrew, you pick up on 2 quick points. Gus Lawrence, spoke to Gus, loving it.
He's loving
Just
it.
says, I love the driving. I'm just thinking about the shifting too much.
Yeah.
And it's a split second, and that'll just come with time. The second point, as I was making my way up to the commentary box, 2 E10 drivers, I will not name them, but they were talking, when are you going to use your boost button on this? Are you going to use it on the start? If you use it on the start and I use it coming out of turn 1, maybe we can just push away. The boost button in E10, of course, adds a whole different dimension to the driver's, arsenal of weaponry that they can use. But the 2 E10 drivers, when are you using yours? And they were standing together, but they were whispering to each other, saying, "It's a secret. It's a secret."
Not anymore.
Well, I didn't say who. I didn't say who, and I will. As you noticed, though, use on Charlie Turner's onboard lap. It gave us a really good impression of how bumpy this circuit is. This tarmac, look at it there, the cracks in the paintwork. It's old, it's weathered, it's wizened. It is this is as old school as British karting gets. And I have to say, any driver who wins a British championship needs to be able to get it done. It's the old analogy, isn't it?
Yep.
You can get it done at Old Trafford and Wembley and Anfield. There, Old Trafford, Wembley, Anfield, that's your Silverstones, your PF Internationals, your Wilton Mills. Can you get it done on a wet and windy night in Stoke on a Tuesday? And it's not wet and windy or Stoke, but this is a throwback. The layout, the runoffs, everything about Kimbolton
No margin for error.
No margin for error, and you have to be able to attack and win at every different type of circuit to be a British karting champion.
Coming up is the first E10 cadets race of the day. 2 of them to set the grid for the final. Let's get ready for it then. Event 5 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. We're ready to go racing here on Sunday. Let's take you through the grid then for E10 cadets. Second race of the E10 Cadet Cup for 2026, and here is how they form up. Ansel Murray has pole position again, is looking to continue the winning streak from PF International. Jamal Pumaram, P2 there for the Jack Dex Racing team. Zach Andrew and Arthur Thompson will go from row 2. Buddy Hugo and Heath Smith will start on row number 3. And then into the second half of the grid, Stanley Gill and Leo Hartley on row 4. Adam Elahi and Arthur Jardine on row 5. Freddie Fullerton joins the grid for the first time this season in the E10. Starts 11th for this one alongside Caleb Hiles on row 6. Cairo Zubaida completes the 13-strong field here for the E10 Cadet Cup. The first time we've seen electric racing within the ROTAX family, within the British Kart Championships. They debuted at PF International, what, about a month and a half ago. I quite like this class, Henry. It's something a bit different. They drive differently to, say, a Honda Cadet or a Micromax or even a Minimax.
Yep.
But what I always liked Honda Cadet for that thing of you've got to think, you've got to be tactically astute.
Yes.
And you have to be like that in this one as well, in a different way, but that makes the drivers think.
The characteristics of the engine, of the
power
unit, the characteristics of the kart with the weight means you have to maintain momentum. Here we go on a hot summer's day. We are racing here at Kimbolton, down towards Stowe Corner for the first time, and a couple of karts in the middle of the pack have a brief rotation. One of the numerous R1 racing entries, and I have to say, great to see Alfie Gallagher's team. Young driver, still racing, now running a team between RCE, Richardson Chassis Engineering, and R1 Racing. We've got nearly the whole grid covered. The only two that are different, well, we've got Jamal Pumaram for Jack Dex Racing, who's leading, and then a privateer kart, number 47 of Arthur Thompson, who is tucked there in 3rd position.
There's good tactics from Pumaram off the start. I wonder, did he use the boost button straight away to sweep round the outside of Ansel for the start of this race? End of lap number 1 then. Pumaram leads from Ansel Murray. Then Buddy Hugo in 3rd. Arthur Thompson 4th. Zach Andrew 5th. Great start for Freddie Fullerton as Ansel's got down the inside and takes the race lead. Good move there for the championship leader.
Yeah, through the willows and up towards Derek's corner. This is the corner that the KZ2s don't use, and Jamal Pumaram slots up to the inside, retakes the lead as they head out now towards Weldon's corner. Of course, it's not just Dan Weldon, the late Dan Weldon, that has such a connection. His mum Sue, late mum Sue, who was one of the timekeepers here at Hunt's Kart Club. And of course, his dad Clive, who is still with us, who was a integral part of, well, it would have been the 2nd decade or the 3rd decade of karting here in the 1970s and 1980s as the karts come across the line. I was in South Africa last weekend when the E10 kart debuted in South Africa, and the drivers were like, okay, it's heavier, I haven't got the confidence on the brakes, but then they looked at the lap times. And of course, all the drivers in E10, they raced on the Saturday in the African Open, and then the Sunday they came back to try and get a ticket for South Africa in the E10 class. And they all just said, I'm going faster down the straights than in my Minimax, and my lap times are better. Of course, you can say what you want to say about, electric versus internal combustion. From a driver's perspective, the drivers, they care about one thing: going fast.
Performance.
And this is a platform that allows the drivers at this age to go fast. We cross the line, and it's Ansel Murray leading his teammate, Buddy Hugo, through Stowe Corner. There is the battle for 4th position. The race leader, erstwhile race leader, Jamal Pumaram, has dropped back. This is the Willows. I wonder, can we get a wind in the Willows sort of, commentary in? Because, of course, these karts are just, they're silent. They're breaking the wind. All you can hear is the wind passing through your ears as a driver. Now we're out through Derek's corner into Weldon's. Up the straight. This is TKM straight.
Yep.
And of course, Kimbolton, home of the TKM Festival for many, many, many years. Kimbolton corner and now Kestrel corner. Or am I getting them mixed up?
Kestrel corner first, then Kimbolton.
Kestrel, then Kimbolton. Yes.
4.5 minutes to go. First notice from race control here today. Number 18, Stanley Gill, is under investigation. If we receive any more information on that here in the box, we'll let you know. New fastest lap of the race from Buddy Hugo. Goes in to second place, 49.703. Murray, Hugo, two of the most experienced drivers in this category, working nicely together. Ansel, number 96, lives in Oxford. It's about 90 minutes drive from here. There's a change. That was Arthur Thompson going through past Heath Smith in the number 81. We had a little chat with Heath earlier on in the week. Heath had a very good run last time out at PF International, was second in the final. So keep an eye on that number 81 today. Another driver with a good level of experience at this tier.
I think that Arthur Thompson's team, or the family, they have tried to break a world record for the most amount of stickers on a single graphics kit. It's a multi-coloured kart. You can see it coming through there. Yeah, there are a number, and they're all famous sort of motorsport, related companies and stickers. It's a really cool looking kart as they head through Derricks. And you talk about, the arid landscape. It's not arid. It'd be the sun-bleached farmland. You can tell the weather. The grass is that sort of shade of golden burnt yellow, which I think is and there's a move going into Cashel Corner, and that didn't quite work. Now that will cost Heath Smith a lot of time, because it was Heath Smith trying to pass Jamal Puraman, and it didn't quite happen. Hello to everybody on the live chat, and hello to, first of all, to Kathy Watson, saying hello to John and Shay Watson as usual. It wouldn't be a round of the British Championship if Kathy Watson didn't want me to say hello to Shay and John Watson, part of the officials team here at Kimbolton.
Hello to Sawyer Henderson as well, who's tuned in. Sawyer's been having a very good season in Honda Cadet, and look forward to seeing the Honda Cadets back in action later on in the season. 2.5 minutes to go then. 2.25 minutes to go. Ansel Murray is your race leader from Buddy Hugo in second place. Gap 6/10 between them. Zach Andrew running in third, about another 1.5 seconds back. Then it's Arthur Thompson in fourth. Jamal Pumaram fifth. Stanley Gill and Heath Smith looking to work together now to try and break back up into the top 5 in the latter stages of this race. They run 6th and 7th on the road at the moment. Freddie Fullerton still in a net gain position, is running 8th. That's 3 places up from where Freddie started this race. Adam Elahi 9th, Arthur Jardine 10th. There was a little move from Heath Smith, moving back into 6th place. It's good work there with Stanley Gill. Just to run down the rest of our order, Caleb Hiles has got past Leo Hartley in this race for 11th place. Leo 12th, and then Kyra Sabada completing the 13-strong field. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go here, running through Kimbolton Corner is our battle for 6th place. I'm interested to see what the lap times are like this time around. For Pumaram, that's a 50.0. Heath Smith, 49.957. So quicker, but not by a level that would worry Jamal Pumaram immediately. At the moment, as Heath just got caught on the curb. Now that's what we mean about Kimbolton, and no margin for error. Heath just ran a little bit wide there, out of Stowe towards the Willows. That's a big curb out there. That's a curb that's designed to deal with the full scale of karts that we've got here today. The seniors, the KZ2s, for these smaller E10 Cadet Cup karts. That provided a bit of a challenge for Heath Smith. He's recovered well. As looking behind, is this a battle for 8th place? It does look like it is, between Adam Elahi and Freddie Fullerton. And that is Elahi in the number 60 going through. Nice move there, Henry.
Yeah, Elahi now moves into P8. 10 seconds off the race lead. They're having their own private battle. And of course, you will see bigger gaps between drivers in the E10 class. Why? Well, because drivers are getting used to it. It's so new. This is his second official, major race meeting in the UK. Teams, drivers are getting used to the nuances of the E10 kart. So you will see some drivers, they get used to the booster button a lot quicker than others. And that is just, that's just Well, Adam Alahi, it was a great move. He's now got a 5-second penalty. But here is a battle between the number 27 of Zach Andrew and the number 47 of Arthur Thompson for 3rd place as we start the final lap.
You do indeed, and Ansel Murray has just set the fastest lap of this heat so far. He's got a great record. Big thanks to Ansel's dad, who's provided us a crib sheet. We always like a crib sheet.
Well,
and here's a stat for you.
It's the RCE team that usually provide a huge media booklet for us, but okay.
And this
Ansel,
one's extra.
This is extra, okay. Hit me with a stat.
Ansel has won 43% of his electric karting weekends.
Oh, really?
Yes. This is his 70th race weekend in electric karting.
Is that so?
Nearly winning at the rate of 1 in every 2 meetings.
Okay, fair enough. Well, that is very impressive indeed. Obviously, there are other electric karts as the checkered flag comes out, and Sol Murray. P1 in the air, and I have, the crowd in the original grandstand are happy with that. I can see that there's Reese Richardson and the rest of the RCE crew, walking back, high-fiving each other. The spectators here do have a second grandstand on the outside, a new grandstand, which I stood in yesterday, which is very impressive indeed. And the team here at Hunt's Kart Club have been working, very hard. So it's not just the main part of the bike. There is the brand new grandstand, and that entire area has been there's been some landscaping that's gone on. There's some new barriers that have gone in. Just again, I'm always in awe of the custodians of the Hunt's Kart Club. I don't call them the club. They are custodians. They treat this site, as you may have seen in the build-up show, in karting terms, and what happened, in the Second World War here, they treat it with such reverence and respect. They are doing everything they can, little things, like the entrance to the to Parc Fermé. There's now a little gantry that's been built, an in and an out. It's branded, and you can see there some of the spectators and some of the the family members watching on. Every year we come back here, Andrew, and the club have done something to improve. They've done something, to make this better. We've got new toilet blocks this week. We got nice new showers and toilets and that. There is now 2 or 3, coffee vending machines and things. There is the original grandstand, and you can see in the foreground with the black t-shirt, the white, the blue and the red stripe. That's Josh Smith. He's going to be carrying one of our onboard cameras today in senior Rotax, and it's great. Alpha Live have been working diligently to get onboard cameras here for you in the British Championship.
Upgraded as well.
Yes.
And they upgraded operative with the one and only Ian Williams.
As in camera putter honor.
Yes.
Is that an official title for a job description?
Onboard guru.
Onboard guru. Okay. Camera putter honor it doesn't quite, and of course they are the members, the most important members of the entire British karting community, the Orange Army, and Nigel Edwards, who's pretty important as well, but the Orange Army in particular.
12:25 is the time for the second heat, and more excitement from the E10s. Their final at 3:50. We'll take a short break. More racing coming up after this. Welcome back, everybody, to sunny Cambridgeshire for Event 5 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. We are getting ready here at Kimbolton for the first of the super heats. This is when the competition steps up a notch. This is the first time this weekend we'll be talking about championship points. Junior ROTAX will be out first. Little bit of news for this morning. We'll come on to that in a minute because we'll get ready then for the first super heat of the day for Junior ROTAX. Here's your grid then for the first of the super heats. This is Junior ROTAX. This is the hardest one to qualify for the final four. Ellis Bell and Fletcher Jameson will start this super heat from the front row. Louis Radcliffe and Finlay Smith there on row 2. The return of Emerson McAndrew-Uren sees him start on the third row of the grid alongside Ryan White, who's had a good season so far for Hunter Motorsport.
Alex Shepherd and Zach Turner go from row number 4. Ewan House and Alex Goodson round out your top 10. Tobias Johns and Harry Taylor combine row 6.
Theo Bradshaw and Jacob Aston, one of the wild cards here this weekend. They go from row 7. Luca Holmes-Ballack and Joseph Berkery on 8. On row 9, Harry Radcliffe and Josh Cormack.
Kartik Kometa, Jack Beasley, and the lights are not out yet. You're going to see something very different to usual. We have a single file start for juniors and seniors today. Race director Nigel Edwards, a special briefing this morning, and that is how so it is going to be a different way to start the races. Obviously, the racing yesterday was one thing, and Nigel Edwards and the rest of the official teams here at Motorsport UK making the decision that we will start under single file. At the back of the field, we've got some interesting drivers. Ryan Rapini, Henry King over from the UAE, driving for Ultimate R. Max Dothwaite is probably not out there. Max hurt himself yesterday and went to hospital with a suspected arm injury, unless, of course, he is the... There's a guy. There's a guy Cunnington Racing driver at the back. That is Max Dothwaite. So he did go to hospital yesterday. He had his arm checked out. It's all still, correct, and every element of it is pointing in the correct direction. So he is back racing today. Good to see Tough Cookie. Here we go with Ellis Bell, Ultimate R, lead them in single file to the start.
Here we go then for the start of the super heats. We are green, we are racing, and it's that defensive line as one of the DHRs has been spat out to the pack immediately. We'll catch up with, was that Alex Goodson possibly in trouble off of that full start to the race? It's in the same manner that you see a slow procedure go to a restart with that single file, but that's not been a good moment for one of the DHRs, and it was Alex Goodson who had the spin down towards Stowe. Ellis Bell leads this race down towards Kestrel Corner into Kimbolton Corner. In the junior and the senior ROTAX classes, you see a lot of drama from time to time through this part of the course. Remember 2 years ago with some of the finals that we had here, is that it's a problem for, was that one of the Coles Racing drivers? There's Emerson McAndrew-Uren down the inside, takes a position, and that'll be him up to third. Emerson has not raced in the British Kart Championship since he won the Minimax title last year. He's been busy out in Europe, racing both in the ROTAX Euro Trophy and in the FIA Championships with the Works Tony Kart team.
I was going to say, as a factory Tony Kart driver, and Emerson was one of 3 drivers from the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship who were invited onto the Formula 1 podium to present the trophies last weekend in the F1 sprint race. And it was Emerson who handed Kimi Antonelli his sprint race winners trophy on the podium at Silverstone. Good move there. Further back in the pack, that is for 4th position coming to the Willows. I think that was Ryan White possibly for the Hunter Motorsport team making a move. Now, Ellis Bell, originally known as the Tiny Carter. He's had a growth spurt, raced as a privateer in his cadet days. He's found a home, the Hingley family, Ultimate R Racing. I think that's a perfect match. The Hingley family, they run a family-based team, very successful, but I think that's a perfect surroundings for Ellis Bell and his dad to join and learn about being part of a team. They've lost the lead right now to Fletcher Jameson, Jack's Motorsport, the driver of car number 296. Jameson, of course, now he's using the Max Racing engine. So Jack's Motorsport, Dave Gregory, who is part of the co-owner of Jack's Motorsport, now running an engine. He's got an engine service. He's a licensed ROTAX engine service centre. So it's the Jack's drivers have max power at the moment. Fletcher Jameson leads the way, and tucking into third position is Emerson McAndrew-Uren.
Apologies for the technical mishap for a moment. We've got our timing back on the screens.
Oh,
that's
dear.
getting a little bit too rough down into Stoke Corner. That's not what we want to see.
Nope. And well, it's good that we have a camera on that as well, because of course there was a bit of consternation in the paddock about driver's ability to get round turn number 1. Harry Taylor is under investigation. Around Weldon's and down TKM straight we go into Kestrel Corner. A whole group of drivers behind the top three. Louis Radcliffe in 4th, Zach Turner 5th, Ryan White, Alex Shepherd, Harry Taylor, Finley Smith, Luca Holmes, Ballack now running in 10th position. Joseph Berkery, Jacob Aston, Ewan House and the rest. All 26 drivers still running.
8 minutes to go then in this race. Here's your lead battle. Jameson for McAndrew-Uren and Bell. They've broken away from the rest of the pack. They've got about 2.5 seconds ahead of Louis Radcliffe in 4th, then Zach Turner 5th. Zach Turner having a good run so far here this weekend. Finished his PF International meeting under a bit of a cloud. Don't say any more than that, let's be positive. And on the front foot, and that's exactly what Zach Turner's doing so far this weekend for Coles Racing. Drivers who've had a tough one in this one, Alex Goodson we mentioned, is starting to come back through the field, back up to P22. Tobias Johns also had issues. This is potentially the last race of the weekend for some of these drivers. 50-odd drivers on the entry list. Only 36 of them will qualify for the final. There's another one of these superheats coming up after this. You really don't want to be having tough times at this stage of the day, but that is sadly the case at the moment for the likes of Johns and Goodson.
Well, you look at the drivers that started outside the top 18. 36 drivers go through. Is it 36 or 34?
36 now.
36 now. Well, if you were starting outside the top 18 in your superheats, that means you were not in the top 36 in points at the end of the day yesterday. So you're looking at like Jack Beasley, Kartik Kometa, Ryan Rapini, Henry King, Bailey Collins, Clark Naylor, Samia Paul, Max Douthwaite. How much progress are those drivers making? And the answer is, apart from Ryan Rapini, who's moved up 3 places, Kartik Kometa for the Vantage Racing team, that's Sean and Aidan Rudge's team. Aidan Rudge, and Sean Rudge, both ex-drivers, running that, whilst Kartik Kometa has moved up a couple of places. He's moved up from 19th to 15th. Could that be enough to scrape him onto the back, as we've got a lead change? And it's Emerson McAndrew-Uren.
Yeah, good work there from Emerson. Got down the inside of Fletcher Jameson. It's a strong overtake. Good racing between the two of them. 6 minutes to go, though. This race is not done, and Ellis Bell is still there in 3rd place, having a good run. There has been a warning flag come out for Emerson McAndrew-Uren. There's been one as well for Louis Radcliffe earlier in the race, if we hadn't noted that. Into Kestrel, and then into Kimbolton.
Ryan Rapini under investigation along with Harry Taylor. Hello to people watching from Italy. The Dian Singh Pahal Italian fan club are in the house. Hello to Jan Echterberger in Germany watching. Hello to Anthony Malloy watching from Sydney, Australia. And hello to George Friend watching from Le Mans in France, which is where a lot of these drivers are heading for the international trophy. Well, pretty much some of them are leaving tonight to go to the circuit. Now, of course, if you think it's hot here, the organisers of the ROTAX International Challenge at Le Mans have the temperatures in France are so hot, driving is banned between midday and 8 p.m.
Wow.
So on Tuesday evening, senior ROTAX will be practicing at midnight. just because of the temperatures. They
Yeah.
were almost, I mean, it's 28 degrees here today. You add another 7 degrees to that, and that's what you've got in France at the moment. You were in a commentary box at Wackersdorf
Yes.
2 weeks ago, which was 43 degrees.
45 degrees.
I was in a commentary box. The commentary box in Genk had air conditioning. Sorry, not sorry. But the paddock, anyone at the Euro Trophy round at Genk 2 weeks ago, it was 41 degrees. There were literally teams buying swimming pools and filling them so their drivers could lie in their swimming pools in the awnings between races. I've never seen anything like it before, but of course it's very important. You have to have your driver well hydrated, not all hot and bothered before they get into the kart. You're looking at, well, Ellis Bell's going to be hot and bothered because he's got Louis Ratcliffe and Zach Turner bearing down upon him. This is the battle of 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. Harry Taylor at the back of this group. Alex Shepherd in the number 285 is the third kart in line. And then it is Ellis Bell leading with Zach Turner second in this group.
This is a good effort from Alex Shepherd. This could well be Alex on for his best championship points stage position of the year so far. He's been an ever-present in the meetings. He's made both finals of the ROTAX event so far, but he hasn't finished any higher than 20th in a final. Well, you know, being in the top 6 in a superheat should convert through to being at least in the top 15 for the grid later on today. Black flag is out though for the 253. That is not good news if you're Harry Taylor. Harry Taylor currently running P7. His race is over. The black flag is being shown. You can see it quite clearly out of the commentary box window here over start line now. Not 100% sure what it is for, Henry, but well, the evidence is pretty clear. That is game over for Harry Taylor. Now, where did Harry start? He started 12th in this race, so he was in the top 24 overnight. That could be trouble. That could be Harry Taylor slipping out of the top 36.
Yep, I got a feeling now. I mean, I was listening in to the driver's briefing this morning, and you know, there were some harsh words were being said about driving standards. I'm not going to predict that Harry Taylor has, well, he does have a rather large divot in his nose cone, which may or may not tell the story. But no technical flag, under investigation. They were looking at it. You've got you've got all the CCTV cameras around the circuit. You've got you've got the camera stewards, David Manchester, our drivers standards advisor. That's Alfie Garford. They've been looking at under review. When you see somebody saying under investigation, that means they're looking at footage from the race. They've obviously completed their investigation, and the decision has come out: a black flag, a straight black flag. For whatever reason,
and
game
Harry
over
serves
for Harry
it,
Taylor,
which is the correct thing to do. And,
frustrating. But you know, the worst thing you can do when you receive a black flag is stay out on circuit and then protest your innocence when you come in. You have to take your medicine. Now there is Jensen Butterfield, who is working with Harry Taylor. Dave Wooder is his driver coach. Some really good people around Harry, and I think that those really good people may need to, you know, show why they're so good, Butterfield and Wooder, to maybe explain to Harry and probably calm the situation down, and then they go to the points and they keep their fingers and toes crossed that Harry can maybe potentially squeeze in to the main event. Hello to Morgan Westman in Sweden, and of course should we mention any Scandinavian nations after last night?
Probably not.
Probably not. No. Here we go. We'll tell you what we'll do. With 30 seconds to go, we will talk about the potential battle between Ellis Bell and Louis Ratcliffe for third place. Because Emerson McAndrew-Ewart and Fletcher Jameson, they're only separated by 0.6 of a second, but they're up the road. And then 2 seconds back, this is the 217.
This is the one for fourth place.
Sorry, yes.
Little note for the eagle-eyed amongst you. Zach Turner is in a borrowed race suit. He's had a growth spurt, and his race suit is no longer fit for purpose. So he's borrowing one of Harrison Crowther's suits.
Yes.
There is Wayne McAndrew-Uren,
looking on.
Emerson's dad, looking to see Emerson close out another run here as there's a battle for continuing for 4th place. Radcliffe having to defend there into the Willows, in towards Derricks. Zach Turner looking to the outside. This is good racing between the two of them, and Alex Shepherd for the Evolution Racing team may get involved as well. Evolution, who've been in great form so far this season. In the hands of Freddie Lloyd in the scene, he's been winning a lot of races at the club level as well of Evolution. In towards Kestrel. Timer is on 0. Last lap board is out now. Macandrew Uren comes over the line to start the last lap. We're going to stick with this battle though for P4 over the line. Radcliffe defends to the inside for Sam Pollitt Racing. Good control on the brakes there from Louis. Side by side, bold move from Alex Shepherd. The rookie the novice gets down the inside and into P5. There's not much that Zach Turner could do about that. Here comes Ryan White as well. Brilliant move from Zach Turner. That's more like it from Zach Turner. Back up into P5. Radcliffe can start to breathe a little bit easier now. He's clear and gone in P4 and others are joining the fray. Luca Holmes-Ballack is there. Finley Smith is there. This could all be crucial points in the championship and on the grid. Over the line comes Macandrew Uren. He takes the first of these junior superheats. Jameson second, Bell third, Radcliffe fourth as Zach Turner does hold on for P5. Well, that was quite a calm middle of the race, Henry, and then it all exploded in the last 2 laps.
I was almost like Zach was listening to you. He said, well, there's not much that Zach Turner can do about that, as he sent a Slim Shady round the outside. He was like,
That's a shut up moment.
Hold my ice water. But yeah, no, that is what we expect to see from Zach Turner. Really good quality racing. Fletcher Jameson stands up. Hey, there is no harm, Fletcher, in coming second to a works Tony Kart driver back in this spiritual home. That's really impressive from that young man. Of course, suffered those injuries last year at Kartmasters, come back stronger than ever. And second place, which effectively, in terms of championship, Emerson Macandrew, having missed the first round, is not a factor in the championship. Fletcher Jameson, of the regular season contenders, he takes maximum points from that race so far. Ellis Bell, a great top 3 result for Ellis. Louis Ratcliffe, Zach Turner, Alex Shepherd, Ryan White, Finley Smith, Luca Holmes-Ballack and Ewan House. So Jack's Motorsport, 2 in the top 10. Then the Zip Factory team, Theo Bradshaw, Vantage Racing, in the top 12. That's good to see. Ryan Rapini. Okay. So, Ryan Rapini for the it's not Kiddix UK, it's KX UK now. I think that's Kurt Gregory's team. From, what was that, 21st to 13th? Are we going to see
that might be enough.
Ryan Rapini in the main event later on? Let's have a look at the top 10 results. We'll see all these names in the main event, Andrew, undoubtedly. The second page is where we start seeing some nervous drivers. There we are. I would say Kartik Kometa, Ryan Rapini, they've done all they can do. Alex Goodson, a good recovery. There's Josh Cormack, Harry Ratcliffe, Louis Ratcliffe's younger brother, who's returning from an arm injury he suffered at Yas Marina. And then here down at the back, Jack Beasley, Henry King, Bailey Collins, Clark Naylor, Max Douthwaite. Thanks for coming. Better luck next time. Harry Taylor. There is the question. Nervous moments for the Dan Holland Racing team. And of course, we don't know what the black flag was for. We won't speculate. But he is on the back foot. There is a breeze in the air. And it's not the gentleman standing on top of there causing the wind that the wind turbines behind. There is a refreshing breeze, which for the drivers and the mechanics is a godsend, because you can, actually the air yesterday was heavy. It was heavy. It was very humid here yesterday. As we look to Junior Rotax Superheat B, Andrew, we are doing some mathematics. Mathematics live 101 mathematics, ladies and gentlemen.
I think these drivers are not going to go forward. Samuel Paul, Max Southwaite, Bailey Collins, Clark Naylor, Henry King and Jack Beasley all didn't either stayed where they are and went backwards. Rapini and Kometa will see. And of course, we've got a second superheat coming up right now for the juniors. Let's get ready for the second and final superheat for Junior Rotax here today. Thomas Jackson for Craft Motorsport starts on pole position. Riley Morrow was cool, calm and collected in the heat yesterday with some good race results. Will share the front row. Cian Bernard and Connor Large, they're on row number 2. Sebastian Clark and Miles Burton, they go from row number 3.
Blake Southern and Finley Lines on row number 4. Nathaniel Gray and Jensen Chalk round out your top 10 ahead of Charlie Wolfett and that is Aidan Clark. Teddy Cooper, Laurie McVeigh, Loman Wilcox, Stanley Williams, George Fountain with our camera on board, and then rounding out it's Sam Aston.
Rest of the grid then, Adam Judaitis and Ronnie Smart, row 10, Toby Farthing and Devin Taylor, row 11, John Richardson and Oliver Dawson have work to do from row number 12, Tom Reed and Lucian Smith. That is quite a heavyweight row 13. They've got a lot of work to do. It will be a rolling single file start, and we're effectively under slow procedure right now. Here is the view on board with George Fountain.
Not Mikey
this is going to be not Mikey Porter.
He's got Mikey Porter's race suit on.
Well, the onboard guru and the gods in the heavens above didn't plan this, but this could be quite exciting because we're with the kart that starts 17th on the grid and is just inside the top 36 in the intermediate standings overnight. George will have to be looking forward, will have to get the elbows out, has to go forward in that position. When you're in that slot of being on the bubble, you've almost got to think, it's like being 1-0, you've just taken a 1-0 lead in a football match 5 minutes in, you've got to treat it like it's still 0-0. You've still got to go out there and race and get forward. We are green, we're racing 12 minutes plus 1 lap for the second of the Superheat 2 in Junior Rotax. Down towards turn number 1, that's a mess. That is not good enough from the Junior Rotax drivers.
Andrew, I'll say it. That's a disgrace. You don't have to say it. There will be drivers, and I can say this now, that the night driver said, look, we will be sending people home today if the driving standards in turn number 1 do not improve. And yeah, I don't want you to say it because you, but I will. And
slow procedure.
Good. This is the pinnacle of British karting. It is now beholden on these drivers. They can moan about the circuit layout all they want. That's not a fact. Circuits are circuits. You drive to the circuit you are presented with. If the British Championship, if Motorsport UK and Hunt's Car Club want to put a chicane halfway down the front straight and it gets certified and homologated, they can do that and you have to deal with it. Here we go again.
So effectively now an 11-minute race down towards turn 1 again. It's again looking a little bit messy from this pack of juniors. We've had a change of lead straight away. Connor Large has got through to the front of the field in towards Derek's. No, it's Finley Lines, apologies, who's come through to lead in that one. And the second of the KR Sports on the road, as was that one of the KX UK machines
suspiciously
in a spot
like
of
a KR kart.
Is that Toby Farthing,
could
possibly?
Well be. I was going to say, the back row of the grid, how about a Grand Finals champion in the form of Tom Reed and a multiple Grand Finals a qualifier in the form of Lucian Smith. You've got John Richardson for Liam Atkin Racing starting at the back. But up at the front, you've got some really good names. Miles Burton. Talk about, we've got a change between Charlie Wolfett. Here we go, on board with George Fountain through the Willows. Miles Burton in number 643 for the Vantage Racing team. Well, Aidan Rudge, the engine is on Miles Burton's kart. Aidan Rudge won in a kart raffle for £1. And here it is, running. At the moment, he did start this race 6th. He's dropped back. I think he may have been one of the turn 1 victims. Well, there we go. Yeah, that's...
They're still going through at the moment with that kind of results.
On an engine that cost £1. Wow.
End of lap 3. Finley Lines leads this one from Blake Southern, Thomas Jackson, Riley Morrow, Nathaniel Gray. Charlie Wolfett, who had technical problems yesterday, is running P6, is unbeaten in finals, going back to the final round of last year's championship. Is your championship leader heading into this one, and it's this kind of day where his championship could be won or lost. Not in terms of winning race wins.
How much he recovers.
He's taller. He needs to recover back through. These are conditions that do not lean themselves towards the older, taller, more weighty of the junior drivers, but Charlie Wolfett, who's not happy at the start of the week, they found that the chassis was a bit soft. They changed it over Friday night, and the work appears to have had a positive benefit, as there down the inside was the 684 of Stanley Williams, who's done a lot of club racing so far this year, a lot of racing at Shennington, and Wilton Mill has had a go here in the British Championships. Charlie Wolfett, fastest lap of the race so far. This is the pack all around 10th place, I think it is, heading through Devitt's Corner. Teddy Cooper in the middle of all of that in the KX UK 279. Who else is running up the order? Ronnie Smart up 7 places. That's looking good for Ronnie for Jack's Motorsport. There's a move down the inside from Teddy Cooper. Gains a spot ahead of Williams. 8 minutes to go, and it's quite fraught out there, Henry.
It is. Charlie Wolfett is picking them up and putting them down. A 41.67. Hello to people watching in Bathurst, Australia, from the Netherlands. And, well, we'll have a look. Do we have anyone under investigation at the moment? I can't see on the timing screen.
281 is under investigation, which would be Findlay Lyons, would be your race leader.
Well, we're not showing replays. Blake Southern is there in second. Thomas Jackson from pole position, carrying on in third position. There is a move down at Kimbolton Corner. Look at the heat haze just shimmering off the tarmac here. And there through Stowe Corner is another move from Charlie Wolfett. Spoke to Charlie, I said, what happened? He went, I bent the track rod.
Yeah.
Got spun out, bent the track rods, no point carrying on. Well, for a driver who is, on the older age of the junior spectrum and the taller age, Gold Chain Charlie, and he does have now some Gold Chain Charlie.
Oh, sorry, kits. Henry, big one. This is big in the race, and it's big in the championship.
Wow.
Black flag Findlay Lyons. Black flag Findlay Lyons. His race is over. Now, I think he might still make the final. But if you think back to PF International, we were talking about Lyons versus Wolfett, unbeaten in the heats. That is not going to be the case today, as Riley Morrow goes down the inside of Thomas Jackson to take P4. Findlay Lyons is disqualified from this race, and if he even makes the final, is now going to need a mighty, mighty drive to keep his championship hopes going forward. There he is, out of the lead. Very unhappy, but the rules are the rules. That, I think, is back to the race start, Henry.
They were, no. That's correct. Now, of course, Findlay, obviously the Lyons family, they're running the TCR UK Championship, which is at Snetterton this weekend. The instructions were clear this morning. We are clamping down, and say, it's frustrating, and I don't want to say too much. However, and I've got the greatest respect for all these young drivers, and they are ultra talented young men and women. You have to be to race at this level. But, they are making mistakes, and they are being punished for them. And it's not for us to say, but obviously you saw it, ladies and gentlemen, going into turn number 1, first and second, moved out of the way, third place, came and moved out in first. That was Findlay Lyons. He's no longer in this race.
Blake Southern now leads this superheat, the driver who burst onto the national scene last year at Kart Masters. We talked about how he's come through the arrive and drive ranks. He's come up through the karting pathways, raced in Club 100, but that's all in the past. He is now a bona fide owner ROTAX driver. He got his first top 10 in this championship, top 6 last time out at PF International, and he continues to improve his performances. There's Laurie McVeigh, another driver who's come through from the Club 100 scene, having a really good run.
Having a really good run for Pro Train.
And, this is McVeigh down the inside. That is for P6, ahead of Nathaniel Gray. 4.5 minutes of this race to go.
Sorry, not Pro Train. He's running for Jack's Motorsport, but he's got the Project One. The Project One livery car on him. I was getting my Pro Trains and Project Ones mixed up there. Jensen Chalk, just behind this battle, there's the 216. That's Thomas Jackson, and the 222 of Riley Morrow. The human highlight reel, Riley Morrow now with Lee Taylor as his mechanic. Both being caught by Jensen Chalk for the MLC Motorsport team. And just behind, a little way behind Jensen Chalk, in fact 3 karts behind, here is your onboard kart. George Fountain, you can see just the top part of your screen, the 3 karts. That would be Morrow, that would be Jackson, Morrow and Chalk. then you've got McVeigh, then you've got Nathaniel Gray and George Fountain. Ronnie Smart is up into 9th place. Ronnie Smart started
20th.
Welcome, well, I would say welcome to the main event. He's doing everything he can to get into the main event.
Here's an interesting moment. The 2 DHRs at the front of the order.
Yep.
Now, both of them are going through here. We saw it with Jacob Ashcroft last year. Big part of Jacob Ashcroft's championship win was his ruthless efficiency of picking up championship points whilst others lost their heads and lost positions over the stages of the season. Charlie Wolford has got a great opportunity here to extend his lead in the championship and has gone down the inside and done so ahead of Blake Southern. Wolford leads at Kimbolton. Where will this put him in the final intermediate classification? It'll move him back up to 9th. Bell would be on pole position at the moment for the final. Jameson would be 2nd. McAndrew, Uren and Morrow the 2nd row. But this extra couple of points through the heat stages for Charlie Wolford could turn into championship points. And with one of his main rivals in this championship out of this race, this is not going to be where the championship is decided, but this could be a moment that we look back on in the autumn and go, that's when the tide turned. And here's a great battle on board now with George Fountain. Ahead of us, that's Thomas Jackson in the 216. Riley Morrow having to work really hard right now to hold on to 4th place. Through Derricks, through this double chicane, onto Dan Weldon Corner. It's a short run as they run towards Dan Weldon Corner, now towards Kestrel. This is where you need good exit speed. Running smoothly through Kestrel Corner and then maybe go for a bit of a dive on the brakes into Kimbolton. Not on the cards that time around because Morrow's coming it off. Here comes George Fountain. He's got past Jackson. Morrow overlooks his shoulder to the inside into Stoke Corner. There could be another chance of a switchback here as Laurie McVeigh comes flying in and is holding P7 ahead of Ronnie Smart. This is now better racing. This is what we want to see from the junior Rotax drivers in towards the bus stop. The Derricks Corner once again, and Morrow, he really is having to work very hard at this stage of the race, Henry.
He is, the human highlight reel, and of course now in karting, the biggest jump is you go from mini to junior, because that's where you go from the 950 chassis to the full-size chassis. And drivers are finding that jump very difficult indeed. So Morrow, I was speaking to Lee, extremely fast, getting involved in one too many incidents at the moment because he's still young and he's still getting used to the fact, he's got wider surroundings behind him, but undeniable speed, the Sam Pollitt racing team. Our camera car, George Fountain, up into P5 from 17th on the grid. Now, when people say, I don't want the camera, it's bad luck. Well, so far, it's been very, very good luck, because here comes George Fountain, now closing in on the back of the human highlight reel. Riley Morrow gives him a little signal there saying not to worry. Into Kestrel Corner we go, 30 seconds remaining. It's Charlie Wolford, Blake Southern, Jensen Chalk, Riley Morrow on your screen. Then it's George Fountain. Then the Project 1 livery car, Jack's Motorsports, Laurie McVeigh, Thomas Jackson. So nice to see, different names running at the front. Now, at the back of the field, there's a move. At the back of the field, Tom Reed and Lucian Smith have been going about their business as well. Up to 14th and 12th and 14th. Is that going to be enough for them? John Richardson, for the Liam Atkin racing team, he's up to 19th. I don't think that will be enough. Ronnie's, especially with people like Ronnie Smart, Toby Farthing where's Toby Farthing?
P21.
No, he's not gone. Adam Joditis, Devin Taylor, all down at the back still, so we're not going to see them. Samuel Aston was the driver on the bubble, starting 18th. Sam Aston in kart number 621 for the Vantage Racing Team. Ooh, that's going to be...
Plus 5-second penalty for 621, so I think that's going to be the end of the day for Sam Aston. We are on the final lap. Charlie Wolford is heading towards another victory, and the tide has turned here on this Kimbolton weekend. Goldshade Charlie won't start on pole position, but starts his day, his finals day, with a race victory. Blake Southern makes it a Dan Holland Racing 1-2. Jensen Chalk is in a very nice position with that third place. Second in the championship at the start of the day. Could Chalk be the one to take the fight to Woolfit at this midpoint of the season? George Fountain, brilliant drive with the onboard camera. Goes up 13 places to P4. Will make it through to the final. Riley Murrow 5th. Laurie McVeigh completes the top 6 aboard the Project 1 liveried Jack's Motorsport machine. Jack's Motorsport and Project 1 came together. It's in the Project 1 Racing Group from a couple of years ago.
Yes.
And for the organisation based down in the southeast of England. Lots to talk about, lots to ponder there, Henry, from both of those junior Rotax races.
Yes, there are people who may be joining it saying, why are we starting single file? Well, we normally wouldn't, but in juniors and seniors today, we are starting single file due to incidents that happened yesterday. It is a proactive move from the Motorsport UK officials to try and ensure that we police the racing correctly. Charlie Wolfett, Blake Southern, Jensen Chalk, George Fountain, Riley Murrow, your top 5. Laurie McVeigh, Ronnie Smart, Thomas Jackson. Then you have Cooper, Bernard, Smith, Gray, Stanley Williams, Tom Reed, Sam Aston, Connor Large, Miles Burton on the engine that cost £1, Aidan Clark, John Richardson, Sebastian Clark. That's a poor result for Sebastian Clark. Started 5th, down in 20th. Aaron Yo, I hope that Aaron Yo, Sebastian's mechanic, had his scooter stolen yesterday. I hope it has been returned. Now, look at that, Andrew.
A breeze.
A breeze. The Wera Tools, the Rotax Racing, and the Motorsport UK banners fluttering. That is quite literally wind in the willows. There it is.
There it is.
That is officially wind in the willows, because the willows is the corner and there is wind. So we, for those of you that are wondering why that, it's a decision that was taken overnight after yesterday to try and ensure better racing. And of course, we've already had 2 black flags in the first 2 races.
More racing coming up. Got 2 super heats for senior Rotax.
Which will again be single file starts. Then we'll be into Minimax, Micromax, E10 Cadet and KZ2, which will be traditional 2-wide starts, double file starts.
Keep comments coming in, keep messages of support. If you missed any of the action so far today, don't worry, you can watch it back at your leisure on the Alpha Live and Karting UK platform of channels. It's a very busy next month or so for British karting, and we've got more rounds of the British Kart Championships for all classes coming up. Wera, Wilton Mill, PF International coming up, and Kart Masters. We'll take a short break here at Kimbolton. No hydration breaks for us today, but a little pause
don't
just to
need
keep
breaks.
Keep us on time. We'll be back shortly.
Here at Demon Tweaked, you probably know us for our massive kartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Wera, what a start from the hard, heading up into the top section.
Welcome back, everybody, to Kimbolton, getting ready for the first of 2 super heats for senior Rotax. There is Ryan Gandor in his kart there. Where does Ryan start this one? Oh, right at the very back of the field, in fact. 24 drivers are getting ready for this one. Eva Morris as well, in her debut season in the senior categories, has work to do in this one. Let's get ready for it then. First of the 2 super heats for senior Rotax. Let's take you through the grid then for the first of two superheats. Freddie Lloyd starts on pole position with Leon Hasty alongside going into turn one. Well, not alongside because it'll be a single fast start for this one. Albie Lapper and Jared Fox-Whiteley on row 2. It's Joshua Graham and Joshua Smith who carries our onboard camera going from inside the top 6. Next up, Antoine Lemieux and Will Archer. Macaulay Bishop and Matteo Palazzo complete the top 10. Bishop missed out on getting a lap in qualifying yesterday, so is charged from the back through the heats. Kin Geraghty and Mikey Walker start 11th and 12th. It's then Jack Thompson and Oliver White 13th and 14th. Ewan Charman and Pearson Bullock Carter up next, ahead of Harrison Crowther and Charlie King. These are the drivers who need to move forward, otherwise it's weekend over for them. Hugh Moulton and Bailey Waters inside the top 20. Zaki Hussain and Eva Morris, Jake Fisher and Ryan Gandour. This is once again a case where if you're outside the top 36, once all the heats points are tallied up from yesterday's races and these two super heats, that is it. No repecharge, no last chance qualifying. You are out and going home.
There is Joshua Smith, our onboard camera for the KX UK team. Big names. Hello to Nanny Babs watching from the Costa del Bromley, Albie Lapper's grandmother. Always great to have family members tuning in and watching, and I hope on a personal level that Nanny Babs, who obviously suffered a personal tragedy, the loss of her husband at the end of last year, but he did get to watch Albie Lapper stand on the podium for the Team UK at the Grand Finals, and Albie is this year's Motorsport UK representative in the CIK Karting Academy senior class.
And doing very well, leading the championship.
He's only 14.
Yeah.
That young man has grown, not physically, but mentally, immeasurably over the last 2 years. We have a Hunter Motorsports kart that has ground to a halt coming out of turn number 1 and is out of the
I think it's Oliver White. I think it's the 324 of Oliver White who has come to a stop, and that could be weekend over because Oliver was due to start
Good news,
P14.
Though. Good news for people like Hugh Moulton, Eva Morris, Ray and Gandour, who have to try and race their way into the final. Eva Morris had a huge crash yesterday. Harrison Crowther involved, and Eva was quickly over to Harrison to make sure he was okay. It was one of those things as the lights go out, and now we wait. Everyone will have known what's happened in the first 2 races, and do you know what? Look at that. We've got karts going in the right direction around turn number 1. It's amazing what a couple of black flags will do.
That was better.
That was much better. Well done, drivers.
From the seniors, Freddie Lloyd has the early lead then in this race through Derricks and towards Dan Weldon Corner. Freddie Lloyd, I know I've said it before this season, but I'll say it again. I have been supremely impressed with the form that Freddie Lloyd has been in so far this season. Didn't quite have the ends to the PF International round that he would have wanted, but that's really the only time this year where it's felt like Freddie's been on the back foot. He's not on the back foot this weekend. He's leading this super heat at the end of lap 1 by 0.4 of a second from Leon Hasty, Albie Lapper 3rd, Joshua Graham is there in 4th place with the pink race lid just behind Lapper into Derrick's corner, and Lapper, as he says, has been having a really good season. Top of the standings at the moment in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. We'll head to their final round later on in the summer with a good chance of winning that title.
He does indeed, and again, credit to Albie and his mechanic Liam Wright for sticking with it through the good times and the bad, coming out of everything a lot stronger. There is Paul Spencer watching on. And that was a strange noise.
There it is, 331. Is that Mikey Walker off the road? Now that was right below us in the commentary box.
Yeah, there was a strange noise, tyres squealing. Now, up the front, talk about Freddie Lloyd. Freddie Lloyd, victorious at the Rotax Euro Trophy round 2 weeks ago in Genk. Macaulay Bishop, it's not often you say this, Macaulay Bishop was a distant third.
Ooh.
A distant third. Marvellous Marv Parrott was on the spanners for Freddie Lloyd at Genk, and I believe this weekend as well. Lloyd, he's in that rhythm. now, where man and machine working in unison. There's a move from a Guy Cunnington racing kart. That would be Matteo Palazzo.
New signing to the Guy Cunnington Racing
and that's a significant signing, because Guy Cunnington has been the spearhead of his team, and it's just getting that next driver that's not the team owner up the order. Why don't we sign Matteo Palazzo? We know we can get the job done, and he is getting the job done up at the front. Now, of course, you've got Guy Cunnington Racing. They use the Ignite engine builders now. That's the new in-house.
It's in-house,
in-house for Guy Cunnington Racing. So many licensed ROTAX service centres, and you have to be licensed by ROTAX to become a ROTAX service centre. The UK has got numerous of them. They're all very high quality. You can see the different amount of engine builders, engine service centres represented up near the front, working diligently, and still the lap times are so equal as Macaulay Bishop moves into P3.
That's a good move there from Macaulay Bishop on Albi Lapper. Macaulay Bishop making good progress here. And we talked about pivotal moments at the end of a season. I always remember with Macaulay Bishop's Senior ROTAX Championship in 2024, this wasn't the place where he won it, but this was the point where he made a critical blow to everybody else's chances on a day where, on balance, he was not the favourite. He didn't have everything quite going his way into the final, and then he just took it away from the rest of them. Don't sleep on Macaulay Bishop today, because we've seen him do it at this Kimbolton circuit before. 8 minutes in this superheat to go. There is Freddie Lloyd, though. That is the job at hand for everybody else.
Now,
we saw this at Lark Hall in the other half of the British Kart Championship classes about a few weeks ago up in Scotland, where Harrison Whittaker, for example, in that category, in the senior category, as Bishop goes down the inside of Hasty to take P2. The likes of Bishop, Hasty, Lapper, Graham, they're all driving great, but Freddie Lloyd's just driving that little bit better at the moment.
That's
Let's
just the
see
only
what
word
can
to describe
happen
it.
in the second half of this race.
We saw Mikey Walker recovering from an incident earlier. We didn't see it on the live feed, but I believe we have a replay. Let's have a look. Coming on at the start-finish line. Oh, and there was 3 karts involved. And that was a case, and he's not happy, but there was one that was front wheel to rear wheel contact, and that was just a case of, and Mikey Walker getting spun around. He was sort of the Jack's filling in the middle of a Jack's sandwich. Luckily everyone is okay. That's where the incident happened yesterday between Eva Morris and another KR kart, and Harrison Crowther came along and saw 2 karts in the middle of the track and was like, I'm either gonna go head first into Eva Morris's kart, or I'm going to take my chances with a Marshall post. He took his chances with the Marshall post. Jeffrey Crowther was busy reframing that chassis this morning. What was good, though, about that accident yesterday is that Eva Morris was straight over to Harrison to say, are you okay? Because I think she realised Harrison could have made a decision. Here is Josh Smith through the willows, past the new grandstand, on the straight leading into Derek. Smith currently running in 8th position, chasing Cian Geraghty, Ewan Charman. We talk about the new generation of ROTAX stars, and you've got 7 of them at the front. You've got Lloyd, you've got Bishop, you've got Lapper, Hasty, Graham, Charman, Geraghty. I'm not saying that the likes of Smith, Crowther and Jarrett Fox-Whiteley aren't amongst them, but again, Lloyd currently leading multiple championships. He's the reigning senior X30 British champion. Macaulay Bishop, British senior ROTAX champion, reigning Grand Finals champion. Albi Lapper on the podium of the Junior ROTAX Grand Finals last year. Leon Hasty, a British Open winner. Joshua Graham, Ewan Charman, Cian Geraghty have all been to the Grand Finals and succeeded multiple times. Harrison Crowther now into P8. You can see the 317 kart, that Coles Racing Red Speed chassis, which just gets introduced to the grass coming off Dan Weldon corner. That is a brand new chassis this morning. Here we go with the 384. It was Oliver White who we saw retiring on the opening lap. Now, Eva Morris has only gained 2 places. She's up to 20th. Not good enough to get her into the main event just yet. However, Canada's Ryan Gandor is on an absolute charge, and he is bringing Hugh Moulton with him. Gandor and Moulton are currently running just outside the top 10 behind Jared Fox-Whiteley. In fact, you'll see them at the back of our camera shot there. So there's Gandor in the KR Sports machine, and just behind the Coles Racing Kart of Moulton. They're racing their way in to the main event.
I think Zaki Hussein's giving it a good go as well further down the road. He's gained 4 places so far. He's up to P17. We'll need a few more than that to start towards the back. We've got 4.25 minutes of this race to go. Just been monitoring the sector times and lap times between the top 2 at the moment. Bishop's slightly quicker than Lloyd, but we're talking hundredths, not tenths right now. And, well, it's not as hot here today. What is the air temperature at the moment? 24 degrees in the shade.
Absolutely
perfect. They are good karting conditions, but again, the drivers will not want to take too much out of themselves at this stage of the day, with a big final coming up later on. 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Just to be clear as well, Lloyd wins this race, he'll be on pole for the final. Nobody in the second superheat will be able to beat his heat score. Here's a good, oh dear, as off goes Matteo Palazzo. That was a good scrap involving Guy Cunnington Racing's new driver, but it's not anymore. Palazzo cascades down the order now. I think he'll be okay. He started 10th in this race, so was in the top 20 overnight, but that's not how the Scottish driver would have wanted to finish this superheat.
It looked to me as though Palazzo had lost the position and was trying to just tuck back in behind the Dan Holland Racing kart, and just narrowly misjudged tucking in and just clipped the rear end of the Dan Holland Racing kart with his front tyre that speared him off into the grass, the very well manicured grass, I must say, as we look at Smith going into Derek's corner now, out of Derek's, and around Dan Weldon up the Kestrel Straight. Further to the back, there's the number 361 car, Will Archer. Not a good start from Will Archer. Started 8th. Said he was removed, shall we say, from turn 1. As you're looking at Amelia Nelson, one of the media members here. She does a lot of work for Jag Rotax social media, or has done in the past. As we watch the karts come through the willows, so you can see the size of those curves. And it is, you know, I love old school tracks because they have old school curves. You know, they've been in that in situ here at Kimbolton since 1959. And of course, yes, things have been changed and modified over the years, but no room for error. And I have to say, unfortunately, it's not great news for Harry Taylor or Findlay Lines, but they were the examples that have been made. And it's no coincidence that we had a nice, clean start to this race. There is the KX UK. That is Josh Smith. Here we are on board with him through Derek's. And you can see the weathered tarmac. You know, this chews the tyres. Look at the graining on Smith's right front tyre there. You know, that mojo is being given an absolute shellacking by Smith and all the drivers. It's hot. The tarmac is abrasive. And tyre conservation, we haven't talked about that much. That will come into play later in the finals. Because, okay, we've got 2 races today, but these drivers are the same tyres they ran yesterday, aren't they?
They are indeed. Yes. I was just having a watch there of Ryan Gandor's body language at the wheel. He's gained 14 places in this race. It's very easy for a driver to overdrive in this scenario. He had to think about going for a move there on Joshua Smith, but I think took the right decision and go, no. It's no good jumping up 14, 15 positions if you then end up over the front of someone's front fairing and undo all of your work. Exactly. So Ryan's got to he's got to fight the racing driver's urge at the moment to just keep overtaking, because he's got a good number of positions at this stage. This should be enough to get him through into the final. Doesn't want to ruin it now.
No. And Ryan Gandor, who you'd be familiar to British audiences, has raced in the UK. He is Canadian. moving up to seniors for the first time this year. Struggled in Genk 2 weeks ago, but I saw him at the start of the year in Houston for the Rotax Winter Trophy in the gym working really hard.
Yeah.
And it was a bit of a joking with him, but he was like, no, I'm working really hard. And his team and Jay Southern, around him said, look, no, he's in the gym, he is working. Antoine Lemieux, who finished in the top 10 in the junior Rotax Grand Finals back in 2024 at Sarno. Antoine, also now with DHR, is running in 13th position. Antoine's sister, Frederique Lemieux, she has just stopped karting because she is on her way to be, she's a very, very intelligent, gifted young lady, concentrating on her education. But education, well, nothing is like racing education than a race win, and that is what Freddie Lloyd has just achieved here. 2.5 seconds up the road from Macaulay Bishop, but Bishop, well, Macaulay had to come calling from 9th on the grid. Albie Lapper, 3rd. Leon Hasty in 4th. Joshua Graham, Cian Geraghty, Harrison Crowther in 7th. Harrison, we had a chat this morning, and Harrison was ambivalent, should we say, towards the start procedure, but it's worked well, and look at that right front tyre. That Mojo tyre from Josh Smith getting out of the kart. You can there are still bubbles in it. There are still, you can see the two holes in the tyre. That is something, but the rest of it, you have to be very, very careful indeed.
So for the second time this season, Freddie Lloyd will start on pole position for a final in the British Kart Championships in the Rotax, senior Rotax category. He did so at PF International. Will the final go a better way for Lloyd than last time out? That's the 3rd time this year that Lloyd has taken a full complement of 65 championship points to go with his win at Warden Law for the first round. Lloyd picking up good points there. Bishop's 2nd, Lapper 3rd in that race. This is only the first of the superheats, so the rest of the grid still to be determined off the results of what we see in Superheat B.
Multicoloured crash helmet for Macaulay Bishop. Finally, we have, and look at that. Rotax Grand Final champion, 4 British titles. By Army Cadet, Junior Rotax, Junior X30, Senior X30, and Senior Rotax. So there's 5 British titles there. Because he won both junior. He is Senior X30 British champion, isn't he? No. Was I lying? No, of course he's not, because it was Gus Lawrence. So Senior X30 is the one. So 4 different classes, 4 British titles for Macaulay Bishop. And finally, Ian and Kitty splashed out on a helmet, a kit for him. A nice new painted crash helmet. But that is, when you're sitting behind it, that's nice, because obviously you have the World Cup. The teams that have won a FIFA World Cup have got the gold star on their kits. Well, that's Macaulay's version. Everyone behind him, and we're listening. There's Harrison Crowther, Rayan Gandor, and Josh Smith. Cian Geraghty sitting down. Of course, Cian dovetailing karting and cars this year. For those of you that are thinking that it's a healthy exhale of breath from Cian Geraghty. He's a very fit young man, is Cian, as all these drivers are. They're in the gym constantly working, and even then, after just a pre-final, water being taken on board, drivers sitting down.
Now the crucial bit is this is post the weigh bridge.
Yes. They've all weighed before they can have a drink. There's you and Charman chatting away with the Hunter Motorsport driver Jack Thompson. We do like listening in. There's Zach Bolton, who hasn't got a watch on.
Yes.
No, he hasn't, because he almost won a Tag Heuer watch and I got the number wrong. Most embarrassing, which he reminds me of. I wouldn't say, yes, every time I see him. But Zach Bolton there, mechanicking for the number 375 of Charlie King.
And this is for the uninitiated, one of the aspects that the mechanics need to keep on top of. Tyres will come off the
Kart Ferme
and go into Part Ferme. I like the setup here at Kimbolton. You were talking about the gantry with the in and the out.
Yes.
And those in and outs go either
There is
side
the gantry
of
on the back.
of the tyre park, which is just to our right as we're looking at this.
Yep.
I was standing down there doing some name checks during some of the sessions yesterday, and the efficiency down there, because the folks working down in the tyre park, they've got tyres but coming in and out at the same time. And it's like a carousel of tyres, naming kart numbers and keeping that turned over. Really good work.
Hunts Kart Club, they do a lot with a little. Now, we've got one senior ROTAX Superheat left to go. It's Superheat B, and it's coming right up.
So we've seen the first half of the field for Senior ROTAX. Here's the second half for their Superheats. Guy Cunnington starts on pole position. If he wins this race, he'll be on the front row for the final. Harry Freeman, P2 for the start of this one. Jack Lilly and Oliver Smith, third and fourth. Victor Hansen and Finley Jones, they complete the top 6.
Daniel Kilpatrick and Noah Barham on row number 7. Oliver Liversedge and Jack West, row 8. Harrison Whitcomb and Lorenzo Cordal on row number 6.
Joshua Turnbull starts 13th ahead of George Cole. Matty Hingley, the winner last time out, completes the top 15 for this one. James Tester and Eli Singh Bannon returning ahead of Rex Ashley. We'll go round again for one more formation lap.
There's the 5 drivers currently not qualified for the main event. Ollie Miller, Leo Steed, Miles Roby, Alfie Littler and Connor Tubby. They need to make progress up the field and hope that the drivers that they are fighting with, lower reaches of the top 36 in points, have a bad race. They've got to get ahead. Okay, interesting things to note. Guy Cunnington, last time Guy Cunnington won a round with the British Senior ROTAX Championship, 2019. Let's have a look. You've got new team for Harrison Whitcomb, for Origin Motorsport, the half English, half Dubai-based team set up by the Surtees family. Matty Hingley. This shows how competitive this is. Winner earlier this year, starting 15th. At risk of not even making the main event. So this is pressure for Matty Hingley. Get through turn 1 cleanly and then go about and see what you can do to get up the order, because you're not going to be starting at the front, but a good result here means you're not completely out the back. You still have a chance. But what about the last surviving member of the ROTAX G8? The G8, Kai Hunter, Reese Hunter, Matthew Higgins, Lewis Gilbert, Mark Kimber, Callum Bradshaw, Sean Butcher and Guy Cunnington. Those 8 drivers, they are the main 8 drivers that have elevated ROTAX karting in the UK to global domination. And Cunnington is the only one of those 8 on the grid this year. And a little bit of experience. A little bit of experience. What can Guy do against the rampantly chasing pack? And the answer is try and get away like a scalded cat and go around again.
So that is effectively a false start.
But the race has not begun.
The race has not started. The green lights were not shown to the drivers that time around. So we'll go round for another formation lap in effect. Cunnington from Freeman, Lilly, Smith, Hansen, Jones, Kilpatrick, Barham, Liversedge, West. That is your top 10. Harrison Whitcomb starts 11th for this one. Lorenzo Cordal, who's had some really good results through the heats and the super heats so far this year, would love to get through into another final. Love to maybe even break up into the top 10 in a final here today. That's what he's been aiming for so far this year. Joshua Turnbull and George Cole, they're up next. Then Matty Hingley, 21-point lead in the championship for Hingley heading into today. But the likes of Joshua Turnbull and Freddie Lloyd already in good position. This could be an important race for Hingley to keep as much of that championship lead as possible. It's going to be trimmed in some shape or form with Lloyd on pole position for the final. That's confirmed already. He's already getting the 65 championship points. Who's going to be alongside him, though, on the front row of the grid? That's not really what we want to see. That's not how a single file start should be starting. And we've not started again.
Yep.
Now, that was the opposite end of the spectrum that time, Henry.
That was, Guy Cunnington, it is he can lead the field to the line. He is the driver that dictates the pace. Usually we would say it is Guy Cunnington and Harry Freeman's job. Oh dear, that
Eli
is
Singh
Eli Singh-Baden for the Cato Motorsports team out of the race. Guy Cunnington, it is now his sole responsibility. He dictates the pace. He came out of Kimbolton corner, and drivers behind thought, right, we're going to go. And Guy Cunnington said, well, I'm not ready to go yet.
No,
and I'm the one
we've
that
not gone
dictates
over
the
the
pace.
acceleration
So
line.
we had a mess. And now, yeah, go on, old man, try Guy Cunnington. Yeah.
If Guy's an old man, what are we?
We are, well, you're okay. I am a dinosaur. We all know that anyway.
Right.
Now, here we go again. And this is where drivers behind. That's better. There we go, drivers. Look at that. Single file to the line. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Guy Cunnington gets right out of the way. There is experience for you. Oh, and some item of karting ephemera gets spat into the barriers. There's a Marshall running out. It's a shiny piece of silver. Is that a shiny piece of chain guard? Or we'll have to see. Well, if it was important, we're about to see one driver retire from the race. We're probably going to see one driver get technical flag, but we'll have to wait and see what that was. It could quite happen. It could have been a spanner or a wrench that was left on a cart. But Guy Cunnington, that's experience. Cross the line, gets off the inside line to take the racing line and says, if anybody wants to dive up the inside, that's okay. You go for it. I'm taking the racing line, and he escapes unscathed.
Good stuff then from Guy Cunnington, who leads at the end of the first lap. Freeman second, Lilly third, as that's getting close again, involving one of the Jack's Motorsport runners. That was Oliver Liversidge getting through past Noah Barham for the Dan Holland Racing Team. Jack West at the back of the field as well. Lorenzo Cordal, technical flag. Oh dear.
It was a part of a zip.
Is that the part that we saw flying off a kart at turn 1? We believe so. That could be that's going to be nervy. That's going to be really nervy to see whether Lorenzo Cordal makes it through to the top 36. He was in the top 25 overnight, so he had a bit of margin. Now, if it is the chain guard, as that's looking a little bit close, that's very close, 4 wide. Harrison Whitcomb around the outside. That's where one of his races here last year ended in a clash with another driver. That was well done by Harrison Whitcomb. Back down the inside. Is that Jack West going for the move in the number 9 machine? And Matty Hingley's in this group as well. Hingley has survived the first lap. There he is. Lorenzo Cordal out of it. So it's not the chain guard that's come off.
That's come off. That exhaust is at the fine angle. He looks it now. Is he? No, I don't think he can go back out, but I think that could be game over. Now the driver, we've got 3 wide going into turn number 2. That's Lily Smith and Victor Hansen. It's the driver in the bright yellow and purple kart that was looking a little bit, was looking very, very racy. Is that the 3-2-3? I'm looking to try and see who that was. Finley Jones, yeah, privateer driver, was getting a little bit racy. But again, for a privateer to be starting 6th in the superheat at the British Championship, that is extremely impressive. And now Finley just doesn't want to lose his cool.
Good work from Daniel Kilpatrick there a couple of corners ago. Victor Hansen was a little bit too deep into Dan Weldon corner, and Kilpatrick just held it down on the inside. Gains a position up to P5, but loses it now as Hansen responds back down the inside into Stowe. That's going to be close through the willows, but they get away with it. Noah Barham's back up to P7 as well there in the all-white helmet. Through Derricks they go. This is a good scrap between Hansen, Kilpatrick and Barham. And Oliver Liversidge, the championship novice, has raced in other levels of the karting pathway, but hasn't got as much experience in the British Kart Championships as Barham's down the inside on his teammate.
Good work.
Don't often see a move through Kestrel, but Barham made that work.
And Kilpatrick made things worse for himself by running a little bit wide, and that allows Matty Hingley to go through, I believe. That is Hingley cracking the top 10. And there he is to the inside, picks up another place, going into the willows. This battle is for the lower reaches of the top 10. There are several drivers the back of this battle pack that are scrapping just to make it in to the main event. The 3-2-0 of Daniel Kilpatrick at the head of this group. There's Miles Roby. Miles Roby needs a good result. He is closing in on the top 15.
3-3-8. Technical flag. That is Oliver Smith in 4th place.
Oh.
So Oliver Smith is going to be out of contention now. Oliver should be fine for making it through. He started a good way up the order as there's the 3:55 of Miles Roby trying to recover. Had a non-compliance DQ yesterday. Needs to work himself up the order. Was one of those outside the top 36 overnight. Where is Roby up to? Well, he's gained 8 places. This is a good run from Miles. This is what we like to see. Black flag now for Oliver Smith. That will be because there's been 3 showings of that technical flag and it's not been responded to.
Ah, yes. Miles Roby, pace has been the problem up until the start of this year. Pace is no longer the problem. It's now just racing luck. And there is no right-hand bumper cover on the number 338 Kart. That is why he has been black flagged off the circuit. Roby is at the MLC Motorsport team, the P1 Power, powering Miles Roby. The package is now together. The driver is getting his head around karting and is moving forward. So it's now just racecraft. The pace is not a problem anymore. Roby now just having to navigate all the various little trials and tribulations that occur in any kart race when you are fighting towards the sharp end. There's the Origin Motorsport machine. That is an OTK chassis for Harrison Whitcomb. New team this weekend for Harrison, but he's got his regular mechanic Liam Smith on the tools, so familiarity. There's Finley Jones. He's got the Liam Atkin Racing race suit on, but that is a privateer entered chassis. Good to see Liam Atkin Racing. Good to see Vantage Racing here in the paddock. New teams joining the British fraternity.
A few notes from race control, and some of them could be quite consequential. We've got 3 under investigations out there for Daniel Kilpatrick. That may be for one of the moves that we saw earlier. Harrison Whitcomb and Guy Cunnington, the race leader, is under investigation. I wonder, though, that was the earliest of the notifications on our screen. Apologies, we didn't catch up with it a couple of minutes ago. Could that be for one of those falsies?
Did Guy Cunnington go before the start box, I wonder? We'll have to wait and see. And of course, a man of Guy's experience, I had to go early because that was the best way to make sure that we all got round the first corner clearly. I was thinking of the other drivers when I went early. So, you know, I should be penalised for helping my rivals. Well, that's what I'd be saying if I were Guy Cunnington.
4 minutes and 40 to go. Here's Matty Hingley, championship leader, is doing the business right now, is up to P7. Now P6 is ahead of Oliver Liversidge, as we can see on screen there. It's the fastest man on circuit at this point. This will do nicely for the championship leader into and through Kimbolton corner.
The 338, that was the black flag that is on our screen. That's already been served by Smith. Served by Smith. Lorenzo Cordal is not in the race. Eli Baden has retired. Alfie Littler is the last driver still running in 20th position. But Littler, Steed, Tubby, Ollie Miller, Rex Ashley, they were all down towards the back. They've all gained a few places, but not enough.
No.
Who do we think? Miles Roby is probably the only driver that started outside the top 18 who is racing his way in, although with Eli Singh-Baden not finishing and being 33rd in points, Eli Singh-Baden, he is out of contention. It does open the door. So Roby, for the MLC Motorsport team, the 355, doing an excellent job.
3 minutes and 20 seconds of this race to go.
Must have had an extra shot in his coffee this morning for Miles Roby to get him up the order.
Up to speed.
Yes.
There is the front runners heading towards Kestrel corner. calmed down this one, although as I say that, we've got another investigation underway for James Tester in the 3:27, currently running 14th, up 2 spots. Matty Hingley, another new fastest lap of the race. How much confidence do you think Matty Hingley will have got from that win last time out, Henry? It had been a while coming.
Yes.
There were a few second places along the way, I think particularly back to Dunk as well last year, where if it's not for...
It was his first win since 2020 when he was battling Matty Higgins in junior Rotax. So you think, it's not a case of like that the driver forgot how to win. It's a case of how competitive it is. And okay, Matty took Matty took a couple of years out to help his older brother Ben run the Ultimate R team. But of course, Ultimate R, a family-run team. They've got some fantastic facilities here in the paddock. Ultimate R, they've got some great people working around them. It just goes to show how hard it is to break into the winner's circle. Guy Cunnington, has Guy Cunnington Racing won a race in the British Kart Championship since its formation? I'm not sure it has. Well, there is Liam Smith. That's Harrison Whittaker's mechanic watching on. You've got the MLC Motorsport team next to him. Great to see 2017 Senior Rotax Grand Finals champion Brett Ward back in the paddock. He's working with the MLC Motorsport team. Haven't seen Brett in a long time. He's an asset to British karting, is Brett Ward, in every respect. The way he conducts himself, his personality, his driving talent, and what he can give to now a younger generation of drivers. And I've got to say, Brett's loving being back in the paddock.
Brilliant move there from Matty Hingley down the inside of Victor Hansen. That was for P4 on the brakes into Derricks. We've got just over 60 seconds of this race to go. Just a little quip from myself. It came to my mind as we saw Liam there with the bucket hat. It's been one of the things I've really enjoyed these last few weeks as Europe and the UK has been dealing with these heat waves of the various different hats.
Yes, the bucket hats.
The cooling and shade solutions from some of our mechanics in karting have been absolutely brilliant. My favourite is still Ben Platten's combo of bowler hat and microfiber cloth at Wackersdorf a couple of weekends ago.
Bowler hat and microfiber cloth. Well done, Ben Platten. Mind you, when you see Ben Platten, he's got less hair than me, so he needs all the help.
All the protection
the help he can get. Here we are, 20 seconds to go. Guy Cunnington, the veteran of the grid, leading. Harry Freeman, second. Jack Lilly, Matty Hingley, Victor Hansen, Noah Barham, Harrison Whitcomb, Oliver Liversedge, Finley Jones and Jack West, your top 10. Followed by Kilpatrick, Roby, Turnbull, Tester, Cole, Tubby and the rest as the clock strikes 0.
There's Harrison Whitcomb on your screens. New colours of the decal kits for the Origin Motorsport team. We regularly see Harrison racing in the other side of the British Kart Championships formulas.
You mean the IAMI side?
Yes.
Oh, okay, yes, that one. I'm allowed to.
You're allowed to say that.
I can say it's Harrison and Freddie Lloyd both doing double Senior X30 and Senior Rotax. Harrison, looking over his shoulder, asked Harrison, is it coming home? He said, I don't care.
He doesn't care.
I don't care.
From Wales. He is top of the international karting ranking, we'll just note it for UK drivers going into this weekend.
So that might be coming home to Wales. Yes, to Wales. Okay, here we go. Final lap. Guy Cunnington showing the rest a clean pair of heels. And I've got to say, well done to Guy and his family, stalwarts of this sport, still showing senior karting can be for non-teenagers. You can be a senior, you can be a grown man in your 20s and still race at senior Rotax level, the British Championship, and get it done. That's good for karting. Gets out, gloves down. There, Team UK, Harry Freeman. Haven't talked enough about Harry Freeman. So unlucky. We all saw it. Don't go into it. He was so unlucky. He was 2 corners away from being Junior Rotax Grand Finals champion last year. Nobody is owed a ticket for the Grand Finals. Nobody is owed anything. You make it. Harry Freeman you know, he's not owed, but if anyone deserves a ticket, it's him.
Well, the positive from that result for Harry Freeman, that is going to be his best championship score of the season so far. This is how they will line up on the grid provisionally for the senior Rotax final later on. It will be Lloyd on pole, Cunnington at second, Freeman third, Hasty fourth, Lapper, Lilly, Bishop, Graham, Hanson and Fox Whiteley completing the top 10. Those are off provisional results at this stage of the day. We got to move on though, because next out on circuit, it's Minimax. Let's take you through the grid then for Minimax. Austin Oman starts on pole position. Oscar Kenny, who's been in good form so far in the summer, starts alongside on the front row. Maximilian Abrahart and Otis Cleary go from row 2. James Roots and Jack Fulbrook-Harmer go from row number 3.
Joshua Cook, Teddy Murphy, Dian Singh Pahal, Dimitar Uzanov, Lewis Herbertson and Oliver Butchard. Watch for that young man. He's something special. Charlie Page, Eddie Duncan, Ralph Martin, Sebastian Behrman, Flynn Grantham and Logan Rolfe on row number 9.
Row 10, Will Eden and Arthur Farrow, Alfie Phillipson and Riley Blakemore go from 11, Maria Roberto and Soren Gallagher go from 12. Rest of the order, James Devereaux and Ethan Lloyd on 13, Jensen Skeffington and Hugo Torpy on 14, Jackson Hilton and Ayrton Galsworthy complete the 30-strong field. No threat of a cut-off here. All of these drivers, all being well, will make it through to the final. Very close championship picture. Oman leading by 3 points over Cook. Roots a further 3 behind. This could be a big day for the Minis. We are racing side by side down towards Stowe Corner. Can Oman make it through the first corner unscathed? That's a good start from the Minis. That's how it's done. Into the Willows. Austin Oman, who had a great run through the heats and the superheat at PF International last time out, was a mere couple of laps away for the perfect weekenders. Out
146.
is the 146 of James Devereaux. James Devereaux for the MLC team will not go any further in this one. Will still make the final, of course, because there's 30 runners in this one. No threat of a top 36 or outside of it cut off, but that is not what Devereaux would have wanted for the start of this finals day.
Look at Ethan Lloyd deep in the pack, and that left front tyre, wow, that has taken some abuse, because of course when you're in the pack the air is hotter, and a crossover
Abrahart.
Whoa, well done Max Abrahart. That was a crossover and a half, and it's gained him 2 places in the number 161. Hello to the Italian arm, Giuseppe Maduri, saying Amatissimo Dian Singh Pahal. Dian Singh Pahal, he's no, this is not family. This is just people in Italy who have seen Dian's progress, is really taken by him and his talents, and they tune in from Italy to watch Dian race wherever he races. And they also provide a little bit of sponsorship, I believe, which is very generous of them. But the Minimax grid, that is a standard 2-wide start, because yesterday the Minimax field were behaving themselves into turn number 1, and lo and behold, we got everyone around turn number 1 cleanly again today. Now, is that a Guy Cunnington Minimax kart, livery kart? Or no, that was Charlie Page's privateer machine. And there's Ethan Lloyd talking about tyre wear. In the middle of the pack, I think that might be Ethan Lloyd going for a spin. The 135, Logan Rolfe. It's not going well for Logan. When you're in a pack of karts, as the number 153, Lewis Herbertson goes up, oh dear. And that is Maria Roberto, who she was close to getting a ticket to the grand finals at the Euro Trophy in Genk recently. She's driving really well. It's not to be here for her today, as Joshua Cook slides up the inside.
Cook, the winner at Warden Law, and is definitely in the championship fight this year. Back down the inside there, Oscar Kenny. Oh, that's good from Cook, but I say Oscar Kenny has really come into form in the middle part of this season. He's not giving this one up. Jack Fulbrook-Harmer's there as well. Ooh. Down the inside out of, and Kenny gets all over the curb there. Does well to keep control of that. The bottom of the chassis has just been grinding along the curb there.
Just, just smoothing it out. That's all it was. Oscar Kenny, the newest member of Team UK. for this year's Rotax Grand Finals. It's Dimi Uzanov on that Birol defending. Here comes Ethan Lloyd. How close do you want to be into Stowe Corner? Good move by Ethan Lloyd, and I'm trying to see who that might have been on. It was on an MLC kart, I think. Ethan Lloyd had a spin earlier on. It was actually passing Aidan Goldsworthy for Origin Motorsport, so not an MLC kart. There's Charlie Page, the 114, looking over his shoulder. A lot of looking over shoulders going on down the TKM straight into Kimbolton Corner. There's Dimi Uzanov. In Rotax, he runs for the JPD UK, Jason Dredge's team. Effectively a one-man band. But Uzanov, the Bulgarian heritage driver, who's racing again. He's racing in Mini Swift as well. It is Water Swift.
Yeah.
Water Swift. We call it Mini Swift in America. I do apologise. Doing double duty. And here's Ethan Lloyd. Look at this pack of karts. We're talking about when you're in a pack of karts, tyres do tend to overheat a lot more. It's aero push, and overheating tyres are coming into karting more and more. That is not a healthy nose cone for Teddy Murphy in the 177 kart. As Oscar Kenny, you have a little look there. That nose cone is all over the shop, I have to say.
New fastest lap from Joshua Cook, 43.92 seconds, looking to pull away from that pack. Currently sitting in 5th place, or has pulled away from the pack, as has Fulbrook, Harmer, Murphy, Uzanov, Dean Singh Pahal in there. Dean was another, if we've not mentioned it already, of the British Kart Championships trio. I hear...
Yes, you're going to say something very funny here. I know what you're going to say.
Formula One run a very, very tight timetable.
You think the timetable of the British Kart Championship is intricate? You ain't seen nothing yet.
But when you're
10, 11,
when you're Dean Singh Pahal, and you stood alongside Lando Norris, and you stood alongside Lewis Hamilton, you've got to ask him a question.
You've got to have a chat with him, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're going to ignore the various people waving arms saying, you've got to leave, you've got to leave. You don't care. And you know what? Lewis Hamilton and Lando Norris
both
didn't
had a good
care.
chat with him.
Yeah. And so Dean Singh Pahal is single-handedly responsible for delaying the timetable of the British Grand Prix simply because he needed to speak to Lando and Lewis, and they needed to speak to him. Yeah, we saw Maria Roberto with the Alice in Wonderland crash helmet watching forlornly from the side. But yeah, you know, timetables mean nothing when you're dealing with...
It's not your priority as a driver.
No, it's not.
That's what we have timekeepers for.
And you know what? The Formula 1 drivers, they didn't care about the timetable either, because it's not often that you have, and again, Emerson and Andy Stewart and Dean Singh Pahal, they were all presenting the trophies. Dean Singh Pahal, he presented Lando Norris with his trophy for coming second in the Silverstone sprint race, and of course he's going to have a chat with him. But he will not tell us what they spoke about.
Yeah,
it remains
secret.
Yep, just between Lando, Lewis, and Dean.
Let's head down to Keel Lynch. Keel, what do you have for us?
Thank you very much, boys. I'm here at Turn 1. We've been getting some brilliant insight of the racing. What a day we've had so far. Austin Oman, though, another good start after the 2 heat wins he's had so far. We spoke to his dad yesterday after he won the Excellence Award from PF. He was saying the dynamic between the two of them as his mechanic can be a slight challenge, clearly paying off for them today once again. Oscar Kenny, though, difficult for him after the pole position he had. We heard from him earlier on in the build-up show, but it looks like now down here from Turn 1 he's making the places back up. Let's head straight back to the box, though, with that said.
Yeah, it's good scrap going on here for some of the key positions in this race. James Roots trying to hold on there inside the KR Sport 175 of Joshua Cook. Otis Cleary in this mix as well. Been very impressed with Otis Cleary so far this year. Cook goes back down the inside of Roots. 4.25 minutes of this race to go. This is good news for Austin Oman fans, because Austin is now going to be 2 seconds clear of this quintet running inside the top 6. Teddy Murphy a little bit further back in P7. Who's making good progress in this race in the middle part of the pack, because that is Dimi Yuzanov down the inside of Dean Singh Pahal. That's the battle for 8th place. Jackson Hilton, we should note, up 14 places for Jackson, one of the novices for the championship, running with Dan Holland Racing. Best result so far this weekend of P22. Well, at the moment, Jackson up 14 places and into the top 15, looking for a first top 15 for so far this weekend.
Last year's Honda Cadet British champion Riley Blakemore, with lots of support from the Cannon family. That's, I would imagine, Archie Cannon's family up in Scotland, a former, rival in Honda Cadet. Blakemore running in 18th position. It's a hard thing. Here's a good battle though, as we've got 3 minutes of the race remaining. The 161 of Max Abrahart, then Otis Cleary, the 122. Further back there is a move. That's Dean Singh Bahal going through on
Oscar Kenny and Dimi Yuzanov.
Dimi Yuzanov now trying to fight back and pass Kenny as well. This is for 8th, 9th, 10th with Sebastian Behrman 11th in the number 10 Kart. So Behrman, last year's 10th seeded driver. There he is for Sam Pollitt Racing. Eddie Duncan in the 167 next in line. Then you have the number 1, 2, 6. That's a Thule Motorsport Kart.
Flynn Grantham.
It is Flynn Grantham.
2.25 minutes of this race to go then. Here comes your battle once again over the line for 9th place. Kenny defends the inside. Big slingshot round the outside, potentially coming in here. Oh, this could be a good move from one of the SPR. Sebastian Behrman gets in there, but he's going to lose out in all of that. Dimi Yuzanov takes both positions there. That was a good effort from Sebastian Behrman around the outside, just ran out of road.
Yeah, Charlie Page almost gets squeezed wide there. In fact, Page in the number 114 losing a couple of positions as well. Now falls back behind Jackson Hilton in what would be, I would say, about 11th or 12th position. Oh, that's 14th position now. Oliver Butchard for MLC Motorsport. He's dropped back a little bit. He's a very, very talented driver from the UAE. Family are from Liverpool. His dad, Gavin, is not here. He's got his uncle here watching. Nathan Chafer is mechanicking for him. And there's a move from Josh Cook on the number 122 of Otis Cleary for what is 3rd position. Josh Cook has been unbeatable in Europe this year.
Yeah.
He has won all 3 of the Minimax European Cup events. He's won the Italian Cup, the German Cup, and the Belgian Cup in the Euro Trophy. And he will head back the 2024 Rotax Grand Finals. Micromax champion will head back to the Grand Finals for a 3rd time this year.
Not long to go in this race. 40 seconds to be exact, as Charlie Page goes down the inside of not one but 2 drivers. He's going to be on the outside for the next corner. That was in the scrap with the likes of Jackson Hilton and Oscar Kenny. And in fact, it's Kenny who's won out in that one. Back further up the road, though, Maximilian Abrahart having a look over the shoulder. Maximilian Abrahart going into this round hasn't had a happy time through the heat. Now, he's always come back through 5th in the final at Warden Law, 3rd in the final at PF. Could this be the day where Maximilian Abrahart takes that next step? Because as things stand, he's going to be starting on the front row of the grid for the final. He's had his overtaking shoes on so far this year. He's had a lot of good race pace. That could be a problem for Oman in the final.
Yeah, and if you cast your mind back to 2024, Abrahart, when he was in Micromax, was very, very quick indeed. The Travis Perkins sponsored driver. There is the number 177 of Sam Pollitt Racing's Teddy Murphy with his skew-if nose cone, but Austin Oman out of the picture up the road by 2.5 seconds. Then we've got 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th all in a line. Abrahart, Cook, Cleary, Roots and Fulbrook Harmer. Jack Fulbrook Harmer, whose dad came to my aid in Belgium recently when the hire car that was not mine died. And maybe because it had the wrong petrol in it, or diesel.
Oh dear.
It wasn't my hire car, and I couldn't possibly tell you.
Oh, round the outside, Cook on Abraham. That's a belter. That's a great move from Joshua Cook. Checkered flag is out. Austin Oman will be on pole position for the final later today in Minimax. Cook P2, Abraham P3, Cleary and Roots in the top 5, Fulbrook Harmer 6th, Murphy 7th. And look at this over the line. Dean Singh Bahal 8th, Dimi Uzanov did just hold on there in that big pack. 4 P9, Flint Grantham comes home in the top 10.
That was an outstanding pass from Josh Cook. I mean, well, you know it's an outstanding pass where the lad that you've just overtaken, in this case, it would be Maximum Abrahart, is straight up on. It was actually
Otis Cleary.
It was Otis Cleary. He was up there, you know, who had a bird's eye view, came over to shake Josh Cook. I say, good move, son. Good move. Abrahart sitting in his car, still not. Well, you know, it's in basketball. You call it being put on a poster. So you've got the freeze frame shot of the player jumping up and slam dunking the ball,
Michael
the
Jordan
basket.
moment.
Yes, it's the poor person who's underneath the hoop that has just been jumped over. That's what you call being put on a poster. Because you're on the poster, but you don't want to be on the feature. No, you're not the feature. Max Abrahart there was put on a poster by Joshua Cook. There's Austin Oman going through, and I love that. That was Keogh Lynch, mid-race reporter, saying the dynamic between father and son, mechanic and driver, can be interesting. That means I'm not listening to you, Dad. I don't care how good you were. You're my dad, and it's my job not to listen to my parents.
But he's on pole.
Says the owner of a teenager himself. Trust me, I know this.
But the good news is for, once again, Austin Oman will be on pole position for the final. No championship stage point score worse than 4th so far this season for Austin Oman. That's some good consistency through this first half of the season. Abrahart will still be alongside on the front row as things stand. Cleary and Cook will be on row 2. The position goes to Cleary. They're tied on points. We go back to timed qualifying yesterday to break that tie apart. Roots and Kenny on row 3. Fulbrook Harmer and Murphy on row 4. Singh Pahal and Uzanov will battle again from row number 5.
But of course, you're looking at Riley Blakemore there, the American and the Canadian and the UK flag on the back of Blakemore's crash helmet. But of course, what you don't see in a paddock, ladies and gentlemen, it's our job to bring you these little asides. Is that you won't know this, but of course, Josh Cook's younger sister, Tilly, and Max Abrahart's younger sister, I think his name is Polly, they're best buddies.
Yes.
Along with Chloe Fitzhugh, producer James Fitzhugh's daughter. They're now 3 paddock terrorists, you know, that literally cause, with smiles and laughter, but cause absolute chaos wherever they go. But of course, when the brothers are on track and racing, and sometimes it goes a bit wrong between them, the sisters are like, well, you know, you've got to stay friends because we're friends. And you can't fall out on track because that would spoil our friendship in the paddock.
Get your priorities right.
Get your priorities right, drivers. There's Dean Singh Pahal.
Good drive there from Dean. 8th place in that one, in the top 10 on the grid. And I'm just going to consult our notes here because I think that's the best score. Oh, not quite. Dean had an 8th place in the final at Warden Law, but that's the second time that we've seen Dean Singh Pahal in terms of championship points being awarded in the top 10.
The bear on the back of Sebastian Behrman's crash helmet. I like that. Almost a Chicago bear.
I was just going to note, Ollie Behrman's helmet.
Yes.
At Silverstone, absolutely superb.
Oh.
Proper helmet design. Anyway,
Excellent.
We're going to take a short break. Coming up after this, we've got our Superheat for Micromax.
Ooh.
a start from the start. Heading up into the top section.
Welcome back, everybody, to Kimbolton. We're getting ready for the Micromax Superheat. Hendrix Fallat will start on pole position for this one with a very informed Caden Hanley alongside on the front row. Benjamin Schlivar and Lenny Barton, they will go from row 2. It's Arthur Bowers and Freddie Baker starting on row number 3. Arlo Gamble and Kaya Vieira will start on row number 4. It's Sebastian Crawford and Jayan Prakash on row 5. Jayan had a poor second heat result yesterday. It's a little bit further back than we've seen so far this season. Ronnie Allen and Ray Owen go from row number 6. Albert Farrow, another of the front runners for SPR, starts P13 for this one alongside Elliot Hitch. Felix Tandy makes his ROTAX British Kart Championships debut. He's alongside Arthur Rhodes on row 8. Jensen Kelly and Bobby Slater go from row 9. Tommy Lovejoy, Jensen Darlow, Max Armott, Hugo Senna and a returning Rio Pocock completes the 23 runners here for Micromax UK. Are we ready for a race? No, not quite yet. The flashing amber light is on, so we go round for another formation lap. Henry Baudet, and I'm looking forward to this one. We've got some new drivers in the mix for this weekend. Hugo Senna, Kaya Vieira. I've seen Kaya race a good amount on some of the club events so far this season, so really impressive that Kaya is straight up into the top 10. But it's a changing of the wins so far this weekend in Micromax, because we've been talking about Prakash and Farrow sharing the wins between them for Sam Pollitt Racing. The form they had at PF International hasn't been there so far this weekend. They have had heat wins, but not dominating the heats like we saw last time out.
No, and of course you've got our camera car, Hendrix Fallat, the Tommy Weir racing machine, the Pantano chassis. The big man, Mark Weir, on the spanners for Hendrix Fallat. Pole position in the Micromax Superheat. We're off and racing, second time lucky. Fallat leads them into Stowe Corner, and what a surprise. And oh, there was a couple of little, and there was, they got round turn 1, then there was a little bit of bouncy, flippy in the air, and they all somehow get going, but the leaders through clean. There's that green and black car, Benjamin Schlivar. New dad, Lewis Malin, who said yesterday, my daughter was finally sleeping through the night. I didn't realise that I needed that so much, but we did. There is Fallat. Behind him, all the action's going on. But of course, you've got those very, very narrow front tyres on these Micromax karts. Fallat giving us a great eye view of a clean track. Now, this is what a leader has to do. You know he's got a pack of karts right behind him. Doesn't defend into turn number 1, being pushed along by Caden Hanley in the RCE number 69. And they're 3 wide going into the Willows, and it doesn't work. That's the second of the Tommy Weir racing karts running wide.
Tommy Lovejoy in the number 77, who just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yes.
I'd be interested in another look at the second phase of that start off of turn 1, because I think Bobby Slater did a no-scope 360 like it was computer games in 2011.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
A no-scope 360? Wow. I mean, the last time I heard that phrase was during COVID, when my son was addicted to Fortnite. But that's very true. Oh, artwork there on camera, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit of cinema. Look at the heat haze. Look at the glorious heat haze.
Change of lead. Caden Hanley through to first position ahead of Hendrix Fallat there. Arthur Bowers just off the back of that front pair with Lenny Barton in support. Lenny having the strongest season that we've seen so far from the driver of the number 47. Was in the top 10 in the final at Warden Law. That's his best score so far this season. This would really change that. At the moment, Barton would be on the inside of row 2 for the final.
And we talk about people coming back into the paddock. We talk about Brett Ward back in the paddock. Callum Hardgrave is mechanicking for Lenny Barton. We've got to change for second. Now our camera car is no longer leading. Arthur Bowers up into second place. Lenny Barton up into third with Callum Hargrave assistance. Callum Hargrave no longer running the Callum Hargrave driver development team. He managed to put Owen Neve on the podium at Clay Pigeon in the British Championship back in 2020. I want to say 2021, possibly 2022. I can't remember. No, it was 2021, the year that we opened the season at Clay Pigeon, and it rained a
Problem
lot.
for Felix Tandy. Felix Tandy has been shown the technical flag, so that is going to need the RCE number 28 to come into the pits. This is his home circuit. First time we've seen Felix racing in the Rotax categories. We have seen him in the paddock before.
Yes.
Racing in the Mighty Bambinos.
Yes,
last
very
year at
successfully.
PF.
Very successfully. And of course, if you're thinking Tandy, that's a familiar name. Yes, Felix is the son of Nick Tandy, who is a WEC hypercar, well, it was formerly a factory driver for the Porsche team.
Driver.
Porsche
One of
factory
the
driver
only
in
drivers to have won, well, in fact, the only driver to have won the Nürburgring, Le Mans and Daytona 24 Hours.
What you're saying is that Tandy's got pedigree. Yes. Well, you know, as we see, there's a window that suddenly just decided to almost smash itself over our heads, which is fun.
Ronnie Allen under investigation in the number 57. That's the latest note on our screens. At the moment, this result would see Hanley on pole. Falat would drop to second place. Here's Jayan Prakash down the inside on the attack. Now, how is Prakash doing here? That's him up to P4 now. Felix Tandy pulls out of the race. Will go no further in this one. Actually has received black flag now, so didn't serve the technical flag in time. That's the move from another of the RCs. That was
Freddie Baker.
Freddie Baker on the move. Freddie's had a good season so far. He's, well, like some of the seniors that we've been talking about, Freddie's another driver. Quite a few of them in the cadet levels this year, running both an IAME and a Rotax calendar. And Freddie Baker doing very nicely indeed. Jayan Prakash really on the move here.
Rio
as well as Rio Pocock. Now, Rio just returning from a bit of time out of the kart. Had a really scary looking incident at PF at the start of the year after he'd raced in the first round at Waterloo. Great to see him back, but that's not the superheat that Rio would have wanted. Just to remind, there's no threat of a cut-off for this one. They will all make it through to the final. But how about this drive, Henry, from Jayan Prakash? We've seen this young driver break through in the last 12 months. But this is a different kind of drive from Jayan Prakash, but definitely the kind of drive that you need to put in at some point if you're going to win a British Kart Championship. On the back foot, needing to overtake, keep it consistent and efficient. That is exactly what Jayan Prakash has done here as Hendrix Falat going wheel to wheel there with Arthur Bowers. That is over fourth place. This could be a really big drive for Jayan's confidence going into the final.
Yes, as Hendrix Falat going in the wrong direction here. Micromax is the hardest category to win a grand finals ticket in globally. Why? Because there are only 36 Micromax tickets available in the world. There are also only 36 DD2 Masters tickets available, but not every country runs a DD2 class, let alone a DD2 Masters class. Every country runs a Micromax class, and it's only the champions that go through. Now, you see Sebastian Crawford leading Benjamin Schliemann. This is 8th, 9th. Hendrix Falat has now dropped back to 10th position. You've got Hanley, Prakash. Prakash is your lap record holder. He set the lap record here at Kimbolton, 46.89 seconds back in May of this year. And looking at the lap times, he's at a 47.1. So that's a 47.1, 3/10 off the lap record. This race on tyres have already done several races on them yesterday. There's a look. Hanley leads Prakash, leads Barton, Bowers, Vieira, the Anglo-Brazilian driver, Caio Vieira, Gamble, then Falat, 7th. Oh, and the 82 there, Arthur Rhodes. Sorry, yeah, that was the 82 of Arthur Rhodes. Just feeding the driver who was passing the wheel as he went through Kimbolton corner. Looking back down the order, there's the Evolution Racing number 81 of Wera, closing in on Arthur Bowers. Arthur Bowers now working under the tutelage of Joe Bleakley, Kai Clark's former mechanic. And speaking to Arthur's dad yesterday, they said, look, they made a lot of progress together as a team in a short space of time. And at this stage, you know, they're aware. Arthur, like all these drivers, just 8-9 years old, and, you know, the kids are bound to make mistakes. They're learning all the time. And sometimes when you're this age, Prakash now within a tenth of the lap record, closing in on Caden Handley. Jay and Prakash, Andrew, when you and I started working together full time,
yeah,
Prakash was one of the drivers that we were like, oh, you know, it's good to see him in the midfield.
Yeah.
Because when we first started, he was out the back.
Yeah.
And now here he is, contending for a British title, and there's only one ticket. Only the British champion goes to the grand finals. We've got some great news coming up about the E-plates, the Rotax E-plates, and how drivers in E10, Junior, Senior and Minimax can get a ticket to the grand finals through the newly reconfigured Rotax E-plate, but not in Micromax, because tickets globally are simply so scarce to come by.
3 minutes of this race to go then, and it's right on at the front of the field. Caden Handley, as things stand, I reckon would be on pole position for the final. It's a very small margin between himself and Hendrix Fallat overnight. May still be on pole position if he finished second place, if Jane Prakash was able to find a way through. But I think Caden Handley's going to want to keep that momentum going. He's going to want to win this race heading in towards the final. On board with Hendrix Fallat there for a moment, still running nicely inside the top 10. 2.5 minutes of this race to go. Is Prakash going to make the move? You bet he is, down the inside. Caden Handley, that's quite wise. That's quite wise from Caden Handley. Yep. Let's not forget, Prakash started this race 10th on the grid. Yes, has taken the race lead, but will not have taken the advantage in the intermediate points. Prakash is going to be moving back up the order. I think he's going to be back into the top 5 now, but that is not going to change things for Handley in terms of A, starting on pole for the final, and B, the championship points that come with it, Henry.
Yes, just saving himself. He said, look, he's prepared to lose the battle because he wants to win the war. And that's all important. Now, here's Hendrix Fallat behind Kyle Vieira onto the start-finish straight. 90 seconds to go. Has to defend a little bit because up the inside, there's Arlo Gamble to make the move. And now, he leaves the door open, wheel to wheel through the willows. This is 8-9-year-old drivers at 50 miles an hour, wheel to wheel, centimetres apart, whilst they're signalling to each other. And Fallat gets the position back. There's the GSF car parts, number 8 of Sebastian Crawford, the red and white machine, and then the pint size Benjamin Schlevar in the green and black machine. Schlevar, I think, using some awning space with, I want to say, Kato Motorsport this weekend, possibly. And you can still see the pedal extensions. So Benjamin has had a growth spurt. His feet now go beyond the fuel tank in the kart. Oh, here we go. Fallat and Gamble wheel to wheel. Crawford dives in. This is good stuff. Great driving here from the Micromax field, through the willows and out onto the straight down towards Derrick's. And finally, Hendrix Fallat, for the moment, has clear track back in front of him. It's been an up and down race from pole to 10th, but back to 6th now for Hendrix.
Big thanks to our Motorsport timing team down in timekeeping. They've given us an update on the FIC. Handley on pole at the moment. The gap is 5 points. Whoa, who was that off in the background? Was that one of the DHRs? Was that Ronnie Allen, who's a couple of seconds back from this group, just trying to push back forward? Barton would be second on the grid at the moment, and look at this fight. This is the one between the 81 of Wera and the 99 of Bauer. So Wera through into P4. Time is now up. Warning flag for Sebastian Crawford, the number 8. The race leaders will see the final lap board in about 25 seconds time as they come round down Weldon Corner. We're keeping things locked here in this battle for 4th place between Wera, the newcomer, to this particular grid of Micromax drivers. Arthur Bowers, who's been in good form so far this season. Wera doing a great job to defend. Hendrix Fallot trying to keep himself up the order, will be on the inside of row number 2 as things stand. This has been another really good scrap from the Micromax drivers. Side by side again. That needs to be a little bit more respectful room given. Got to give it to Arthur Bowers. He's kept his nose in there, got the position. Wera won't be able to challenge. No, Wera will be able to challenge. Side by side through the willows. That's brilliant racing between these two. We're on the final lap now, Henry, and Jane Prakash is taking a confidence-boosting lead into the final.
Jane Prakash has gone from absolute backmarker to British Championship leader, lap record holder, who at the moment, it doesn't matter where he starts, he can drive his way to the front as the checkered flag comes out. Prakash is your winner, and Kyle Vieira upsetted himself, losing out in that titanic battle for 4th place between himself and Arthur Bowers. But it's Prakash, followed by Hanley, Lenny Barton, and then Arthur Bowers, Kyle Vieira, Sebastian Crawford, and Arthur Rhodes. Like I said, Lenny Barton, being mechanic by Callum Hardgrave, arriving in the championship very, very successfully. And this is great. Look at that Senna livery, Hugo Senna. Well, if you're going to have the name Senna, the number 88 kart, that entire kart is liveried like Ayrton Senna's. Now, if you're going to try and watch a race, that is not a bad way to do it. That is, and I'm going to be, you saw the plane, that is a biplane. This was home, it's a World War I biplane. It is a reenactment. That is a German Luftwaffe biplane from World War I. That is part of a local air show coming across. So those planes never used here at RAF Kimbolton, but the Second World War is when RAF Kimbolton came into being, and you saw a little bit of a history lesson during the build-up show. And if you ever come here to Kimbolton, come to the race control building, where Hunt's Kart Club have got a huge collection of memorabilia and little bits and pieces that they've cut up, found, you know, over the years here from this place's history. At there's a World War II airfield, but that is I don't want to. It was either a Messerschmitt, a Junkers, or a Focke-Wulf. That triple-winged biplane was the daring do of the airmen in the First World War. The Red Baron may have been the pilot of a plane just like that over 100 years ago, ladies and gentlemen. And someone is asking, what are those engines in that carts? Those carts, the Micromax, the 125 Micromax ROTAX engines, not a biplane, a triplane, of course, because of the 3 sets of wings.
More racing coming up. We've got the second heat for the E10s. Let's head down to Keogh, since she's got some information for us.
Thank you very much, boys. Back down with the E10s ahead of their second heat of the day, and some of them are having the right idea for sure. Look at this treatment. Let's talk to Buddy Hugo quickly. Great first heat for you, working with your teammate. Was that the plan?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get points to the championship so we can hopefully get a ticket to the grand finals.
Exactly, and it's all still to come for the main event. Is that the game plan for this heat, to keep it steady with the teammate?
Yeah, just keep it going round, no mistakes, nice and calm.
And who's doing the lovely job of holding the umbrella there for you today?
My grandpa.
You must be nice and cool.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, good luck.
Thank you.
Well, lucky for some, it is also Leo Hartley also there, having some shelter, but we are nearly underway. Let's head straight back to the box.
Thank you very much, Keogh. Yeah, this is going to be the second heat for the E10 cadets. If you're wondering, where are the KZ2s? Don't worry.
Don't panic.
They're up after this for their pre-final. Will be the last race before the lunch break.
And yeah, that's as per the schedule that's available on the British Kart Championships website. All of the finals after the lunch break. And if you missed the paddock show yesterday, don't worry, that'll be shown during the lunch break whilst we're taking a little bit of a breather. But let's get ready for it then. It's the second heat for E10 Cadets. So the grid then for this second heat for E10 Cadet, Ansel Murray and Zach Andrew on the front row of the grid. Arthur Thompson and Heath Smith go from row 2. Then Jamal Pumaram and Buddy Hugo going from row number 3.
Stanley Gill, Leo Hartley, a cool and collected Leo Hartley, followed by Adam Alahi, Arthur Jardine, Freddie Fullerton and Caleb Hiles. They are your top 12 with Cairo Zubaida rounding out your field. Now, if you are an E10 or a driver that wants to try the E10 kart, then the ROTAX E-Plate, the English title, the E-Plate holders, it's been reinvigorated this year. It's going to take place over 2 weekends. It's going to take place at Wilton Mill, the second weekend in August as part of the British Championship, and then it's going to take place in September at the final 2 rounds of the British Championship at Silverstone. And the E-Plate champions are the drivers that score the most points in those 3 races. The top 2 point scorers in those 2 races in the E10 class get a ticket to the Grand Finals. The leading point scorer in Minimax, Junior Max and Senior Max also get a ticket. We'll talk more about the E-Plate coming up later on.
Into the tram lines then. Are we ready for a race start here for 8 minutes plus 1 lap? Yes, we are indeed. It's a good start for both drivers on the front row of the grid. Ansel Murray will lead us into the first corner. Zach Andrew holds on to P2, all 13 runners clear of the first corner and looking good as they run through the Willows. Ansel Murray has had a strong season so far, took maximum points from the first round of the season, and has got a good mentor in his supportive team. BTCC legend Anthony Reid. Yes, that's Anthony Reid.
That's Anthony Reid. MG factory driver, racing British Formula 3 in the 80s, Anthony Reid. Oh.
So Ansel Murray leads this race in the early stages into Kimbolton corner. A couple of drivers have had small challenges in the early stages of this one. Just dropped off the pack at this moment, but Murray leads from Andrew, Smith, Hugo, Pumaram, Thompson, Hartley, Alahi, Fullerton, Jardine. That is the top 10. Stanley Gill has lost 4 positions on that first lap. Then Caleb Hiles and Cairo Zubaida wrapping up the 13-strong field. Here is the battle for second place, Zach Andrew. And I've been impressed with Zach Andrew so far this week. Zach did not race with us at PF, but you wouldn't know it from the level of performance from the driver, the number 27 so far this weekend. Was 3rd in the first race earlier on today. Sorry if that's a spoiler for you, but if you didn't see that first race, you can go watch it back at your leisure, as you can with any of the Sunday action here for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships in 2026.
Now, of course, looking at the E10, so these are standard Micromax size, Minimax size chassis. We've got RCE chassis, we've got OTK chassis, we have Synergies, we have an MS kart out there. The idea is that you can take a normal Minimax internal combustion engine off one of these karts and fit the E10 power units, the batteries, to them in about half an hour. Now, in South Africa last week, there were a couple of chassis that needed a couple of little extra brackets made, but it was all okay. So in South Africa last weekend, they launched it, E10, nationally on Sunday morning. At 5 p.m. Sunday evening, they had completed 2 races, a full grid, and we were handing out a ticket to the Grand Finals to a young man called Michael Omani from South Africa, proving the ease of use. I spoke to a couple of parents, and I was looking, and they, of course, they run their Minimax karts, and I said, how many of these tools and these spare parts are now rendered redundant by having the E10? And the one father, he said, well, I don't need this anymore, I don't need that anymore. And I said, what does that do to you? He said, it makes me a lot less stressed on my way to the circuit, during the race day, and at the end of the day. And he said, stress is not my friend, and I want to reduce my stress when I'm taking my son or daughter, well, it was his son, in his case, it was driving on Adrian Steyn. And for example, so South Africa, Namibia have also jumped behind the E10 bandwagon as we see a move going on at turn number 1 for second position, Buddy Hugo into P2. So, you know, these karts are being introduced. Now, what the problem in South Africa and Namibia, they said, look, the circuits don't have the power. We have to bring extra generators to the circuit to repower the karts. These karts go from 20% power to about 80% power in approximately 35 minutes. And you say they need to be running at 80% to get them to start with, to give them their full oomph for a race meeting. But again, you know, you can talk to, there's the MS chassis going through of Jamal Pumaram from Jack Dex Racing. So all these karts, if they wanted to, and you know, we're not going to do it, but if they wanted to, if one of these karts suddenly they say, okay, we're going to take off the E10 power unit, we're going to put a Minimax engine on it and go up to the final, they can. That's the ease of use that the E10 brings. Now, of course, yes, I do say that as the official speaker for the ROTAX Grand Finals, but I also say it as somebody that really wants to give more people a chance to get into karting. And like Adrian Steyn's dad said, I am less stressed at the circuit. And if that isn't music to any karting parents' ears, I don't know what is.
Saw Cairo Zubaida recovering from a little moment down at turn number 1. All 13 drivers continue to run in this one with just under 3 minutes to go. There is Jamal Pumaram in 4th place in the red, white and blue, mainly blue, as Cairo Zubaida has a spin. That looks to be on the entry into Derrick's, but Cairo gets going again and remains on the lead lap. There through goes Heath Smith. This is the battle for 4th place with Jamal Pumaram. Jamal Pumaram looking around the outside. Good coverage there by Heath Smith. Holds his position.
Now, so this is the E10 car. The big brother of the E10 is the E20.
Now that is quite a wagon.
That is a wagon. I have driven said wagon. That is a fearsome beast.
Yeah.
But likewise, the E10 and the E20, they have one new feature. They have a boost button. It's a 5-second boost of power, and you can use it once every 40 seconds, I believe. So around this circuit, you can get away with using it twice in one lap, but then you can't use it the next lap. Oh dear, there is Cairo Zubaida coming in. He was not having a happy race, and it's now an early finish to an unhappy race. Here is the battle for 4th position between the 55 of Pumaram and the 81 of Heath Smith, who, again, Heath Smith, a very, very successful driver in the Might E Bambino class. You're getting to the stage now where a driver can start karting in Bambinos at 6 years old and race electric. They can then race until they move into this class, you know, the E10. The junior arm, that's still in progress, but there are now drivers around, there are other electric karting leagues and championships. You can, is that somebody pulling off?
Yeah,
that is a
Heath
privateer
Smith.
driver. No, no, it's the number 47, it's Arthur Thompson, I believe, who is pulling off, the only privateer in the field. We're getting to a stage where I love that that's like an Adidas shoebox. Oh, that crash helmet, that's the three-stripe Adidas shoebox design like that. Unfortunately, we got a nice close-up shot of it because it wasn't moving because the kart had just retired. But you're getting to a stage where a driver can start an electric kart and race nothing but electric-powered karts up until they are a master. They can do. You can almost do your entire career now in electric karting if you so choose. Ellis Pietza, whose nickname is the Electric Renegade, he is doing that. He has done that, being an all-electric racing driver.
I say with Formula E at the very top of the sport, a brand new Gen 4 car coming soon that's been running at Goodwood this weekend. That was a nice move from Jamal Pumaram down the inside of Heath Smith. Entertaining battle, this. And I wonder again if this is a bit of use of the boost that you were talking about there, Henry, as Heath Smith gets back down the inside. Pumaram's going to return the favour through Kimbolton corner. On to the run to Stoke corner once again. We're on the final lap now. Ansel Murray on course to take the race victory once again here in E10. Heath Smith back down the inside of Pumaram. Pumaram, lovely speed round the outside there from Jamal to retake 4th place. But Murray looking good here for another victory. This will be another good haul of points in the series standings for the 3-round championship for the E10s that started at PF. Running the 2nd round here today, and we'll see them later on in the season again to find our first E10 Cadet Cup winner. Again, Smith coming back down the inside of Pumaram on the approach to Cashel corner, but Ansel will be on top for the final, and it's a 2nd pole of the year for the driver of the number 96. Likewise to what we saw at PF International. That is a very good run for the RCE team. It's a 1-2 for the RCE team with Buddy Hugo up 4 places in that one. Zach Andrew, first of the R1 Racing fraternity, home in 3rd place. Heath Smith 4th. Does win that really, really enticing battle with Jamal Pumaram. Hartley 6th, Gill 7th, Elahi 7th, Elahi 8th, sorry. Jardine and Hiles in the top 10, Fullerton 11th, and then 2 retirements from that race, Arthur Thompson and Cairo Zubaida. That leaves Murray on pole for the final, Hugo alongside on the front row, Andrew and Pumaram row 2, Smith and Gill row 3, Thompson and Jardine row 4, Hartley and Elahi row 5. All those results are provisional at this stage.
There is a look at Ansel Murray, just sort of looking down at his kart, along with, that is the Team Kart Parts UK driver, just having, mind the step. That was a nice trip. That was Zach Andrew getting into, putting his helmet in his kart to go through the Way Bridge. These karts do weigh a little bit more than a Minimax kart, and that was part of what the drivers are getting used to, the confidence under braking. It does take a little while, which is why we're seeing the racing a little bit more spread out, because everyone is operating at a different confidence level, but also they're operating on a I'm not going to tell you when I'm going to use my boost button.
Nope.
For the drivers, these youngsters, what else do they see with a boost button or a push to pass or an overtake button? You see in Formula One, you've got like DRS, or what used to be DRS. It's now they've got overtake mode.
IndyCar has a push to pass.
IndyCar has a push to pass, of course.
Formula E has push to pass in a different sense.
In a different sense.
The
fast zones,
the fast zones, yeah.
So yeah, it's just something the drivers have to think about. Now, of course, you're looking at that. There is the standard Micromax engine aboard Caden Hanley's kart. A lot of those internal uses, bits and bobs, are rendered useless by the E10. The R1 Racing team, Alfie Gallagher.
Yeah.
When Alfie was a Minimax driver, to help supplement his income to go racing, he would go around the bins and pick up old tyres, pair them up, match them up, set them up into their sets, and then sell them as second-hand tyres to club drivers. And he would give his dad the money so his dad could put it into his karting. I spoke to him yesterday. He says, well, everyone's cottoned onto it now, and none of the teams want to do it. But, he's now got himself a team. And that young man, Alfie Gallagher, right from the age of a Minimax driver, understanding, right, I don't have much of a budget, so I am going to try and help my parents and, increase my budget through my own hard work. And that hard work has resulted in, let's count them, how many R1 racing karts?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 just in this category.
Well done,
Alfie's running.
Alfie Gallagher.
And
he still races himself.
He still races well as well. Yes. Another driver who's had the pleasure of watching at a number of events at Shennington so far this season. The drivers having their debrief.
Let's have a listen. Oh, yeah. All friends.
That's how the advisor works.
Yeah, all friends. Hello on the live chat. So if you're new to karting, ladies and gentlemen, then I would like to direct you to a community group on Facebook called Karting Armchair Experts. It's a global group, well over 10,000 members worldwide. And it is a safe home for people to ask questions. There's an awful lot of grassroots drivers from around the world on that group. So please, if you are new to this sport, you want to ask questions, you're not sure who to ask, join Karting Armchair Experts. There are a host of people that will help and guide you into this sport. It's run by Gary Pickard, who has joined us now because he, like you all, want to watch the fastest, the biggest, the most powerful, the KZ2 karts. They're on circuit for their pre-final, coming right up.
Let's take you through the running order for the start of this one. Noah Wolf will be on pole position. Miles Murphy alongside on the front row. Josh Price and Charlie Turner, 3rd and 4th on the grid for this race. Ashley Lewis and Ralph Youngling, 5th and 6th. George Robinson joins the British Kart Championships KZ2 field for the first time this season. Will be 7th on the grid for this one. James Glenister made his return at Shennington. That was the one that was part of a Shennington Kart Racing Club meeting back in May. He starts this one from 8th on the grid. Ryan Green, ever present so far this season, starts P9. Gus Lawrence, the 3-time British kart champion in Senior X30, makes his British KZ2 debut, starting 10th on the grid for this one. Jessica Edgar's had a lot of technical issues so far this week, so she's out of position at the start of this race, going from 11th. Harry Walsh, improving all the time, starts this one from 12th. Isaac Smith and Jensen Pugh go from row number 7. Jensen in the top 3 of the Kimbolton Club KZ2 standings at the start of this weekend. Lee Ward and Jonathan Railton go from row number 8. It's then Oliver Harris and Nino Piccoli completing the 18-strong field for this one. The run down towards turn 1 here, Henry. It's not a long one. You can be slow or fast into it, depending on how you take that initial apex. It can get very tight. You can often do a run round the outside. We saw a great finale to the championship here last year when Oliver Stewart took the title.
And in 2022.
And in 2022. That's not on the line here today in Kimbolton. This is the first time that we've seen these drivers on our screens. I'm excited for this one. This should be good.
The sound is awesome. You're about to see 18 6-speed KZ2 gearboxes unleashed into the first corner. The lights go out. We're off and racing. It's a poor start from Noah Wolf from pole, and Miles Murphy for more racing in the number 3 kart sweeps to the inside. Takes the lead through Stowe Corner. Now the Willows. Noah Wolf getting caught up. Gus Lawrence in the middle of that pack. No,
Price.
That's Josh Price.
Ryan Green as well involved.
Ex-British touring car driver Josh Price out of the race. Wolf has a poor getaway. Oh, that Danielo Rossi kart from Ryan Green. And there's a Formula K kart, one of the Rush Performance machines, in trouble as well. We're looking at Gus Lawrence mid-pack, going through Kimbolton Corner. Here we go. Miles Murphy, the Demon Tweaks backed more racing entry, leads. And what Miles Murphy was going to retire this year.
Retirement going well indeed.
Realised he doesn't like golf.
Or just rubbish at it.
Well, both, yeah, probably both. But luckily, he's very good at driving this KZ2 go-kart. And he's got Charlie Turner, now one of the old men of the field at 32 years old. It was here in 2022 where Charlie Turner beat James Glenister by 1 position for the British karting title. Unfortunately, that weekend coincided with the passing of Her Majesty the Queen, so we couldn't celebrate it in the way that we would normally do. Oh, there's Josh Price. Bits hanging off that number 27 kart privateer entry. He's Josh Price has been helping Gus Lawrence an awful lot. The top 4 are now clear. Noah Wolf coming back in it now. Noah didn't start well,
no,
but he's got to hold and he's got to give, and he's got to start coming back up the order.
Josh Price out of this race. He clattered the curbs, and Ryan Green as well. That is a case of they'll always hit you and hurt you through the start of that race. But yeah, for Noah Wolf, not the good start. It is a big part of KZ2 racing when you're controlling that clutch.
Yep.
In terms of releasing it, you've got to do it at the right time.
Yeah.
That's what Noah didn't quite do there. He had some really good starts last week at Sarno in the European Championships. He will not be happy with that one. Right now, though, he is all over the back of Charlie Turner. Arguably should have won the first meeting of the year. Did win at Shennington, and this is what he could do. Down the inside of Charlie Turner, through and into P2. That's good stuff from Noah Wolf.
Yeah, Noah Wolf, he was defending, and now he's attacking. As he goes through the Willows. Wolf into P2. There is Turner. Behind Turner, the number 22, the oft-forgotten James Glenister. Then you have the third of the Rush Performance Kart, the oft-forgotten number 6 of Ashley Lewis, who's been such a mainstay of this championship.
Little fact about Ashley Lewis's karts. They got it on the jig and found that one of the corners was 8 millimeters out. It's been one of the problems why Ashley's having a lot of issues so far this season. They've laid a new one down, and he's now looking a lot better at this stage. Apologies for we're having some technical gremlins with the beams and the timing. It's too exciting for the sectors to let us know on your screen who's 1 through 18, so we'll do it the old school way. We'll do it visually for you at the end of another lap. Murphy leads from Wolf, then it's the 2 Formula Ks of Turner and Glenister, and Lewis make that 3 of the Formula Ks. Good run so far for Jess Edgar. Jess Edgar up the order quite a way. This is good to see. Jess has had a lot of technical problems so far this week. Then it's Ralph Youngling in that number 9 kart, which the Sodi has been having issues this year in the heat. It tends to come alive when we get into finals, and Ralph will be hoping for that, but he's still not going to be fully happy at the moment, running in 7th place.
Now, you can see Noah Wolf. I've been studying where Noah Wolf's kart is stronger. At the front of the circuit, yes, you can see closing in, but it's at the far end of the circuit that Noah Wolf's kart is really, really strong.
Yeah, you've got to get around the back of this course.
It's the only way to beat them.
It's the only way to beat them.
Round the back.
And get the run off of Dan Weldon corner. This is the point where Miles Murphy will be saying, catch me if you can, Noah Wolf, in towards Kestrel corner. He is closing in right now, and Murphy's having to defend.
Now, of course, these are the Premier drivers. There's no hooligans in this class. Here comes Noah Wolf to the inside, new leader. Noah Wolf, the O-Plate champion, passes Miles Murphy.
That's a good move from Wolf. When you go for that big one down the inside, you must get to the line. You've got to get to the apex. You've got to control it. That's exactly what Noah Wolf has done. And he's back into his familiar position now of leading in the KZ2s. But he's not. He's human. He can make mistakes. That was a little mistake from Wolf. Out of Dan Weldon corner. He's recovered it well. But we saw it at Warden Law. That clash with Marcus Kayak that took a potential race victory away from Noah Wolf was all down to him missing a gear on the downshift on that particular occasion. So, yes, Wolf on paper is the favourite for the title, but this is KZ2. Anything could go wrong at any moment next up the road.
No, exactly. Well, I mean, of course, you know, he's thinking to himself, oh, I can't go wrong. But, of course, it might still go wrong for him. Now, there is Ralph Youngling. Now, Ralph Youngling did say on the Paddock Show that if he did win, he would do the Norwegian, like, rowing across the line. But at the moment, Youngling is trapped. I'm just trying to see where that Sodi kart is. He is trapped behind the... Oh, he's just Well, he's just in front now of George Robbins. James, is that no, that's not James Lancer. The Jack Dex racing kart.
No, George Robinson.
That is George Robinson. Now, he's saying to Ralph Youngling, okay, come on, I'm the England man here, and we have to go. Ralph Youngling, of course, the brother of Timo Youngling, a former grand final. There, No, that was, and here comes Robinson now, the crossover, trying to get him onto the start-finish straight. We're running out of time. Well, we're not actually, we've got 5 minutes to go. There is an awful lot of time. Now, of course, this is the hard part of the race. Do you defend or attack? Because you've got to choose to do it at the right time.
You have indeed, into Dan Weldon corner again. Remember, the KZ2 skip Derek's bus stop, double chicane there, and yeah, there is George Robinson. Defend and attack at the moment, trying to attack Ralph Youngling, defend from Gus Lawrence. Gus Lawrence getting off of Kimbolton corner. Just to run you through your order again, 4.5 minutes this race to go. Wolf from Murphy, then the 3 Lions of the Formula Ks, 3rd, 4th, 5th for Turner, Glenister, Lewis. That is your top 5. Then Jess Edgar. This is a really good drive from Jess Edgar.
Yep.
She needed this.
Yes.
Has had a number of points where we've seen that kart not make the end of the session. So the fact that she's still got the pace to run up into P6. The long game for Jess today is maybe to try and get back into the top 5 when we get to that final.
Yeah, and of course, Jess Edgar, you know, lap record holder here at Kimbolton. Ella Stevens is here watching. There's the move. Oh, he gets it wide. And Ralph Youngling, the undercut coming out of Stowe corner. Gus Lawrence capitalising. And Gus Lawrence, you know, he was saying, look, I get the driving. I'm just thinking too much about the shift points. And that will come naturally over time. There is the number 1, 2, 3, Isaac Smith, now moving into the picture. 10th position for Smith, 9th for Robinson, 8th for Lawrence, 7th for Youngling. Noah Wolf leads by 2 seconds now over the unretired Miles Murphy. And there is, you know, the damaged kart of Ryan Green out of the race. We saw that happen earlier on. So this is where Gus Lawrence, you'd think, and you're not going to say this very often, Gus Lawrence, the most inexperienced driver at this particular level at this moment in this class.
And this is where he's got to learn. Because you've got to hold and give in these KZ2s. It's particularly into a corner like this where you're downshifting, you're trying to hit that apex, you're trying to get the power range right in these KZ2s. And Gus is learning every single race he does.
It's the shift point, because you've got to do the shift points at the right time.
Yeah. And he's having a good run here inside the top 10. 2.5 minutes of this race to go. Big thanks to our team in timekeeping. The issues resolved, and you can see that Wolf leads this one by 2 seconds ahead of Murphy. Then those 3 drivers on the chest with Formula K. Turner, Glenister, Lewis, as down the inside goes George Robinson on Gus Lawrence. That's a great move from George Robinson up to P8.
And of course, you talk about, you know, the 3 Lions of the Formula K team. They're going around Dan Weldon corner, you know. He was named Lionheart.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like you put your hand in your chest, you put your 3 hands on your 3 lions on your chest as you go round Dan Weldon corner. Charlie Turner, kart number 4, closing in on kart number 3. Miles Murphy, the 2nd position. Well, then you have the second and third of the 3 Lions, the Formula K team coming behind. Glenister in 4th, Lewis in 5th, Edgar up to 6th, and closing in. Edgar is less than 5 seconds off the race lead. You're going to see the number 17, the red and white Jade kart. There she is, Jess Edgar. Now, Ella Stevens may have been the most recent female to win around the British Kart Championship. Jess Edgar was the very first young lady to win around the British Kart Championship back in 2019. Mini X30, I believe, at 3 Sisters.
Was indeed. 60 seconds of this race to go. I wonder what's going through the mind of Noah Wolf right now. I think he'll be going back to the J team and saying, I know we can't go wrong today. They lost a lot of points with that final at Warden Law. A little bit of the margin for
Noah Wolf has been taken away so far this season. This is a continuation of what we saw from Wolf at Shennington, and I say it would be quite useful for Wolf if Jess Edgar can kick further on and get right up into
it's going to be
top five.
Great boost for her confidence.
Yeah,
you know, she needs this good result because, of course, you know, when you are the only female on the grid, you know, this is the highest level. Jess Edgar from the Edgar Racing dynasty. She is so talented. Yeah, and she is in the top 5. We've got 10 seconds to go. Murphy hanging on to second place.
And this is a good example of, again, this ain't no karting song and dance for the drivers out there. They are right on the edge. And remember that they've been doing this for 2 days already. The mid-30s were the temperatures for the drivers back on their practice day. And every single time they were coming in on off circuit, beads of sweat rushing off of them. It is so physical for them out there. Time is now up. Does Turner make the move? Remember, this is not superheat. We're not talking about heat points carrying over in this one. This will set the grid straight into the final. Last lap board is now out for Noah Wolf.
I think Turner. And there is Gus Lawrence. Gus Lawrence retired. That is a shame. I think it's going to be at the top end of the circuit.
There's only one way to beat them.
Yep,
and go round that outside line.
Round the back,
through Dan Weldon corner. Is that what Charlie Turner's going to do here? Here's your race leader, Noah Wolf, out of Dan Weldon corner. Heading on his way now. It's going to be another maximum score for Noah Wolf. He took the championship lead back at Shennington with a really strong display. He's going to extend his championship lead now over the rest. But it's going to be a tense final. The start showed that anything could happen in KZ2. Wolf wins it from Murphy, Turner, Glenister. Edgar gets P5. Good drive there for Jess Edgar ahead of Ashley Lewis. Isaac Smith as well. We should note that in the 1-2-3, the privateer up 6 places in that race to P7. George Robinson P8. Ralph Youngling with work to do again aboard the Sodi. Gets P9 in that one. And Jensen Pugh as well, showing his knowledge of this place for the top 10.
Unfortunate for Gus Lawrence. Gus Lawrence and his de facto teammate this weekend, Josh Price, both failing to finish. But Noah Wolf marches on. Hungry like the wolf, I think, might be the thing. But, you know, this is karting. It's not music. No,
it's not. We'll see the KZs out again later on in the day for their final. If it's anything like what we had at Warden Law, it could be another really, really special race to watch. It was, for me, the highlight from Warden Law, that first event of the year, watching those 2 international international level drivers in Wolf and Kayak go wheel to wheel. And there was always that possibility of like, well, they've got something, they're so intent on one another. And it was this man here, Charlie Turner, who was right on them. That is, I always say about Charlie's win at Warden Law. Some people say, oh, was it a lucky win? Not lucky at all, because he was there, he was on pace, he was getting closer across the weekend, and it was always that potential of like, well, if Wolf and Kayak have a problem,
be there to
win it, and he did.
And he was, and there we go. See Nino Piccoli, who was the last driver to finish. Nino Piccoli in 15th position, Oliver Harris 14th place, and this is it's great to see because these are the seniors. You see Gus Lawrence, his car in the background there. Nino Piccoli always carried the lead ward.
Nino looking forward to the Wigan World Cup.
Yes,
been doing a good amount of retro karting recently, and looking pretty good as well.
Yeah, so the Wigan World Cup takes place in November. We have, and I say we, I'll be there on duty for that one, 80 Formula A and Formula Super A karts entered. There are 34 senior TKMs also entered, and there's a grid for junior TKM, the Wigan World Cup.
Well, that's all of our races for the morning and early afternoon. We'll take a short break. Don't go anywhere, though, because coming up next is the Paddock Show.
a start from the start. Heading up into the top section.
It's a beautiful summer's day, isn't it?
It really is, Henry.
It really is. What better place to be than at Kimbolton? We have got 20 minutes to do this paddock show. But it's the World Cup. That means we're going to try and find people from 20 nations, 20 drivers, and ask them 20 questions. But first of all, we've got a Grand Finals champion. We're outside the Thule Motorsport tent.
Yes,
Come on, Tom Reed, stand there. We'll walk and talk. This is the 2025 RMC Grand Finals Minimax champion. How are you, Tom?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm very good, very good. You're here at Kimbolton. You've been the one world champion that we've got that's sort of flown under the radar a little bit, haven't you?
Yeah. Last year at the end, I won the Worlds and it was amazing.
And it was amazing. There we go. If you were, what nation would you be representing in the Wera Tools Go-Karting World Cup?
England.
Oh, okay, England. Right, well, there we go. Thanks, Tom. Let's go
We're
and
gonna have
find.
a few
We've got
of
a couple of
those.
other countries. There's one nation, Kiel. In here, this is Kato Motorsport. We've got a whole host of different nations. First of all, Kato Adams, and there's Dolores. Dolores, in the Go-Karting World Cup, which nation would you be representing? Your home country of?
Ireland.
Northern or Republic?
Republic.
The Republic of Ireland. There's two countries. The Republic of Ireland, Kiel's. How's life, Kato?
Very good, very good. Just chilling at lunchtime now, just ready for the first race, which starts, I think it's probably about 12:30 time, I think.
So not too long. Kiel, there's a young driver over there who I think could represent Bosnia, Benjamin Šljivar.
Right,
He's
are
not
you
there,
correct?
but his driver coach, Olivani, is, and Olivani knows a thing or two.
Hello, we're going to catch a word. How's it going so far for you this weekend?
Yeah, it's pretty good. P5 overall for Ben today, so it's a good start on the inside row. So yeah, looking forward to seeing what he can do in the two heats today.
Ben's not quite here right now, but we do have a World Cup challenge going on. What nation would you be representing?
England, of course.
Brilliant. What nation would Ben be representing?
Bosnia.
There we go. That's three.
There we go.
Thank you very much.
Three nations, thank you. That saves Lewis Malin, Benjamin Šljivar's mechanic, from having to say he's Bosnian, even though, there we go. We're not doing too badly. That is only a few minutes in. There's Jordan. How are you, Jordan?
I'm living the dream, mate. You?
I'm living the dream too. This is Jordan Baines, who doesn't provide engines, as his driver at La Colle said. Do you?
Yeah, I did say that.
He did say that.
Win on the Sunday, though. So.
He did win on the Sunday. That's Elvis who won on the Sunday. Let's go. Okay, so we're three nations down, Kiel. This is really good.
Yes,
Who are we
we
going to
are.
find next? I spy with my Welsh eyes another flag. How many times have you been to Kimbolton?
This year?
No, just in
Not
general.
yet, Henry.
You've not been. This is the first time
I
you've been
have
to
not.
Kimbolton.
Yes,
It's a real throwback, isn't it? Now there's Kyle Vieira, who's not in he's racing with Evolution and Origin. But of all the tracks you've been to, this is a different type of circuit, isn't it? What have you noticed that is so different about Kimbolton?
Well, it's the history, Henry, and I know we have a special coming from you explaining more of that. Of course, this is, like we said, this is from the roots of karting back in 1959.
Yep.
But we're at Evolution. Good to see Evolution once again.
This could be a
Let's
two for the
catch
price of
one.
one.
Go on,
'cause
Henry.
We have number one, a Paddock Show Pooch. Hello. Who is this Paddock Show Pooch?
Bella.
Bella, and what's Bella's second name?
Orsi.
Bella Orsi, there's Bella, the fluffiest Paddock Show Pooch. Right, I think Keo Lynch may have another contender.
All right, Paddock Pooch is there, but we found Caio Vieira. Caio, how's it going for you so far?
It's going all right. Yeah, haven't been the quickest, but I think it's going all right, yeah.
How are you holding up in the heat? We can see how much rubber has been laid down over the last couple of days.
Yeah, it's very, very hot. I just don't really know. It's just a lot of fans. Yeah, but that's nothing really that affects it.
That is correct. Right, Henry has one goal, and it's to see how many nations we can find from the World Cup. Where would you be supporting?
Brazil.
There we go. That's another. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's
Thank
move
you,
along.
Kyle. There we go, Kyle Vieira. And our first, with a pink tail. Oh, how sweet. There we go. First paddock show pooch. That's 4 nations. If we turn the corner here, then we're going to find several more. So Evolution Racing, they just powered Freddie Lloyd to the Euro Trophy win at Genk, where he had a great battle with Jeremy Voivers from Spain, beat Macaulay Bishop, which is key.
Of course.
Now, Freddie Lloyd's, your first year in the paddock, Freddie Lloyd's been the superstar, hasn't he?
Yes, he absolutely has. He did well in the other half of the British Kart Championships. Of course, we're seeing him in both this year. Did well in qualifying, second. Not sure he'll be too happy with the front row.
Look.
Our cameraman has stopped.
Yes, do you know why? Because he's telling us to go this way, but I'm going to tell him to go this way. So we're going to walk backwards for a little bit. We're going to walk backwards because, of course, Kiel, we've had England.
Of course.
We've had the Republic of Ireland. We've had Brazil. We've had Bosnia. Haven't had the most important nation yet. But we're about to. Let's go and see Harrison Whitcomb at Origin Motorsport. Origin, the team set up by Elliot Surtees' family, they run in the UK and they run in the UAE. Oh dear, Harrison's not here. So we're going to have to find an honorary Welshman, Liam Smith, Harrison's mechanic. Hi, Henry. Hello.
How are you?
I'm very well. You're in a different team this week, but that doesn't seem to be a problem, does it?
No, not at all.
No.
Give the kid a kart, give the kid an engine, he can drive it.
Now, in the Karting World Cup, I know what you're going to say. Who would you be, and remember who you're standing next to and who you're running. Who would you be representing in the Karting World Cup?
Wales.
There we go. Said with such passion and enthusiasm, everybody. You can't deny anyone that's wearing a Lidl's flannel bucket hat. There we go. So that's 5 nations. 5 nations. There's Gary Walker. Hello, how are you, sir?
All good, yourself?
I'm very good. All good.
Very good, thank
Excellent, excellent. Keel's found another pilot here. Let's have a look.
I have Sebastian Crawford for Mini. Unfortunately, not quite got another nationality for the World Cup. Who will you be supporting tonight?
England.
Are you going to be watching?
Yeah.
Are you? Well, I hope not. It's late and you've got racing tomorrow.
What time is it?
Oh, doesn't even know. Fake fan. Thank you very much.
I don't watch football, but I just want to support England.
Oh, there we go. He's going to be supporting from bed because you've got racing tomorrow, don't you? How did qualifying go?
Bad.
We're not going to talk about qualifying. Back to Henry. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. The GSF car parts team are great. Now, we've done Wales, we've done England, we have done Ireland. Who's that? We got people there having their lunch. Now, there's a few other people. Now, we've got some people playing with some toys out here. Right. Max Armitt. Step forward. Right, Max Armitt. I have one question, one question only. In the Go-Karting World Cup, who would you be supporting? The flag that's on your kart, maybe?
Scotland.
There we go, there we go. That's 6 nations. Thank you very much. How's it going today so far, Max?
Not very good. Missed qualifying.
You missed qualifying. What happened?
We didn't really get out. We had to we missed a gate.
Missed the gate. Well, there we go. That's the only time you're going to miss the gate. There we go. Right, let's go this way. Thank you very much, Max. So that's Scotland now. Kiel, we'll stop. It's only fair that Jonesy walks backwards. You can't expect us to walk out. Who have we got there?
Obviously, right, we're going to catch one more word before we leave Origin. This is Ayrton for Mini. Just stopped him eating his chips that are there. But this is your first time at Kimbolton. How are you finding it?
It's nice. It's a nice track.
Absolutely roasting, and of course, lots of history. Are you going to be watching Henry's bit more information about the history when it comes out tomorrow?
Yeah.
Good to hear it. And World Cup, you're not interested, are you?
No.
Okay, so we're not even going to go there. Thank you very much.
Bye.
We do a lot with the big teams, you know, the Dan Hollands, the Strawberries, the KR Sports. Jack Dex Racing is the little team with a big heart. And you can see there's a difference. Now, we're going to turn around. All the main huge awnings, this is old school karting. And Kimbolton is an old school place. It's older than me, even, if you can imagine that. And look at that, Jack Dex. He got 3 karts out there. There's Aaron Yo. I wonder if Aaron, is it coming home?
Of course it is.
Of course it's coming home. Aaron is mechanicking for this weekend. You are on...
Seb Clark.
Seb Clark, who did very well in the Euro Trophy at Genk recently.
Yeah, he's doing well. I think we're lying sort of P4, P5 in the championship. So yeah, and I think we're P4 in the British as well. So good start to the season.
Okay, there we go. Thank you, Aaron. And apparently it is coming home. Aaron saved my life in Belgium. 2-1 England tonight. Okay, let's have a look. Kiel, we've got a French race suit and we have a youngling. I wonder who he is going to be supporting.
Yes, we do. Right, we're going to talk World Cup quickly before we talk about this.
About the World Cup anymore. I was supporting Germany, and yeah, better less said about that. It was pretty traumatic watch. Stayed up till after midnight to watch my team lose penalties to Paraguay. So I'm not watching the World Cup anymore. I don't even know it's on. We'll wait 4 years and try again next time. But yeah, I'll be hate watching England tonight because if anybody wins, I don't want it. As long as if it's Germany doesn't win, then I don't want anyone to win. So.
Well, thank you. You have helped Henry's searching for more people.
Well,
more
I was going to say,
nationalities.
if the unthinkable happens tonight and Norway beat England and you win tomorrow, will you please do the Norwegian row across the line as your victory celebration?
I don't know what has a higher chance of happening, me winning or England losing. So we'll see. I'll take you up on your offer then, definitely.
Okay, there we go. We talked about Jack Dex. Thank you, Ralph. Of course, Ralph's dad, Mike, is German, and of course, Ralph and his brother, Timo. The Jack Dex racing setup, I mean, the Czech Republic, well, they milled all the karts that Jack Dex uses. They've got 2 women in the Wimbledon final, but that's not the World Cup. We'll keep going down the front there. But the MS kart, why don't we just have a quick chat with, we've got Jensen Pugh, George Robinson, Jamal, come this way. Here we go, new driver. Jack Dex, there goes. So, first of all, what's your name, young man?
Jamal Pumaran.
Jamal?
Pumaran.
Pamara. Okay, you've come to the Jack Dex Racing. You are in the E10 class. What is the E10 class like?
It's good, yeah. My favourite thing about it is the boost button.
The boost button. Right, the boost button E10. Andrew Mather will explain a little bit about that. Talk to Dad very, very quickly. Thank you. How much, come around this side. How much easier is an E10 to look after than the normal internal combustion engine?
Really easy. So he drives the Minimax outside of this, and in comparison, it's a lot easier to maintain, a lot easier to manage. Yeah, really enjoying it, to be fair.
Excellent. Good luck.
Thank you.
Tickets to the ROTAX Grand Finals?
Who knows? He's a rookie still, so yeah.
He's a rookie still. And in the FIFA World Cup, who would you be supporting?
England.
England. Okay, there we go. Good lad, there we go. Okay, there we go. That's another English supporter. We are in the centre of England. It's hardly surprising. But yeah, Jack Dex, old school as you like, but always at the front of the field. Just goes to prove that, you don't have to have the biggest budget. If you spend your pennies wisely, you will still be very quick.
Absolutely, Henry. Let's head further along the paddock. It's lunchtime right now, so you can see everyone dying to get some lunch and some cold beverages in this heat.
It is. We're in the middle of a heat wave. You've got here, obviously, your old tarmac from the Second World War here, and you can still see some of the tie-downs they used to use for the planes. Now, new team this year, Liam Aitken Racing. Looking inside, now. I mean, you know me, I love a graphics kit, and that is a graphics kit. Yes?
A Henry Classic.
It is a Henry Classic. Now this is, come on young man, so, explain, what's your name first?
Hugo.
Hugo Senna.
Yeah.
Okay, Hugo Senna. I mean, it's not a bad name to have, is it? To like go-karting. Tell us about why, obviously the name, what makes these colours so special to you?
I just like Senna.
Just like Senna. When were you born?
2016.
2016. Ayrton Senna died in 1994. That was 14, 22 years before this young man was born, and yet Senna's legacy, not just his success on track, but the way he went racing, how much he loved racing, lives on, and generally, Keogh Lynch is with a driver.
Thank you very much, Henry. Devon Taylor for actually global karting, but of course, very kind to share some awning space in here. Kimbolton, it's a circuit you know quite well. How's it going?
We've been struggling a bit with pace. We were quite quick yesterday, but we've had some car issues today, but I think we sorted it for the heats now.
Exactly, like you said, qualifying didn't quite go your way. So what's the game plan for the rest of this weekend?
Push through the pack and hopefully get to the front.
One final question. I don't think you're too interested, but is it coming home?
Yeah, hopefully.
Did you know there was a game tonight?
Yes.
Oh, there we go. At least he knows. Right, let's move along. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good to hear from some more drivers. Henry, you're looking quite shiny out here. It's getting hot.
I'm looking quite shy. Well, thank you, Keel. Yes, well, you know, my
Glowing, some would say.
I'm just in bloom at the moment. That's all. We've got another paddock show, Poochie. She's catching on quick. Right. We got to carry. Luke, stop looking at that dog's bottom. Right. Young lady, please explain who is our second paddock show pooch of the day.
This is Bo Kelly.
Bo Kelly. Yes. And, Bo loves the camera. And who does Bo belong to?
Me, and I am Jensen Kelly's grandmother.
Ah, okay, so Jensen Kelly. So by proxy, Jensen is one of the drivers who is based out in the UAE, but... Now, is it Jensen? Where's Jensen's mum originally from? Because we're doing who's going to represent who at the World Cup. So the Kelly family would be representing what nation at the World Cup?
England.
That was the wrong answer. The Jensen Kelly family, they're representing somewhere far away where Jensen usually lives. Is that right?
No, because we're English.
Okay, fair enough. I said Welsh, but I tried. Jensen's over from the UAE, and his mum's Singaporean, I think, believe it or not.
Chinese.
Half Chinese. I knew there was China, the UAE, and England again. The dog supported. And a French poodle, there we go. There we go.
We're covering
Hello.
so many nationalities.
Well, we are multinational. In the space of one interview, we've sort of covered France, the UAE, China, and England again. There we go. And the UK. Let's go. Thank you very much. Thanks, Bo. There we go. Right.
Are we going to give you those three?
Well, I don't know. What do you think, ladies and gentlemen? By proxy, I mean, half the players... Well, none of the players that played for Curaçao have actually been to Curaçao. They're all Dutch.
I feel like you kind of forced her into that one, though. I think she was pretty set on England.
I mean, she was pretty set on England. We've got three of our KZ2s here. You got Miles Murphy sitting down there, the Charles Leclerc chassis. There's the Tom Moore Racing team, all hiding because they don't want to be on camera. Well, that's fair enough. We're coming down here. We're coming down to the entrance to the Parc Ferme area at Kimbolton. What I love is that you have clubs that are reliant on volunteers. The Freeman Family Hunts Kart Club, they keep things going. Now, you're not allowed to have rental carts here at Kimbolton, so they're trying to keep up with places like Silverstone and Wilton Mill and Buckmore Park and what have you without the aid of rental karting. So it's remarkable how they keep improving this facility, isn't it?
It absolutely is. Look at the busy paddock we have this weekend. Drivers are usually fond of this circuit, not one that too many of them have been local to so far, but the locals that we have heard from, even that race in the club rounds, they are all really enjoying it and feeling positive about this weekend.
They are indeed. There's a few people going past, the Harrison crowd that are going past. I think the aim to get to 20 questions, 20 drivers, 20 different nations, that was just a bit of fun. It's okay, it's failed. But one thing that the entire British paddock is going to make sure wins, and that is Team Will 37. We're going to come there. Now, I know we're going to have a feature on this. It doesn't matter. We'll feature it again because it's very, very important. Will McIntyre, racer in the British Championship, moved up through the ranks of European karting. Will is fighting the biggest fight of all at the moment. This weekend, the British Championship paddock are being asked to, well, let's bring Will's, is it Will's sister? Let's bring Will's sister. And I will not try and over-egg the pudding and say anything that is going to, be upsetting. However, you are asking the British Championship to help save a life, aren't you, this weekend? Particularly, namely, your own brother's life. What can anybody who is involved in karting, who is coming to Kimbolton to watch tomorrow, or even can get in touch, what are you asking the British karting community, any driver between the age of 16 and 30 to do to help save your brother's life? Take it away.
We're asking any mechanics or drivers or just any fans to do a swab for the Anthony Nolan Trust to collect some stem cell samples so that hopefully they could be a match for William or for anybody who's on the stem cell register, so that they can hopefully save a life by donating either bone marrow or a blood transfusion to donate stem cells, which can fight diseases such as Williams, which is XLP1. It can also blood cancer, breast cancer, all these other diseases that I can't name off the top of my head. But yeah, so anyone that's able to, anyone that's willing, if you're healthy, please donate some stem cells and help out my brother and people like my brother with these diseases.
There we go. Thank you ever so much. I know we got a feature on that before, but we cannot feature this cause too much. In fact, we should probably feature it at the start and finish of every single race. Oh, 20 minutes goes by in a real hurry. You can see the drivers that are now heading in to start their qualifying session, or is this the first round of heat races this afternoon? Kiel, you can review all the first round of heat races. So tomorrow morning, when people tune in to the build-up show, Andrew and Kiel will take you through today's racing. It's going to be a really good day. The sun is shining. This is the middle of British summer. We're halfway through the championship, Kiel, and we're in for a great day.
That's right. I think this is a brilliant place to finish the paddock show. Thank you for joining us. It's going to be a great weekend of racing, like you said. Absolute scorcher. We'll see you tomorrow.
Here at Demon Tweaks, you probably know us for our massive kartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from ROTAX parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Wera, what a start from the start. Heading up into the top section.
Welcome back, everybody, to live pictures here at Kimbolton, the home of Hunt's Kart Racing Club, for Event 5 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. We've had a great weekend so far here under sunny skies. The temperature's a little bit cooler today, though, and that's a good thing for the drivers ahead of the hottest races of the weekend in terms of what is at stake. Air temperature 27 degrees ahead of our first set of finals here today. We'll kick off with the Junior ROTAX final that's due to go off in just under 6 minutes' time. Myself, Andrew Mather, Henry Baudet alongside in the commentary box, and Kiel Lynch out there as well. Keeping on top of all of the situations, the stories, going on here. Henry rejoins me in the box. Junior ROTAX to get us going. It's been a bit of a topsy-turvy weekend so far for the Junior ROTAX drivers. Not quite sure what we're going to see in this one. Important race, though, for championship leader Charlie Wolfett. He does start 9th in this race, but this is a big opportunity. Title rivals further down the order than him. This could be a big day for him. Maybe not to take another race victory, but to extend his championship lead.
Yes. Recovered from a retirement yesterday. Broken track rod. To charge through the order this morning. Finley Lines, who was black flagged whilst leading the pre-final, his superheat rather, starts 33rd out of 36. You can see the karts making their way out onto the grid. Keogh Lynch is down there standing by, but this isn't a round you can win the British Championship. It is a round where you can make it very, very difficult for others to win. And that is what has to be on the mind of Charlie Wolfett. Get through turn 1 cleanly. Once again, you'll see them lining up 2 by 2 on the grid. We will then have a single file start. This was a decision, as you can hear. Actually, let's go quiet because Lee Manchester is briefing the drivers. We don't want to interrupt him. Just wait for the last few drivers to come in before they will be given their instructions. Then we will explain why you will see a single file start. It was a decision made by Nigel Edwards, Senior Race Director, this morning, just for today, based on the racing that we saw yesterday.
So as this driver's briefing is going on, let's head down to Keogh Lynch.
Thank you very much, boys. It is time, and we are going out with a bang. We are going in with a bang, and that is for Junior ROTAX final. It is time. They are just behind us. They were having a quick debrief, I'm presuming about race starts, but let's get underway just in time. The wind has joined us here. The drivers will not be complaining about that because the track temperature will be hopefully coming down ever so slightly. Let's catch a quick word with our pole sitter, Ellis Bell. Hi, can we have a quick chat with you?
Yeah.
Ellis, you were a privateer previously. How nice is it now to join forces with the team and be able to show your ability?
No, it's good. I've obviously got a really good group of people behind me. I've got Ben and Matty and all them helping me. They are the reason why I'm here, and my dad, obviously. So, yeah.
I know you're getting ready, but what has that taught you? I know you and your dad worked really hard for years to get to this stage. Is that going to help you in this final?
Yeah. Just try not to lose focus. It's a really, really long race and stuff like that, so I just need to keep my calm and hopefully come and win it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll let you go on and get ready. Now let's move along to the other side of our front row here. We've got Fletcher Jameson. We'll come to you while you're getting ready. Fletcher, how are you feeling?
Confident, to be honest. Yeah, pretty confident.
Of course, with Jack's Motorsport on the new Max engines as of this year, you must be happy with what they're providing you?
Yeah, they're doing a lot for me at the minute, so I'm really happy with the kit they're giving me and really happy.
And this heat's been difficult so far this weekend for people. How have you been holding up?
Pretty well after, obviously, shenanigans on the first corner, like usual, but been getting on with it and managed to start P2 for final.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
And before we go, we're going to have a quick chat with Emerson. The whistle has blown. Emerson, we're going to grab a quick word before you go. I know your dad's saying good luck. How are you feeling? You've had a really good heat earlier. That must be making you feel confident.
Yeah, I feel pretty confident going into the final and confident that we can get a good result.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, that is all we have time for. It is time to begin the finals for Event 5. Back to the box.
Thank you very much, Keogh, down there with our drivers. A mixed up grid in places here, Henry.
Yes.
We've just been analysing and looking through some of the best results for drivers in the British Kart Championships, there are quite a few at the front of the field who have not won a British Kart Championships final before.
I make it of the top 10 starters, no, in fact, the top 12 starters, the only drivers of that top 12 who have won a round of the British Championship in previous years. Emerson McAndrew Uren, Cian Bernard, Charlie Wolfett, and Riley Murrow.
Yep. Here we go then. First final of the day here at Kimbolton. It's Junior ROTAX. Here we go then for the final in Junior ROTAX. Ellis Bell and Fletcher Jameson start from row 1. A returning Emerson McAndrew-Wren and Louis Radcliffe go from row 2. It's Thomas Jackson and Blake Southern on row 3. Finley Smith and Cian Bernard go from 4. Charlie Wolfett, championship leader, starts on row 5 alongside Riley Murrow. Alex Shepherd and Jensen Chalk go from 6. Row 7, it's Zach Turner and Ryan White. Miles Burton and Sebastian Clark go from 8. Connor Large and Nathaniel Gray on row 9. George Fountain and Ewan House complete the top 20. Laurie McVeigh and Teddy Cooper go from 11. It's Bradshaw and Holmes Ballack on row 12. Ronnie Smart and Alex Goodson go from row 13. Stanley Williams and Harry Radcliffe go from 14. Kartik Kamatu and Joseph Berkery complete the top 30 for the start of this race. Jacob Aston and Aidan Clark go from 16. Finley Lines starts 33rd alongside Tobias Johns on row 17. Josh Cormack and Sam Aston squeeze in to the top 36. Everybody else will not take part in this race. This has been the hardest final to qualify for. 50-odd drivers started the race weekend here in Cambridgeshire, hoping of making it through to this race. We know who now will compete within it, Henry Baudet. The next question, what are we about to see over the course of the next 15 minutes plus 1 lap?
Well, from George Fountain's kart, we're going to see everything up close and personal. He has our onboard camera. We're going to see a single file start. We're then going to see which driver can maintain their composure in the heat, which driver can maintain tyre temperature, which driver has got grip left on those Mojo tyres by the end of the longest and most punishing race at one of the most punishing circuits in the UK.
We go round again. The slow boards are still on. This is not the start of the race.
And you can already... Oh, and now that driver that dove to the inside, was that... I'm trying to see who was that. It was about the 4th. Could it have been a Craft Motorsport car? No, it's a little bit further back from Thomas
Jackson. It might be Cian Bernard. I thought it might be Cian Bernard for the Sam Pollitt Racing
yes,
team.
because of course they were single file, but jumping over that inside curb, probably to avoid, and this is the drivers in the middle of the pack have to be aware that it is one driver, not two, just one, who controls the pace. Ellis Bell, the tiny karter from Scotland, he is the only driver that controls the pace of the field leading up to the start, and everybody else has to be aware of that. Focus, pay attention, have your wits about you. George Fountain starting 19th on the grid, virtually just over halfway down in the absolute thick of the hornet's nest here in Cambridgeshire.
Leaders coming towards Kimbolton Corner then. If you're just joining us, it's a mixed up grid. Championship contenders further down the field. What can the likes of Wolfett, Chalk and Lines do in this one? Are we going to see a new winner here today in the British Kart Championships in Junior ROTAX? The understarters orders, we are green, we are racing at Kimbolton for 15 minutes plus 1 lap. There's a bit of a melee in the second half of the field, but at the front of the order, it's a good start for Bell. It's a good start for Emerson McAndrew-Wren, who is challenging for second place round the outside through the willows and immediately on to Derricks. It's a good lead for Bell, but look at Emerson McAndrew right in there, went round the outside of Fletcher Jameson into that left-hander and has taken second place. He's been out of the British Kart Championships paddock for a while, but he hasn't been out of racing in Europe, racing in the FIA Championships. He's here for one job and one job only, to get his 8th win of his British Kart Championships career. However, Ellis Bell stands in his way. Ellis Bell, pole sitter, leads at the end of lap 1.
Bell already under pressure. Can a driver who has never won a round of the British Kart Championship hold off a driver who has won more than most? That's the 262 Kart. Out of the race early. Ewan House for Jack's Motorsports retires on lap number 1. The field being led by the Ultimate R kart of Ellis Bell, with George Fountain thick in the pack, chasing them all down through Kestrel Corner. Bell on the anchors. He knows who he's got behind him. He knows he cannot give Emerson McAndrew a sniff of the inside line. Bell's kart is not yet up to tyre temperature, which is why we're seeing him defend. He has got to hope that he can withstand the pressure early on, and as his tyres get up to temperature, as the setup begins to hit the sweet spot, he's still leading and can then begin to stretch away. Louis Radcliffe up in the 3rd position. We got one driver missing. Derricks completely using the KZ2 run off of the track, and they slot back in the mid-pack. Bell defends again into Kestrel Corner. Now, this is where Emerson McAndrew has got to have his wits about him, because he's got one eye on attack, one eye on defence. And here comes McAndrew. Bell squeezes him. McAndrew slots back into Stowe Corner. They're tripping over each other, and they're 3 wide for 4th place. And this is what Ellis Bell wanted. He wanted Emerson McAndrew to suddenly come under pressure, and Louis Radcliffe is providing that pressure.
Blake Southern up to P4. Good move from Blake Southern, the top novice in this race so far. Ellis Bell now trying to break away from the rest of the field. McAndrew-Uren's got to keep his eyes forward and trust that the drivers behind are going to try and bring the rest back as a group, back towards Ellis Bell. However, Ellis Bell has had a warning. Also, Charlie Wolfett on the attack, up to P5. Championship leader knows this could be a pivotal day in his championship bid. Unbeaten in finals so far this season. Looking around the outside there is Fletcher Jameson, side by side with Riley Morrow. That's going to be tight, but they get through. That's good racing for the juniors. Jameson looks the wrong way. Is that going to be an opportunity for Morrow? No, he recovers well, holds on to that position of 7th right now. But look how close they are, Henry. We're only 5 laps into this one, still an 11.5-minute distance to go. Investigation underway for the 237 of Joseph Berkery. This is still anyone's game. Just to note, from the start of the race, Alex Goodson also out of this one. Alex is okay. His kart was pushed back off of the circuit. Meanwhile, back at the front of the order, Emerson McAndrew. That's a big lap. That is a big lap from last year's Mini-Max champion. He's broken away from Louis Radcliffe. He's less than 2/10 behind Ellis Bell now, and now he's got Ellis Bell potentially a little bit vulnerable, a little bit isolated here at Kimbolton. Through Derricks, that's good lines from both Bell and McAndrew. This is not really an overtaking spot here for the Rotax drivers, but 2 corners time could be. Bell leads through Kestrel Corner, but McAndrew is right there. How does he play this? He goes for the lead, down the inside, new race leader for the first time in the British Kart Championship. So there's drama behind for one of the Vantages, and a Jax driver, Emerson McAndrew, leads in the British Kart Championships once again, but for the first time in Junior Rotax.
Yes, it was Ronnie Smart and Miles Burton coming to grief. Cian Bernard sets a new fastest lap of the race, still over a second off William Antrobus's 4-year-old lap record here in Junior Rotax. And you can see McAndrew, he thought to himself, I don't want to hang around, I've got to go now, because Bell has set his stall out early by defending. So instead of pushing Ellis Bell away, he has decided to go for the lead. Battle for 3rd position, drivers chopping and changing. Louis Radcliffe and Charlie Wolfett side by side with 3rd. Wolfett takes 3rd position. Now Ellis Bell has got the big guns crowding round him. The tiny Carter from Scotland running with the Welsh team from Abergele, Ultimate R in North Wales. Ben Hingley, Bonner Hingley, his dad, Matty Hingley, Ben's younger brother and senior Rotax driver, all combining forces to help this very young, talented Scottish driver Ellis Bell to maybe break through and take his first British Championship victory. I'm thinking back, I don't think Ellis Bell's ever stood on a British Championship podium before. So this could still be a career day for Ellis Bell, and they're closing in on a slower Kart who is a lap down.
Miles Burton, it's Miles Burton in the Vantage Racing Team 643, the wildcard here this weekend. Driver we need to keep an eye on in the lower reaches of the top 10. Cian Bernard up to P7 in the white helmet there, the Sam Pollitt colours of orange, blue and white. Bernard is flying. Bernard has done a 41.601 as the fastest lap of this race. That was last time around. He set a personal best whilst overtaking other drivers. Bernard has not won a round of the British Kart Championship since his Micromax days in 2023. He's been knocking on the door. You think back to about 12 months ago, second at the Grand Prix at PF International. He desperately wants that win, but that's not going to help him. That was Thomas Jackson in the Craft Motorsport 216. Going back through into 6th place, but we need to keep an eye on those drivers. There's some pace in the second half of that top 10, and we've still got 8.25 minutes to go.
If you give Cian Bernard any clear track, then the lap record is looking shaky. 40.85. There is Miles Burton out of the race, damage to his Vantage Motorsport Kart. Don't forget that engine cost £1 in a raffle, and it got him to a British Championship main event. As they cross the line, Blake Southern is now up in the 3rd position. Ellis Bell on the podium. It's a Dan Holland Racing 1, 2, 3 as they float through the Willows with Cian Bernard still in 6th with the fastest lap. He's now tagging on to the back of Louis Ratcliffe. The lap record 40.85 seconds, set in May 2023 by William Andremus. George Fountain picks up a position. He's going to pick up a couple of more, because just in front of Fountain there was a little bit of a schmozzle going on into Derrick's, and he picks up another few places. There's Riley Murrow, the human highlight reel coming through your screen. Zach Turner behind him in 10th position. Fletcher Jameson from the outside of the front row has slipped back to 7th. There's Jensen Chalk, the MLC Motorsport Team, the 2023 Micromax Grand Finals winner. And Jensen is up into 11th place.
Jensen Chalk losing points, though, in the championship stakes to Charlie Wolfett. Just to know, Tom Finley Lines is moving forward. He's up into the top 20. This is a damage limitation day for Finley Lines, 3rd in the championship before the start of today. But he's still losing points to this man here. Kart number 6, the number 6 seed from last year. 3 final wins on the spin in the British Kart Championships for Charlie Wolfett. But if he's going to make it 4 here today, if he's going to win the first 3 finals of this season, he's going to have to work really, really hard to catch his teammate and then overtake him. It's not necessarily the easiest circuit to overtake on the calendar this year here at Kimbolton. Keeping an eye on Bernard as well. Bernard has cleared the non-DHR runners. Bernard is now up to P4. I like the look of that Sam Pollitt racing machine here this afternoon, Henry.
Yep.
Bernard is looking focused. Bernard is looking locked in here. This could be a 5 3/4 minutes for the ages. 4 drivers, 3 of them with wins before. The one that is the fly in the winning ointment is Blake Southern, who's not been in this position before. Any one of these could win this race.
Yes, they can. No team orders in karting. There is a Dan Holland Racing 1, 2, 3. The drivers will have been told, do not take each other out, but race as hard as you can. And that is what they will do if they can catch Emerson McCann Jr. At the moment, it's Wolfett versus Southern versus Bernard versus Bell. There comes Fletcher Jameson back up into the top 6 at the expense of Louis Radcliffe. Thomas Jackson for the Craft Motorsport team now, right behind Jameson, going into turn number 1. Behind them, it is Louis Rackman and Riley Murrow. Battling for 8th and 9th, Zach Turner is the next kart in line in 10th. But as you can see, disappearing out of the camera shot, Emerson McAndrew-Uren has the lead. Jackson makes the move into Derricks.
The resistance is broken. Kian Bernard has broken the DHR stronghold on the podium and is up to 3rd place. Is now cruising in on championship leader Charlie Wolfett. Now, is this where Charlie Wolfett now changes his tack? Is this where Charlie Wolfett starts to think about championship versus final victories? To win this championship, you have to have consistency. You have to make sure that you keep that points tally ticking over. That's what Jacob Ashcroft did 12 months ago on his way to the British Junior Rotax title. Charlie Wolfett right now has a good lead, 373 points on the live scores versus his closest rival is now Ellis Bell on 349. That's a good lead to have at this stage of the season. How much does Charlie Wolfett risk? It doesn't look like he's got the pace today to live with Emerson McAndrew-Uren. What a performance this has been from Emerson McAndrew-Uren. He's been out in Europe, he's been successful on the Euro Trophy scene, he's been having a hard time running in the next level up in the FIA Championships, but back here in the British Kart Championships, this is another stellar performance from all 4 of these drivers, because Blake Southern's still there as well. 3 minutes and 20 seconds of this race to go, Henry. It's looking good for Emerson McAndrew-Uren, but I'm still intrigued as to what the tactics are now between Wolfett and Bernard. Do they work together to close down the 233?
I don't think Gold Chain Charlie will have a choice about working with Kian Bernard. Now, he doesn't let Kian Bernard go, and that allows Blake Southern to snatch 3rd place back. I was about to say, oh, here comes Kian Bernard. You cannot. He is simply irresistible today, flashing through the willows now. Wolfett may not have the speed to bring Emerson McAndrew-Uren back to the pack. Kian Bernard might do. 2.5 minutes plus a lap to go. Kian Bernard is now going to get back to Charlie Wolfett, past Charlie Wolfett, and maybe Charlie Wolfett's best chance of winning this race is letting Bernard go and following Bernard up to the leader, because Kian Bernard, certainly what he does note, he no longer has the fastest lap of the race. Finley Lines from 33rd on the grid now into 17th position has the fastest lap of the race, just half a second off the lap record set 4 years ago. And this is on tyres that have done 2 days of racing in these hot, arduous conditions. Jensen Chalk getting mixed up there. He is running in, I think, 11th, 12th position. In fact, he moves into 13th position at the expense of Connor Large, with Luca Holmes-Ballock in front of him in the number 228 kart. There is Chalk for the MLC Motorsport team. Into Kestrel Corner. This is outside the top 10, but look how fierce the battling is. Connor Large, in Kai Clark's old race suit, moves into 11th place, and that's a great result for Connor Large and his mechanic Jamie Rogers, because Connor is quite new to karting. Here is McAndrew-Uren through Derricks, and Bernard hasn't been able to close the door back to Charlie Wolfett.
5-second penalty for Luca Holmes-Ballock. That's not the first time we've seen that notice come up on screen. Unfortunately, the 228 is going to fall down the order at the end of this race. We've got 60 seconds of this 3rd Junior Rotax final of the year for the British Kart Championships to go. Kimbolton is poised and ready. This is a really, really tense run into this one. On paper, you would say this is a McAndrew-Uren's race to lose as Riley Murrow goes wheel to wheel with Zach Turner. Zach Turner, who's raced far, far better this weekend. I've been impressed with Zach Turner here today. That was a move for 8th place ahead of Riley Murrow into the chicane. Through Derricks once again. Fletcher Jameson still there as well. Could still have a chance of getting his best result in the British Kart Championships if he can find a way up into the top 8. 20 seconds to go. The laps go quickly here round this sub 1 kilometre circuit here in Cambridgeshire. 2 more laps to go. Emerson McAndrew 1.4 seconds clear now of Charlie Wolfett. Has Cian Bernard got any more pace left? Well, he's just set a new fastest lap of the final so far, a 41.409. But my fear for Bernard at the moment, Henry, even if he passes Wolfett, the gap's too big. I think it's going to be another, at best, second place here today.
I think so. As we watch the battle of a second, Wolfett leads into Dan Weldon corner. Bernard hot on his wheel tracks, but in front of them, that disappearing figure, the Kart of number 233, Emerson McAndrew, getting smaller and smaller in the eyesight of Charlie Wolfett as he continues to pull away. Let's not forget that in April 2023, the debut of the Micromax class in the UK was here at Kimbolton. The winner on that day, Emerson McAndrew. He went on to become that year's Micromax British champion. A year later, Minimax British, 2 years later, Minimax British champion. He is the great-grandson of gentleman Jeff Uren, who was one of the earliest British Saloon Car Championships. The Uren legacy continues. Wolfett holding up Bernard and Southern for second. Ellis Bell is fifth. But Emerson McAndrew is about to cross the line.
8 days ago, he was at Silverstone awarding the trophies to the F1 drivers. Today, here at Kimbolton for the 8th time, Emerson McAndrew is a winner in the British Kart Championships. It's the first victory for Emerson here in Junior Rotax, and he just took it away from all of them. He was a cut above the rest here today on his British Kart Championships return. It's a 1-2 for Dan Holland Racing. Charlie Wolfett's winning streak in finals is over, but that is still a very, very good result. If he wasn't to win today, there's one driver he would have been okay with beating him, and it's that young man there. Emerson McAndrew takes it for DHR. Charlie Wolfett very much extends his championship lead. It is now, 34 points ahead of the next driver. That is the kind of territory that takes a little bit of the pressure off for Wolfett in the second half of the season. Cian Bernard back on the podium, P3. Brilliant drive for Sam Pollitt Racing. Other highlights, Finlay Lines gains 20 places, gets points for 13th. He's going to need a pretty much perfect run now for the rest of this season, but he's not out of it yet. The rest of the order, the key runners in that one. Where did Jensen Chalk finish? 14th. Ellis Bell will take second place in the championship tonight with 5th place in that one. Blake Southern, the driver who 2 years ago was in Arrive and Drive karting, leaves Kimbolton halfway through the British Kart Championship season 3rd. What a tremendous effort that is from Blake Southern. This is no driver who's not got the experience, not got the speed in Oneg racing anymore. He is a bona fide runner here at this level.
2 years of hard work for Blake Southern, but let's have a look back at an electrifying Junior Rotax final. They came to the back. You'll see the departure of Alex Goodson there into the tyres. He is okay. Emerson, well, he tries to go to the outside. Ellis Bell, the pole sitter, setting his stall out early. I think Ellis Bell, like we did in the commentary box, knew that he doesn't have the pace to hold off Emerson McAndrew over 15 minutes. So he defended and tried to drag Emerson McAndrew into a battle. And for a time, it worked. You can see there, side by side, that was Louis Ratcliffe getting involved as Thomas Jackson in the Craft Motorsport 218 was battling. But as the race panned out and the lead pack thinned, Ellis Bell had no more friends behind him to prevent this from happening. That one move from Emerson McAndrew was all he needed, and that, in terms of the race win, was all she wrote. But there was so much happening behind, Andrew.
Charlie Wolfett coming through the order as well. I think this is actually bigger than a race victory in terms of his championship bid. Miles Burton retired from the race, had a decent weekend for the Vantage team, the local team here to Cambridgeshire. These were some of the other scraps. Jensen Chalk gaining a couple of positions through that exchange. Cian Bernard's pace in the middle part of the race was absolutely electric. Fletcher Jameson, good run for him. Another top 10 this season. I think a top 5 is definitely coming later on in the season. Good race from Zach Turner today. Did not leave PF International a happy driver. P7 today. Really good run for Zach Turner. Other battles going on. Jensen Chalk. That's a little bit of a blow for Jensen Chalk today for his championship hopes. He slips down to 4th place in the standings. This was him going back and forth with Connor Large. That was for a spot inside the top 15. Into the latter stages of the race, Riley Murrow going up against Zach Turner again. That again was over 7th place. Good scrap between those two there. But it was Emerson McAndrew-Uran's day for the 8th time in his British Kart Championships career. He is a race winner in a final. Let's hear what he has to say with Keol Lynch.
Well, he has won a British Championship. He's dominated in Europe, and he has now returned with a bang, with a win. That is Emerson McAndrew-Uran. Emerson, that must feel amazing.
Yeah, it was a great weekend, like really good pace the whole week. So really happy with that result, and hopefully we can push on for more.
Everyone in this paddock knows how hard you and your family work behind the scenes. Your mum travels with you to and from Italy. How great is it to have the support of them? You couldn't do that without them, could you?
Yeah, without them, none of this would be possible. So just a massive thanks to all my family.
And can I ask one more question? How old are you?
12, nearly 13.
So you are battling people that are older than you, they are stronger than you, and that has never not affected you this year at all?
No, I don't really feel it when I'm going round.
Well, congratulations, and we're going to be seeing you again later on in the year, aren't we?
Yeah, I just have one more thing to say. What up?
Well, thank you very much. That was an abrupt end, and head back to the box.
Wallup is back for the 8th time this season in his career. First time this season. And, yeah, for Charlie Wolfett, just to go through the championship scores before we move on to senior Rotax. Wolfett, 373. Bell up to 2nd place in the championship now on 349. Blake Southern, 3rd, 332. Jensen Chalk drops to 4th place, 329. Louis Radcliffe up to P5, 322. Sebastian Clark, Findlay Lines, Zach Turner, Fletcher Jameson and Connor Large complete the current top 10 on the provisional results for the championship scores. We will see these drivers race again later on in the summer. Henry Baudet rejoins me in the box. That was a really positive finish, I felt, for Junior Rotax as a race.
Yes.
The best race of the weekend from the Junior Rotaxes was the final, and that's what we like to see.
Quite rightly so. The second race you're going to see, the Senior Rotax final, will also start in single file. Everything else will go off 2 by 2 as normal. And as you can see, the assembled media, you've got the Orange Army and the Pink Army.
Just to note, if you are particularly following the Junior Rotax drivers, they will be back for the weekend of the 7th to the 9th of August at Wilton Mill. That will be the first event of the year for the mini championship that is going to form the E-Plate, the English Championship for 2026.
Yes, so while we've got a couple of minutes, I will briefly explain the E-Plate, the English Championship. For the very first time, the E-Plate will be held over multiple weekends, and for the E10, the Mini, the Junior and the Senior Rotax classes, there are tickets for the Rotax Grand Finals available. You simply need to enter the Wilton Mill round of the British Championship via all the usual places that you go to enter one of these rounds, and the drivers, the 2 drivers in E10 and the 1 driver in Mini, Junior and Senior that scores the most points at Wilton Mill and then the double header at Silverstone gets a ticket. Not the championship leader necessarily. If you haven't even entered the first half of the season, you can still go to the grand finals by virtue of entering at Wilton Mill and at Silverstone. You not only become the English champion, the E-Plate holder, you also get the ticket to the grand final. It is open to all members of Team UK. You know, you don't have to just be English to win the E-Plate, but it is a championship within a championship. It's perfect for, say, a driver that started the year in Minimax, had a growth spurt, and then moved up a class halfway through the season. So that's the E-plate. There'll be more information available. There, walking out, is the driver that not just in the UK, pretty much in the world of Rotax racing, has to beat at the moment. Freddie Lloyd. He was a champion in the other half of the British Championship last year. He's now looking to make it a Rotax title in 2026. But there are so many rivals. However, Freddie Lloyd walking, sunglasses on, at the front, his mechanic Marvellous Marv Parrott watching on, and this is a psychological thing for Freddie Lloyd. Walk to the front, ignore everyone, thumbs up, I'm as cool as a cucumber. It's hot, the weather is glorious, but I'm just taking everything in my stride. And you're going to turn round, they're going to put that cart round first, and 35 other drivers will have to walk past Freddie Lloyd. And Andrew Mather is also looking at the window, because I want to see Lloyd's actions as his rivals walk past him. He isn't even looking at them. Going about his business. Helmets being put on. Other drivers continue to walk up the grid. They all have to walk past the Evolution Racing number 371. And they have to look at that kart. They have to look at Freddie Lloyd, who has been untouchable almost all week. And one of our cameramen has just fallen over Leon Hastings' kart. I'm so sorry. And Leon Hastings and his mechanic Jamie Dyer looking down at one of the Alpha Line cameramen has just gone clean over his NASA panel. Oh, he's trying to get you as close as possible. Well, he's trying to get as close as possible. So close, he's actually inside the karts.
So the rest of the grid forms up then. If the junior grid was a little bit jumbled up in terms of the form book, this is the absolute opposite. Lloyd, we've talked about. Harry Freeman has had a great week. At row 2, Leon Hasty and Guy Cunnington, both of them winners at this level in the past. Could they break through the ranks? Jack Lilly and Albie Lapper, that could be quite an interesting scenario. Strawberry Racing teammates 5th and 6th on that single file run down towards turn number 1. Don't sleep on Macaulay Bishop in this race. He won here 2 years ago with a splendid performance. Similar to what we've just seen in the juniors from Emerson McCann. He got to the front and he just went bye-bye to everybody else. And it broke the rest of the field that particular year. Let's head down, though, to the grid. Keogh Lynch, what do you have for us?
Thank you very much, boys. Back down on the grid, Senior Rotax, and it is a familiar face once again. We saw him recently in the other half of the British Kart Championships, and that is Freddie Lloyd. Freddie, back on pole position?
Yeah, I mean, it's been really good so far. The starts have not been, let's say, fair. But see if I can make it past first corner and then extend the gap and, well, see if I can drive off.
And you've been dominating elsewhere also recently. You were over in Genk for the Euro Trophy and you were racing 100 drivers. What's harder, winning there or do you think winning on the British grid?
I mean, most of the Euros is filled with the British drivers, so it's technically just racing the same people over again, but you get a few wild cards out in Europe that are very fast, but nothing I can't really beat. Deja vu for you today then? Yeah, I'd say so.
Right, best of luck.
Thank you.
Good luck. But we are going to go over now to the other side of the front row. That is Harry Freeman. Harry, you've looked really strong so far this weekend. How are you feeling?
Yeah, all right. We've made some changes for this because I don't think we were quick enough. But yeah, we should be good now.
And if we look back on your story a bit, a lot of people paid attention, felt for you last year at the Rotax Grand Finals. You were 2 corners from that win, and tell us how much it would mean to you to get the chance to go back there again.
Yeah, I think it'll be really big for me. But yeah, it's going to be hard this year with all these good drivers, you know.
And are you feeling that pressure this year on these grids, or are you trying your best to keep focused?
Yeah, just try do my thing, but yeah, it's definitely a lot harder than junior.
Well, good luck.
Cheers.
And of course, that is Harry Freeman's first year back in senior, so extra challenge for him there on the front row. We are last going to chat to Guy Cunnington, though. Looks thrilled to see me here on the grid once again. Guy, good to see you back.
Thank you.
and it has been 6 years since you've won a final in the British Kart Championships. Can that be done today?
Yeah, we had a good pre-final. We drove, well, led every lap and managed to get a penalty somehow, so that's interesting, but we're off fourth. We'll see if we can make a few up on the start and then see if we can chase Freddie.
And I know it's been a hot topic so far this weekend, but the heat, a lot of drivers are struggling with that. Has your experience helped you there? Are you feeling it?
Yeah, it's been good. Obviously did a fair share of European racing where it was warmer than this, so this is good for me.
Thank you very much. Good to chat to you. We have a very experienced senior ROTAX grid. Whistle's blown, let's head back to the box.
Good stuff down there on the grid ahead of this senior ROTAX final. Pretty much perfect conditions, I'd say, Henry, for kart racing here today. 27 degrees air temperature, track well rubbed in, but not too hot for the drivers and for their kit ahead of this race.
No, I mean, we've seen that the tyre abuse that has taken place on these Mojo tyres getting, luckily Mojo built a very, very good kart tyre, and they needed to be good this weekend here at Kimbolton. You can see the runways, the tarmac runways from the old RAF Kimbolton off at the side of the circuit. 36 seniors line up, and we're about to go racing.
For the third time this year, let's go racing in the final for senior ROTAX. Freddie Lloyd, like he did at PF International, starts on pole position. Today, he shares the front row with Harry Freeman. Leon Hasty and Guy Cunnington go from row 2. Jack Lilly and Albie Lapper on an all-strawberry row 3. Macaulay Bishop and Joshua Graham go from row 4. Oliver Liversidge and Victor Hansen on 5. Harrison Whitcomb and Joshua Smith will carry us through from row number 6. Cian Geraghty and Jack West go from 7. It's Noah Barham and Finley Jones on 8. Antoine Lemur is the first of the Canadians in this race on row 9 alongside Jared Fox-Whiteley. Row 10, Daniel Kilpatrick and championship leader Matty Hingley. Will Archer and Oliver Smith go from 11. Josh Turnbull and Matteo Palazzo on row 12. Ewan Charman and Harrison Crowther go from 13. It's Jack Thompson and Pearson Bullock Carter on row 14. Mikey Walker and George Cole complete the top 30 for the start of this race. Hugh Moulton has gone into the final. He's sharing row 16 along with Lorenzo Cordal. Miles Roby and Rex Ashley squeezed through onto row 17. Charlie King and James Tester, they're the last of the qualifiers for this top 36 final here in senior ROTAX. It is a stacked grid, Henry Baudet, in this senior ROTAX category. We've just seen a brilliant run from the juniors. What are you expecting here from the seniors?
Well, the first thing that we can all expect, barring a catastrophe for Freddie Lloyd, at the end of lap number 1, Freddie Lloyd will be your new championship leader. Matty Hingley comes into this race 8 points ahead of Lloyd. Hingley starts 20th, and there is a retirement, the 390.
Oliver
the
Liversidge.
Motorsport car of Oliver Liversidge, who was starting in 9th position out of the race. So, there's 14 points separating Hingley, Lloyd and Leon Hasty. Hingley starting 20th, Lloyd starting from pole, Hasty starting from 3rd. Josh Turnbull is another 10 points further back, and Turnbull, looking down, where is he starting? The answer is
23rd.
So there's going to be a huge shift in the point standings. As we said before, Andrew, you can't win a British title today, but you can make it very hard for others to win. I think in senior, there's so many contenders. There are 9 drivers separated by 44 points. And at the end of this race, we are halfway through the season.
So the drivers are under starters' orders here. Do we go racing at this time? We're asking. Yes, we do. The final is underway for senior ROTAX. Good start for Freddie Lloyd. He's spread the field out there nicely through the first couple of corners. Guy Cunnington's getting involved. Is immediately up to P3. Leon Hasty has gone up a position as well. It was Harry Freeman who lost out in all of that. But that was a perfect start from Freddie Lloyd. He timed the acceleration to perfection. He can breathe a little bit in the early stages of this race. He leads by probably about 5 kart lengths or so.
And it looks as though Oliver Liversedge, I think Oliver he's not very well. I think he pulled out, that may have been a stomach problem as opposed to a kart problem. As we complete lap number 1, the 35 drivers still left in the race, led by Freddie Lloyd, who is already extending his advantage to 0.7 of a second. As we look back at the midfield battle, Hasty, P2, Cunnington, the veteran of the field, in P3. Somebody misses out there. Who is that going through the cut to? That could possibly, was that Lorenzo Cordal? I thought I saw a zip race suit, Lorenzo's very distinctive crash helmet colours. There's a Jack's Motorsport kart making a move, just behind Harrison Whittaker. Side by side for P2, Guy Cunnington and Leon Hasty wheel to wheel.
Leaning on each other through over the start line. Cunnington's up to P2. Here comes Freeman once again. Oh, brilliant from Macaulay Bishop and from Albie Lapper as well. Bishop gains 2, Lapper gains 2 as well. The wind is building here as well. It's a bright sunny day. That's all getting a little bit too close. And Jack Lilly's going to be out. Joshua Graham out of contention as well. Jack Lilly's hopeful final started from the top 5. Is hopeful no more. He cascades down the order, out of the running here today.
To give you an idea, number Albie Lapper in 4th, 5th position of a 397 when Guy Cunnington, who's running in 2nd position at the moment, started karting. Albie Lapper wasn't even born yet. And here is Lapper closing in on Cunnington. Has been Whittingham in the barriers for the Origin team, and he's taken Josh Smith with him. Oh, Josh Smith, the KX UK team up and out of the race. That could be disastrous. There's our onboard camera, and one of the flip-flops that is at the side of the circuit to demark some of the bigger curbs here at Kimbolton has been uprooted and is lying just off the apex of Derrick's. Lloyd continues to extend his lead. Great battling back in the back. There's Matty Hingley. He is already where he started 20th. Hingley is up 8 places to P12 through turn number 1 at the start of lap number 5 with 12 minutes plus a lap to go.
Freddie Lloyd leads by 1.2 seconds. The sector time's pretty even between Lloyd and Cunnington. Change for 3rd place. Macaulay Bishop is through and past Scotland's Leon Hasty. That could be a big move now. Does Bishop work with Cunnington here at this stage of the race? These two drivers know each other very, very well. Bishop, the 2024 senior ROTAX champion. Cunnington, back in the first year of the modern era, 2019. And they've got a big job on their hands today. They've got to reel in the reigning Senior X30 British champion, who has been the top man in form so far in 2026. Recipient of the FIA President's Medal. He was the top performing British driver across the whole array of karting categories last year. He got that medal given to him last time out at Larkhall. But here goes Bishop. Here's the answer. Down the inside. Bishop knows only one thing, and that's going for big moves and taking people's positions. That was brilliantly done by Macaulay Bishop, up to P2. Now, does Guy Cunnington now just sit there? He's a wise old head in this sport, Henry.
Yes.
He knows that Bishop is going to get his head down. Lloyd has not got this thing won yet. 10.5 minutes to go. The gap is 1.5 seconds.
I think Guy Cunnington is a very intelligent, analytic kart racer. He will have deduced that Macaulay Bishop, over the course of a lap, is probably a tick quicker than him. Guy Cunnington's best chance of winning this race is sitting behind and pushing or following Macaulay Bishop. There is the number 9 kart of Jack West for Strawberry Racing, moving up, passing Harry Freeman for 7th position. Now West sits behind the number 7 kart, his Strawberry Racing teammate Cian Geraghty. Albie Lapper runs in 5th position, so Strawberry Racing karts 5th, 6th and 7th. There is the leading KR Sport machine of Harry Freeman, now down to 8th. Then you've got Noah Barham and Jared Fox-Whiteley with Matty Hingley at the back of this pack. now trying to retake his championship lead. At the moment, Lloyd leads on 351 points, with Hingley running in 11th place. He's got 346. Matty Hingley can still retain his championship lead in this race, but he's got to pick up at least another 3 or 4 positions to do so. Well, there's one of them. There's Hingley up the inside of Jared Fox-Whiteley, puts the North Walian from Abergele into the top 10.
Harry Freeman moving up the order as well. Crucial to remember that at this stage of the season, Freddie Lloyd has a 30th place in the final from PF International on his scorecard at the moment. That is effectively, on a damage limitation day, what Matty Hingley is racing against here today. Towards Kestrel Corner they go. Is there going to be another move coming in from the number 5 seed? It's not an easy driver to overtake in the shape of Cian Geraghty is through there. That's a nice move from Finley Jones in the 323 up into the top 11 now. Freeman defends from Noah Barham. This is all over 7th place. And crucial point to Matty Hingley. Hingley's got through. That's a brave move. That is a brave move. Cian Geraghty complied and said, yep, let's work together. We're 2 more experienced drivers. Who's that going off in the background and down the KZ2 route? We'll clock that in a moment. But this is good stuff for Matty Hingley. He knows that the win is going to be beyond him here today. But if he's going to be British champion at the end of this season, he's got to keep doing this efficient work up through the field. The trouble at the moment, though, Harry Freeman being really defensive ahead of Noah Barham. Look at the gap up to Jack West now, nearly 2 seconds.
Yep, Matty Hingley swings to the outside. Watch the undercut coming through Stowe Corner. Has Hingley got the line? No, but Noah Barham does get past Harry Freeman through the willows, down the straight towards Derrick's Corner. Hingley to the inside. Good move there from Matty Hingley. He's got one more place to pick up, and by my calculations, if Matty Hingley passes Noah Barham, that will put him 1 point. 1 point behind Freddie Lloyd, who continues to extend his advantage. Here is third place, Guy Cunnington. So Cunnington has not got the pace to stay with Bishop. Bishop now has to hunt down Freddie Lloyd. 2 weeks ago in Genk, Lloyd won with Bishop a distant third against 100 drivers. You heard Freddie Lloyd at the start of the race saying, look, racing in Europe is just like racing in the UK with a few extra wild cards because British karting is so strong. Significantly, Freddie Lloyd then, with a grin on his face, said, yeah, but that's nothing I can't handle.
A couple of messages coming in. Plus 5 second penalty for Harry Freeman. That may be for over defensive driving.
Possibly, yes.
The 365 of Jack Thompson has had one as well. Unfortunately, Jack is running down in 33rd in the order. New fastest lap from Freddie Lloyd. Oh, is this the point where Fred starts to go fast? Even faster than before. Look at this scrap down towards turn 1. Harry Freeman in the middle of it all. You've got Jones in there as well. Looks like Jared Fox-Whiteley has got through. Yes, he has. He's up to P9 with that one for the Jacks Motorsport team. Great drive from Ewan Charman as well there for Hunter Motorsport.
Yep.
In the orange and yellow helmet. 13 positions gained for Ewan Charman up to into the top 12.
And let's talk a little bit about that bright yellow and purple kart of Finley Jones. That is a privateer run entry. That's a privateer run entry running in the top 12 of the British Championship for in the strongest national championship. We have had a change. The change is for 4th position as Albie Lapper, 14 years old, probably the youngest member of the senior grid, moves into P4 and is now chasing down the oldest driver on the senior grid, Guy Cunnington. Like I said, Guy Cunnington was racing cadet Honda karts for the BRK racing team before Albie Lapper was born, and now Lapper closing in on Cunnington to try and pass him and get onto the senior ROTAX podium. However, Cunnington, who has got over a dozen podiums, in fact I think Cunnington has got nearly 20 British Championship podiums in the modern era to his name. He will not give up a podium without a fight. There is one of the Hunter Motorsport karts flashing through, battling with Cian Geraghty. That is the battle between Ewan Charman and Geraghty, but what is now 12th position. Oh, somebody exit stage left going into Derrick's, and I think that might have been Charman, who is now going to have to give up those places. It was Ewan Charman, the 319 Coles Racing kart. of Joshua Turnbull, who started this race in the top 3 or the top 4 in the championship. Turnbull is down in 18th position, just in front of his teammate Harrison Crowther. We have got a change.
Full course yellow, slow procedure. The race is neutralised. The reason for we are not... now there is a kart stranded.
It's a Guy Cunnington
I think it's Matteo Palazzo. Matteo Palazzo has come to a stop. Matteo's looking okay, just standing there with David Manchester, one of our chief officials here today. So the race is neutralised. That is the correct decision from the race officials. That is a high speed point of the circuit.
Look at the rear end of that Palazzo kart. That kart and Matteo Palazzo with David Manchester, one of our on-track officials, walking away, not hobbling away, walking away. The kart, the left rear quarter of that Guy Cunnington racing kart has been twisted up like a pretzel. That kart has made hard rearward facing contact to the tyre barriers, which have done their job brilliantly around the outside of the first part of the Willows. This part of the circuit at Kimbolton has just been, it's been landscaped, they've made improvements, and those improvements could have just saved Matteo Palazzo from potentially nasty injury. There is the kart. You can see how difficult the marshal has just managed to get it to the back of the marshal post there, but watching that member of the Orange Army struggling with it, that's the bit of the kart that is still
relatively straight.
Right, straight. It's the other half. Oh, there is Joshua Smith's kart. The front right-hand track rod has broken on that machine. And what has broken on the track? Somebody's kart has cut out. It is a number 338 Evolution racing kart of Oliver Smith. And that has caused a problem. Smith looking down, the kart has died. It's caused a lot of the drivers behind to slow down and have to pass him. And there's another one out. We're into the final 2.5 minutes of this race, Andrew Mather. And that is under caution. The kart dies and... well, one Evolution racing kart leads this race. The other one has just ground to a halt.
The irony there is Freddie Lloyd is understandably taking this pace lap as slowly as possible because he's trying to wind down the 2 minutes and counting on this race.
Of course he is.
I suspect his teammate there has just oiled up effectively, and it's conked out on him. So his own teammate has effectively put him out of the race here. But
again, this is it's Freddie Lloyd's job. He can control the pace however he wants to full course caution, which in karting terms means it's like Freddie Lloyd is effectively the pace car, the safety car. And the safety car in any form of motorsport goes around very slowly until the lights go green, until he goes, and he has absolutely got the jump on Macaulay Bishop. Bishop crossing the line with his hand in the air because he got caught napping. There's no other word for it. Lloyd had the field at his mercy and is gone. With a minute to go, the battle is on for second between Bishop, Cunnington and Albi Lapper.
That was superb from Freddie Lloyd. He read the situation perfectly. And I fully agree, Henry, not often that Macaulay Bishop gets caught semi-asleep like that. And I tell you what, the back end of his kart doesn't look particularly good. Guy Cunnington is absolutely all over him. Albi Lapper is there as well. Albi Lapper trying to get his first podium at a senior ROTAX level here in the British Kart Championships. Lloyd's gone. Lloyd's gone. He's got the 1.4 second lead once again. And that brilliant restart and reading of the race could be the thing that gives him the race victory. However, he may not have the championship lead leaving Cambridgeshire tonight because Matty Hingley, 5th in this pack, 6th overall. Out is Jared Fox-Whiteley. Jared Fox-Whiteley goes no further. Will not see the checkered flag here today. That's a chance of a top 10. Gone for the Jax Motorsport man. 10 seconds remaining. Will Freddie Lloyd time this in a way that this will be called last lap this time around? 4, 3, no. We go for 2 more laps then. Bishop is really having to work hard here, Henry, to defend this second place.
Yes. Now, critical 2 laps for Matty Hingley in kart number 5. At the moment, Hingley, running in 6th position, is tied for the championship lead with Freddie Lloyd. And because Lloyd is winning this race, Lloyd would take the championship lead. Hingley, who got a huge break when the safety car came out, or we went to full course caution to close the gap. He's already passed Jack West. He's now going to get past Scotland's Leon Hasty in the Kraft Motorsport number 383. One pass for Hingley gives him the championship lead. And Freddie Lloyd tried to slow down on the start line, but missed it by 2 seconds. Lloyd on the final lap. This is the move.
There
Hingley. Now Hingley will retain the championship lead by 1 single point over Freddie Lloyd if things stay as they are over the final half a lap.
What a brilliant start to the summer part of the season we've had here for Senior Rotax. We're on the final lap. Freddie Lloyd is 2.3 seconds clear. And like Macaulay Bishop here 2 years ago, this is more than just a race victory. This is a statement to the rest of the Senior Rotax class of 2026 that Freddie Lloyd, for the second time this year, takes the win in the British Kart Championships in this category. And it was never, ever in doubt. Macaulay Bishop comes home P2. That feels like Bishop's win here in 2024 to me, Henry. It wasn't the one that gave him the championship. That came later on in the year. But that for the rest of the field, and you can see the respect that's being paid there to Freddie Lloyd by the other drivers. They know they have taken one big beating today by this young man. Freddie Lloyd, going into the second half of the season, is now a firm favourite for the title, but he does not lead the championship yet. He still carries the P30 from PFI on his scorecard. Matty Hingley still has the championship lead, but he knows as well he's going to need to go to that next step, that next level or two, if he's going to hold off the second half of the season charge from Freddie Lloyd.
You say consistency, wins championships. Do you know what else wins championships? Wins. And Freddie Lloyd is doing an awful lot of winning. Whatever kart he steps into, whatever country he is in, he is in the middle. I mean, we've got a hot summer. That driver on your screen there is in the middle of the hottest streak I have seen in karting in quite a long time.
Fully agree.
Bishop, Cunnington, Lapper, Hingley, Hasty, Barham, West, Freeman, and then Charman, Geraghty and Pearson, Bullock, Carter round out the top 12. Well done, Antoine Lemieux from Canada on his British Championship debut, finishing in P13, this season being his debut season in the UK. Further back, Hugh Moulton, only 26, he drops to 9th in the championship. Josh Turnbull drops to 6th in the championship. Even after all that, well, it's too early to say it's a head-to-head fight, but really, he is, the driver there, head and shoulders above the rest.
11 wins now for Freddie Lloyd in the British Kart Championships. You can see from his face, it looked easy out on track. It was anything but. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that Senior Rotax final. A very different kind of final to what we're used to. Before the start, the race start, Oliver Liversidge
who was
retiring.
not well. That was he's unwell.
Yeah,
is Oliver Liversidge. Here was the start, and you could see the front 5 getting away clean. Lloyd and then there was an issue. That is why Harry Freeman was under investigation, because he was the driver that was a little bit judicious with the use of his front bumper going into turn number 1. There's the demise of Josh Smith. Harrison Whitcomb did get back into the race and finished 21st.
Harrison Whitcomb's not going to like that corner. That's 2 years in a row that he's had an incident through that part of the course. This was a move for second place by Bishop ahead of Cunnington. Good scrap in the second half of the top 10. Jack West did well today and has done well all weekend. Finished 8th in that one.
Lots of good racing.
Yeah,
lots of good passing. Finley Jones, we talked about Finley being up near the sharp end. He eventually faded to 24th. So the mid-race sort of pause, safety car period, full course caution, however you want to. There's Jones at this point battling in that bright yellow and purple kart, battling for a place in the top 10. The mid-race caution period really helped drivers like Matty Hingley. We thought it would help Macaulay Bishop, but nobody told Freddie Lloyd that. It hindered a lot of other drivers like Finley Jones. There is Matteo Palazzo. There is Mr. Carter from Dan Holland Racing, and that was the retirement of Freddie Lloyd's teammate. But as the race restarted, Freddie Lloyd up and gone. Bishop wasn't happy. Jared Fox-Whiteley retires from a top 10 position, but Freddie Lloyd again, just simply, undeniable, irresistible, and unmatched in terms of race wins this year.
And back-to-back wins at Kimbolton as well. Did it last year in Senior
Yes.
X30. I think it'll be a little bit more relaxed after that close photo finish that he had here last year. But let's hear with him. Let's have Keir Lynch ask him how he feels after his 11th win in this championship.
Freddie Lloyd, another win to add to the books for you. Did that slow procedure phase you there in the middle?
Definitely made the race harder towards the end. I mean, I had clean air the whole race, and then towards the end the slow ball came out, and I just tried managing the time and everything towards the end, and then managed to catch everyone sleeping on the restart.
Still a lights to flag victory there for you. Did halfway point in the season, what's the thoughts? Of course, you're dominating both right now. You're doing well.
Well, I'm just trying to do every race and try to win every race I can. I mean, even if I can't win the championship, I'll still try to get the win. But so far, I'd say I'm doing pretty good, winning pretty much both classes and doing the best job I can.
Of course, and we know you have strong support behind you. Who do you have to thank for the results today?
Obviously, Laker, Evolution, Marv, my dad, my mum, my sister have been here supporting me, and I'm grateful for that. Time Engines, thank you for the WAF, that's good. Yeah, so that's about it.
Thank you very much. We'll see you shortly at Event 6.
Thank you.
Freddie Lloyd there, focused as ever on the next job at hand, which will be, Event 6 of the championship. He's continuing with his double assault this year of both senior X30 and ROTAX categories, and you'll be able to join us for that one. The weekend of the 24th to the 26th of July, we'll be heading northwest up to Wera for IAME, the third event of the year for IAME, Event 6 in total for the entire set of championships. Henry?
Yes?
I think it's story time whilst we have a little pause before the Minimax final.
Well, for those of you who watched the build-up show, you would have seen me talk a little bit about the history of Kimbolton, specifically the story of a B-17 bomber that took off and landed here at Kimbolton in December 1943 called Ye Old Pub. And I am delighted to say that the gentleman who goes by the name of Stormus65 is watching this. In the Clubhouse Museum here at Kimbolton, there are a number of models. One of the old pub made specifically to look like the damaged aircraft that was almost shot down over Germany, but then guided back here by a Luftwaffe pilot from the German Air Force so that the 9 of the 10 crew members could land safely here on this very tarmac you're looking at now. Stormus65, he was commissioned by Hunt's Kart Club to make those models, which are in the Clubhouse Museum. Please take some time to go and look at some of the artifacts. Stormus is watching. Thank you. He delivered the models on the 11th of November 2023, nearly 80 years to the day after the famous story of Ye Old Pub of 21-year-old Charlie Brown and 25-year-old Franz Stigler. Thank you for watching, and please go back, watch the opening of the show to hear about a remarkable story and Kimbolton's history before even karting was a thing.
Next up, Minimax. Their final is set to go in the next few moments. There is Austin Oman, or was Austin Oman, on pole position, and Otis Cleary there, you can see, ready to go from P2 on the grid. Otis has had a really, really good step forward so far this season. He was on the podium, second place last time out at PF International. Could he go one better here today? There's Oscar Kenny. Oscar's been in very good form since the last round at PF International. Had a great result out in Europe 2 weeks ago. The walk to the grid that they do here for the final is underway, and for Austin and Tristram Oman, his father, they've been here before.
Yep.
And they were here last time out at PF International, where they'd won both of the heats. They had pole position. They led that final for the majority of it, and then just in the last couple of laps, missed out, slipped off the podium, finished P4. Austin Oman will be, if I'm not mistaken, your championship leader heading into this one, but knows that that doesn't count for anything here in the final. This is, in effect, back to square one, a one-off race, no carryover of points from earlier on in the weekend. He's going to have to go out and properly win this one today with a good drive.
Yes, you're looking there at the MLC Motorsport Kart of, I believe that was Jack Fulbrook-Harmer, who is starting well up. There's Nathan Rawlings, formerly of SFR Motorsport, now working for Sam Pollitt Racing, and he is there with Teddy Murphy walking out onto the grid. Teddy will start 7th. As they go past the throngs of the Pink Army, the amount of media here at the British Championship has increased exponentially. There are now several media agencies, on Track Marketing, on Point Media, Kirsty Hockley's company, Parallel, they are all here, and the amount of coverage these karters are getting, including Dian Singh Bahal, the sword of Kandar at the back of his crash helmet, the symbol of Sikh warrior strength, and that is actually a special Dallas Cowboys, believe it or not, liveried helmet, because the Dallas Cowboys NFL team has the Kandar on there to warrior spirit. But there is a look at the drivers heading out, and the Pink Army. It's great to see. There's more people paying attention to kart racing, not as a stepping stone, but as a sport in its own right. And there were bits of grumblings when the media had to sign on and do all this and put their pink tabards on. However, it's a very, very impressive sight, and it shows how much media attention these drivers are getting and how well the drivers cope with having to be in the spotlight of the media.
30 drivers will take part, all being well, in this final. Very good conditions for us here today. If you're just joining us at Kimbolton for Event 5 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, Andrew Mather, Henry Baudet and Keol Lynch taking you through all of the action here this afternoon. At the height of summer, let's head down to the grid. Over to you, Keol.
Thank you, boys. Once again, it is time for the Minimax final. Let's take a look at our pole sitter, Austin Oman. After a brilliant weekend for him out at PF, you found yourself on pole position once again. We'll let you pick up your cap first. Austin, last time out, you had won everything up until that final. You didn't quite get it in the final, but you were really strong. Could this be your chance?
Yeah, I'm looking to do the same again, but obviously have a better result here.
And if you've watched the build-up show, you'd see your dad won the Excellence Award after that for being your mechanic. He spoke a bit on the dynamic between the two of you, but we need to hear it from you. What's it like? How does he help you?
He's an amazing mechanic. I don't think I've had many mechanical issues for years.
And of course, former driver himself, is he able to give you that advice?
Yeah, I mean, I've got a driver coach, but he's always there to help both of us.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Great to get the insight then from Austin as well as his dad. Let's move along though to Otis Cleary. Otis, really strong start to this year for you. It was a proper step up. How's it been from your point of view?
It's been all right, running 4th in the championship. I think this race, I think I can do a bit better and try and raise my rank, if you want to call it. I think it's been an all right weekend, but we could have done better.
Absolutely, and we've seen a lot from you and your teammate kind of working together. DHR, strong team. Is it nice to have that teammate who's behind you on today?
Yeah, it's always helpful. It's like having the step up, really. It's just an advantage that we can take.
Thank you, good luck. Thank you. And we're going to hear from one more driver before we get underway with this final, and that's Josh Cook. Really consistent. Josh, if we talk about your weekend so far, you had a bit of a difficult qualifying. Can you kind of explain to us what happened there?
Yeah. Good first lap, and then just mistake in the chicane on the second lap. So didn't have a great start position for the heats.
But you've learnt from it and you've absolutely fixed it today. You had a really strong heat today.
Yeah, good super heat. Yeah, we had the pace, so see if we can go well in this final.
And we know what your overall goal is this year. As we're reaching the halfway point after today, what's the main goal in mind? Is it all points, staying consistent?
Yeah, taking home some good points, staying consistent, and just trying to be at the front.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
And that is it. Some great insight from our Minimax drivers. We're going to get underway shortly with another final here at a scorching Kimbolton.
We are indeed. Welcome everybody once again to your live broadcast today, brought to you by Alpha Life of the British Kart Championships. Henry, I'm really looking forward to this one. This is a very talented field.
Yes.
I count in terms of race winners previously 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 drivers have sampled victory before in the British Kart Championships, and many more have been in the top 3 as well. This is a very, very competitive grid.
Yes, 2 weeks ago at the Euro Trophy round in Genk, there were 13 drivers entered in this class from the UK. When the checkered flag fell at the end of 3 days of racing, 12 of the top 13 drivers were British. Britain leads the Minimax class in around the world, and British drivers, James Roots for example, starting 4th on the grid. He won his ticket to the Grand Finals in America this year. British drivers travel far and wide, but we're back here at Kimbolton and we're about to get their final underway.
Here's your grid for the Minimax final. Austin Oman starts on pole position. Alongside him on the front row, Otis Cleary. Joshua Cook and James Roots go from row number 2. Oscar Kenny and Jack Fulbrook-Harmer start on row 3. It's Teddy Murphy and Dean Singh Pahal from row 4. Dimi Uzanov and Charlie Page start on row 5. Wildcard Oliver Butchard starts on row 6 alongside Maximilian Abrahart. Row 7, Lewis Herbertson and Eddie Duncan. Flynn Grantham and Sebastian Behrman go from row 8. Winner last time out, Logan Rolfe, goes from row 9 alongside Ralph Martin. Completing the top 10 rows of the grid, it's Ethan Lloyd and Alfie Phillipson. Soren Gallagher and Arthur Farrow go from 11. It's Will Eden and Riley Blakemore from row 12. Hugo Torpy and Jensen Skeffington on 13. Maria Roberto and James Devereux on row 14. Jackson Hilton and Ayrton Galsworthy complete the 30-strong field here for the Minimax final. Plenty of talent on this grid. It's a close championship affair so far this season. Are we ready to go racing? No, not quite yet. That, I think, was a little bit too eager on the loud pedal from our drivers, so yes. Race director Nigel Edwards sent them round again.
Yes, we did have 30 drivers. I believe we only have 29. The Coles Racing number 112 of Alfie Phillipson is not clocking up on our timing and scoring screens. Now that could be one of two things. That could be one, he's not out there and is withdrawn from the race, or number 2, his transponder has either stopped working, which is something, if it's on the cart and not working, then motorsport-timing.co.uk, Ian Rogers will score them manually. And Shay will score them manually. If it's been left off the cart, then, well, he may as well not be out there because he will be not classified.
Yeah, I don't think he's out there
I don't think he's out there. So hopefully Alfie Phillipson is doing okay. Austin Oman telling the field, slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down. Our camera cart, Ethan Lloyd, number 166, starts deep in the middle of the pack. Here we go. There is a look from 19th on the grid as the lights go out and we go racing.
Down towards turn 1, can Austin Homan. Oh, what a brilliant piece of driving there from Otis Cleary. The spinners in the middle of the pack. Maximilian Eberhardt has got caught up in all of that, has been relegated to the bottom of the order. But what a start for the 122 of Otis Cleary from the outside of row number 1. Leads in the early stages here at Kimbolton.
Down towards Derricks we go, through Dan Weldon corner, and up the TKM straight on lap number 1. Already Austin Oman trying to fight back. Cleary having to defend. Cleary, one of the few drivers at the front of this field who has not had a win yet. He's had a second, but not a win. Oman looks to the outside. The Scotsman tries to tuck back underneath, coming out of Stowe Corner. Does he take the lead? No, he doesn't. I thought he was alongside. Cleary holds on. They're lining up behind them. Look at that. 2, 4, 5, 12 of them. Make that 22 of them going into Derricks, all in a single file. Somebody bails out through the middle of the chicane there. Oh, and there's a problem. That's Dian Singh Pahal. Grass tracking up over the back of the number 177 Kart. Teddy Murphy out of the race.
Real shame there for Teddy Murphy. Has had his strongest weekend in this championship up to this point, but sadly will not make it to the end of the final. Look at this now. Look at the scrap going on for second place. Arms waving around as everyone's trying to get themselves involved. Austin Oman breaking away at the front of the field. Roots, Cleary, Cook, second, third, fourth, need to get themselves organised here because they're letting Austin Oman break away. There's still a long way in this race to go. Jack Fulbrook-Harmer's down the order a bit down. In fact, he's down the order quite a way, down to 9th place now. But look at this gap that Austin Oman is stretching out ahead of the rest of the field here. Henry, he's going to be feeling very good about this at this moment.
Yes, as we were looking at the retirement of Teddy Murphy, Austin Oman at this corner, lap number 2, was able to get past Otis Cleary and take the lead. He's been able to pull away, and Cleary now falls back to 4th position behind the KR Sport number 175 of Joshua Cook. James Roots in the number 132 Dan Holland Racing Kart is up into P2. Side-by-side action through the willows, somebody bouncing over the curb. I think that might have been Oliver Butchard. Watch for the MLC Motorsport Kart number 688 driver with a luminous green crash helmet. Oh, this is as close as you want to be. That's Ethan Lloyd, side pod to side pod, coming out of Dan Weldon corner, and put Ethan Lloyd, well, he started 19th, lost a few places on the opening lap. Now he's gained one back.
That was with Will Eden that moment. Will Eden, one of the local wildcards here to Kimbolton. Soren Gallagher's had the warning flag as here goes Oscar Kenny down the inside of Otis Cleary. That's a clean move from Oscar Kenny up into the top 4 positions. That is his equal best result in the British Kart Championship. He's one of those drivers who've been knocking on the door of a podium finish at this level. Could this be the day that occurs? There is the 122 of Otis Cleary, who's had good pace across the course of the weekend. Needs to remember, still a long way in this race to go as it's slightly kicking off in the background there. Dian Singh Pahal going wheel to wheel with one of the RCEs. So that's the team he used to race with, of course, back when he won the Micromax title less than 12 months ago. He's still held in a very high regard within the Richardson Chassis Engineering team. But their newest charger, Ethan Lloyd, down the inside. Ethan Lloyd now up into, I think that's up into 18th place, 19th place, just up behind Singh Pahal.
He may be held in high regard by the RCE team, but the RCE team will be very, very happy if one of their new drivers passes him, just to show, hey, we're still here. The RCE team, British-built chassis from the RC factory in Coventry. And the RCE team, one of the few British-built chassis in this class. There's Oman across the line. The battle is on for second. It's no longer a battle for second because Josh Cook has just passed James Roots, and the mood the Cookie Monster is in, I would think that with 10 minutes to go, he is going to start munching into Austin Oman's lead. There's the Hunter Motorsport Kart, number 148, Oscar Kenny, with the fastest lap of the race. He passes the 132 of Roots for 3rd position. Cleary, after the electric start, has fallen back to P5 and is now struggling to keep Sebastian Behrman, Lewis Herbertson, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer, Flynn Grantham and Charlie Page behind him, with Oliver Butchard in 11th. This is Oliver's British debut in the bright green crash helmet. There goes Charlie Page across your screen. Mentioned Soren Gallagher earlier. Soren from the north of Scotland, from the same village. They filmed the BBC children's series Balamory. Call him the Balamory Bomber. Soren Gallagher, but he is there. Dimi Uzanov in 13th position. Logan Rolfe, a winner this season, is 12th. 14th for last year's Honda Cadet British champion. Briley Blakemore, 16th for the first ever driver to win a British karting title in an electric-powered kart, the 2024 Might E Bambino champion, Ralph Martin.
9 minutes of this race to go. Austin Owen with a good level of control over this one at the moment. Here comes Kenny down the inside. This is for second place, and another really clean overtake from Oscar Kenny, who's having a career day in the British Kart Championships here at Kimbolton. Checks over his shoulder, sees that Joshua Cook, the winner from Warden Law at event number 1, quite happy at the moment to see what kind of pace Kenny has. They've got to work together for the second half of this race. Still a good amount of time in it, 8.5 minutes remaining. Austin Owen now does have a back marker.
Maria
Roberto. I think Maria's had a problem out there.
Because she's not a back marker,
No.
but she is running at the back. She's obviously had a spin or been involved in an incident and is now closing back in.
Oh,
Sebastian Behrman!
Oh, Sebastian Behrman, who is running so well, is out of this race. I was about to say keep an eye on him for the second half. He was up 10 places, but that has all been unpicked. The work undone, out of this race for Sam Pollitt Racing. That is a bitter blow for Sebastian Behrman, who was a seeded driver last year. It's been a tough run so far from him. It was a P6 last time out at PF International. Out is Maria Roberto as well. Maria will have seen the blue flags and has taken the sensible choice there of pulling into the pits. As here's an attack from another of the KR Sports.
Logan Rolfe.
Yeah, Logan Rolfe on the charge back through.
So
that is now 7 places gained for Rolfe up into the top 10. Here back down the inside comes Oliver Butchard, thinks better of it on the brakes. Dimi Uzanov in there as well, running P12.
Yeah, Dimi Uzanov, one of the very few drivers in this class, if not the only driver in this class, running the Birrell chassis for the JPD UK team, Jason Dredge's team. There's Charlie Page with a very distinctive white, luminous green, red colours. Last year's ROTAX International Trophy champion. Won that at Le Mans, and of course a lot of these drivers head to Le Mans this week for the International Trophy. There's Oliver Butchard for the MLC Motorsport team on his British debut. Oliver usually races in the UAE, where his family are based. Although he's here having a bit of a summer vacation, he'll go and visit his grandparents in Poland next week. But this is just a brief pit stop. Why not? Come to the UK, see your uncle and your family and your granddad, and then do a bit of karting before you go to visit the rest of your family in Poland later this summer. The number 194 of Jack Fulbrook-Harmer for the MLC Motorsport team. He is running in 6th position, now trying to chase down Otis Cleary with the Thule Motorsport kart of Flynn Grantham right behind. We look back to Dimi Uzanov with a black crash helmet. Uzanov is in, I think, 11th or 12th position. It's 11th position for the Anglo-Bulgarian driver. Through the willows, Austin Oman's lead over Oscar Kenny is shrinking. Kenny was magnificent 2 weeks ago at the Euro Trophy round in Genk. He got his ticket to the Grand Finals to represent the UK, and I think that performance 2 weeks ago has just brought Oscar Kenny to life. He is closing in on the race leader lap after lap, and he's just done the fastest lap of the race, a 43.7 for Kenny. Logan Rolfe makes a move, picks up another position at the expense of Lewis Herbertson.
Good stuff there for P9 here, down into the first couple of corners. Flynn Grantham up to P6, past Fulbrook-Harmer. Oh dear, out is one of the hunters. It's the 168.
Riley Blakemore.
Riley Blakemore who has changed teams for this event. Well, that's not how he would have wanted this last third of the race to begin. Drops out of the top 20. There is Dimi Uzanov, not wearing a jet black race suit like he was in Wackersdorf 2 weeks ago, which was a choice because they wanted to get the new suit out. Got a bit warm in the European heat wave. 4.5 minutes of this race to go. Down towards turn 1 again. Here's Charlie Page trying to find a way through and does so. Good move there from Charlie Page up to P7 now, ahead of Jack Fulbrook-Harmer. This is the 9th and 10th duo of Rolf and Uzanov. Two very experienced drivers for their ages. They'll try and work together to close in on Page and Fulbrook-Harmer and Flynn Grantham. Then a bit of a gap up to the next group, where you find Otis Cleary 1.7 seconds ahead. So I think it's going to be a bit of a tall order for Rolf to get back into the top 5 here today. He's giving it a good go. And I tell you what, I tell you who's giving it a good go. Maximilian Abrahart, who was facing the wrong way at turn 1 and lap 1, has got back to P13. Now, one side of the coin is what does Maximilian Abrahart have to do to get a bit of luck before the middle part of one of these finals, because it's not been given to him so far this year. But when it does, keep an eye on Abrahart in the second half of the season, because his race pace in these longer races has been very strong indeed.
It is, but this is the battle for the race lead. 3.5 minutes plus a lap to go, and Oscar Kenny has caught the Sam Pollitt Racing number 6 of Scotland's Austin Oman through Kimbolton corner, around the curve onto the start-finish straight. They begin lap number 17 of what will be probably a 23 lap race, something like that. 3 minutes plus a lap to go. Kenny has time on his hands, although he was a little bit ragged through the willows there. You can see the car bouncing from curb to curb. That's going to unsettle things a little bit, but he is closing in. The Hunter Motorsport team from Karting North East at Warden Law. That's a Cosmic chassis, is that? It's got a Venator engine on providing the power. It is a Carlos Sainz 55 chassis. It's one of the OTK families. Kenny is wheeling his way towards Austin Oman, and he's bringing Josh Cook with him. Roots in 4th, Cleary in 5th, Grantham in 6th, and everyone else on back are fading away. But Joshua Cook in 3rd place knows he must stay within striking distance of these two, because when these two start battling, Oman and Kenny, that will open the door for the 2024 Micromax ROTAX Grand Finals champion. If you're new to karting, you know what the Grand Finals are. That is ROTAX's version of the Karting World Championship. It's country versus country. Only the champions go, and Oscar Kenny has just made the move for the race lead. Oman grabs the position back.
Battles on here, and there's a championship element to this as well. Oman has a 13-point lead over Cook as things stand. Oscar Kenny would be charging himself into an outside bet for the championship with this kind of result. Austin Oman's got to keep it calm. He's got to learn from the lessons of PF International, where he was in this position with a couple of laps to go, was out of the races. Dian Singh Pahal, after a technical flag was shown for the 1-2-3. There is Joshua Cook. Joshua Cook knows what it takes to win in this championship. Won the first round of the season at Warden Law. Into Kimbolton corner again. There was that switchback between Oman and Kenny a few laps ago. Not this time around.
Josh Cook took a long look over his shoulder coming off Dan Weldon corner on the previous lap. He now knows he's got clear track behind him. He can set up his attack accordingly. He watched for Cook to try the crossover and get 2 positions for the price of 1. He'll take a wide line when he sees Oscar Kenny make a move and Austin Oman defend. You'll see Josh Cook take a really wide line into a corner to try the undercut and get 2 for the price of 1 coming out. It won't happen here. It may happen going into turn number 1, but it all depends on if Oman defends from Kenny. Let's have a look. Cook is in the catbird seat here, believe it or not.
2 laps to go then. Austin Oman still has the advantage. I've got to say, the last lap and a half has been very, very good from Austin Oman. He's looked good. The body language is positive. The pace through the corners is strong as well. Oscar Kenny hasn't really been at that point where he can bravely go for a move. Hugo Torpy is out of this race. Hugo Torpy for the R1 Racing team will go no further. Time is up. 1 1/4 laps to go. Got to think that this is the best opportunity, this corner here. But again, Kenny's not close enough to go for the move on Austin Oman. Out of the final corner.
It's going to happen in turn number 1.
Into turn 1. Is there going to be a move here from Kenny into turn 1? Checks over his shoulder, sees where Joshua Cook is. But again, he's not close enough. He's not close enough to realistically go for a move on the brakes. That's one overtaking opportunity for Kenny gone. Austin Oman, can he start to tick the corners off now? He's not had a win since his Micro Max days. Through Derek's corner, towards Dan Weldon corner. This won't be the overtaking chance, but this is where Oscar Kenny will try and set it up for 2 corners time. We've got 3 corners to go. Oman still leads through Kestrel. Is Kenny within closing distance? No, he's not. 2 corners to go. Austin Oman is going to be a winner once again in the British Kart Championships for the first time in Minimax. Austin Oman does it, and it is a perfect weekend for Sam Pollitt Racing. Austin Oman will lead the championship at the middle point of the season. That is impressive. That is perfection. He came so close to doing this at PF International. That is a thoroughly deserved win for Austin Oman. Is that a coming-of-age win for driver number 6?
Austin Oman's main problem in his career has been defending in the last 2 laps of a big final. And he has just got that monkey off his back. Those last 3 laps from Austin Oman were as close to perfect as it's possible to get. And even his dad, Tristram Oman, one of the greatest British drivers of his generation, will have to doff his cap at Austin Oman there. What a final 3 laps.
A first podium as well for Oscar Kenny in the British Kart Championships. A brilliant drive for Oscar Kenny. That'll give him a lot of confidence going into the second half of the year. Joshua Cook on the podium again, and will leave Cambridgeshire second in the points tonight. James Roots, Otis Cleary, Charlie Page, Flynn Grantham, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer, Dimitar Woodenov and Logan Rolfe all in the top 10. Oliver Butchard 11th, Lewis Herbertson 12th, Eddie Duncan, Maximilian Aberhart and Ralph Martin in the top 15. Ethan Lloyd, Jackson Hilton, Arthur Farrow, Soren Gallagher and Will Eden take us down to 20th place. James Devereaux, Riley Blakemore, Jensen Skeffington, Ayrton Galsworthy were your finishers, 24 of them. The retirements, Hugo Torpy, Dean Singh Bahal, Sebastian Behrman, Maria Roberto and Teddy Murphy. One did not start, was Alfie Phillipson.
What a drive, and there, there he is now. We'll wait to see. Tristram will be there, and a good look at that. There's Oliver Cook, Josh's dad, giving him a big pat on the head, a well done, and instantly chatting to his teammate about that race. Let's see if we can hear him. I'm always concerned because there we go. He's
so far behind. I look about 3 laps later. I keep on pushing. 3 laps later, I look at him. And you're like, Kenny's like, thanks, bro. Catched about second. Thank you.
It's great, isn't it?
And I looked behind, and he wasn't there, and I thought, I've won the race. And then I looked back again, he's like, oh no, he's there.
He's right there. Austin's last...
Fantastic. It's absolutely brilliant.
Austin's last win was a big one, not just for himself, but also this team.
Yes.
It was the first win for the Sam Pollitt Racing team ever in the British Kart Championships.
Yep.
And it elevated them, with the likes of William Antrobus as well in other categories, it elevated them into a race-winning team.
Yes.
Is this victory, the second for Austin Oman at this level, now in Minimax, the victory that elevates this team now into bona fide championship, at least contending team?
Oh, absolutely. Sam Pollitt Racing, HRS, Nigel Horner providing the power. They are, and we had this discussion, they are not just guests at the top table of British karting, they are, and there's the celebration with Tristram, his dad. Sam Pollitt Racing are now one of the best teams in British karting across the board. Let's have a look back at some of the highlights of another fantastic race.
This was the race start then, and look at this from Otis Cleary from the outside. Oman defending, and Cleary just got across. That was where Maximilian Eberhardt had his problems at the start.
28th position.
Yep.
29th position, sorry, at the end of lap number 1. Now, that was the incident that saw Teddy Murphy. And up at the front, you could just see Austin Oman making the move and taking the race lead. Now, Dian Singh Bahal would eventually get a technical flag. Oman got the lead and was able to pull away from Otis Cleary and James Roots. But the race was not over. Oscar Kenny, who started 5th, slowly moved his way up. He passed there, and there's the background there was Hugo Torpy, who would eventually retire. Now there, flashing through your screens, was Oscar Kenny. At that point, he was in P4 and a long way behind. There's Oman looking over his shoulder. Well, at that point, we know what Austin Oman was thinking at that point, because he just told us. He said, "Oh, I've won this race." Oscar Kenny says, "Hold my slush," which the Minimax drivers have been drinking lots of this weekend. There's Maria Roberto's day coming to an early end. Likewise for Hugo Torpy. Jack Fulbrook-Harmer for the MLC Motorsport team, a top 8 finish for Jack. The lovely, lovely retro crash helmet for number 153, Lewis Herbertson, sadly going backwards. But here was the battle of Charlie Page. This is about 10th, 11th position. Charlie Page eventually would come home inside the top 6. And this is where Austin Oman looks over his shoulder. Where did you come from? And now the pressure was on. But now this is where, look at this. Does he panic?
No.
No. Straight back, respectful racing room. And Kenny, try as he might, couldn't force Oman into defending. And that is key. Austin Oman didn't defend. He had the trust in his kart, his engine, everything, and that was a brilliant, brilliant last few laps.
Austin was part of a great championship battle 2 years ago in Micromax and just missed out. I do think that this is bigger than the first win at Lark Hall. Let's hear what he's got to say, though. Let's head down to Keogh Lynch.
Austin Oman, your first British Kart Championships win in mini category. How do you feel? That was brilliant.
It's amazing. I've clean swept the weekend. It's been really dominant, and it was just a really good race.
It was great to see that. We know how much you wanted it after PF International. At the end there, Oscar Kenny was putting you under some pressure. Were you worried about that?
Obviously, yeah. I looked behind on about lap 10, and we had about a 3-second gap. I looked behind probably 15 laps through, and he was a second behind me, so I knew I was in for quite an intense last few laps.
And how do you handle that? Because I know there's a risk of sort of overdriving. You've got to really keep cool, don't you?
Been doing absolute everything I can just to get faster. I've got my driver coach helping me all the way through, and it's just really helpful.
Congratulations, Osman.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is it from us down here chatting to Austin Oman. Let's head back to the box because there is more underway shortly.
Indeed, more racing to come here. We're only halfway through, Henry.
Well, good. I'm glad, because I want more. And what a very insightful, eloquent, articulate interview there from Austin Oman. So he's been doing everything he possibly can just to get as fast as he can, working with his driver coach, working with his team. You know, these drivers, if you're new to this, they don't just hop into their cart and go. This is the end of an entire week's worth of preparation and build-up. The mechanics, the mechanics are telling the drivers what they're doing to the kart. So every single session, the drivers have a new set of instructions. They've got a different setup. They know, okay, my kart's not going to be good for the first 5 minutes, but the last 10 minutes is going to be brilliant. Or, okay, my kart is going to be switched on right from the word go, so I've got to make moves in the early stages and then hang on. It's very, very technical. And then you look at the product on track and you think, wow, that you don't. This is professional sports, and it is. You look at the paddock, and it's the most professional paddock. And myself and Andrew Mather, have been fortunate enough to be in many paddocks of many different formula around the world. And the British karting paddock, the setup of the teams is as professional as it gets. And all these youngsters have to listen, learn, understand, respond, and drive accordingly. And then they get out of their karts, and you realise that when they go to school on a Monday morning, most of them will just do colouring because they're that young. And then they do this on their weekends. There, Benjamin Schliever proudly carrying the Bosnian Herzegovinian colours on his race suit. He was a winner at the start of the year. And you can see his mechanic, Lewis Mailing, a new dad. I think his daughter is now 12 weeks old, helping and assisting with the number 44 kart, J.M. Prakash, to get the kart down. Prakash potentially could be the driver to beat here, even though he is starting out of position. And of course, you have your wild cards. Lenny Barton starting. He's the little driver with the green and blue and the green and white race suit, just sitting at the front, outside of the front row, about to get into his kart. First season in the British Championship, but then the Richardson Chassis Engineering team, the reigning Micromax Championship winning team, they have pole position with Caden Hanley.
You've picked one already, Henry, in terms of the surprises, the pleasant surprises from the heats. Lenny Barton, for me, is one of them, as you mentioned, in his first season. Huge step forward this weekend. Best result so far this season was P10 at Warden Law, and through the heats and the finals. So this is really, really good new territory for Lenny. He's gone from being 25th in the heats at PF to being on the front row. And from one event to the next. That's astonishing. The other one as well, on debut, there's no records in the DDMM database for Kaya Vieira on debut at this level, P6 on the grid for this race. That's fantastic.
For Evolution Racing, the team who have just guided Freddie Lloyd to yet another victory.
The rest of them, you've got a number of previous race winners. Schliever, Prakash, as mentioned. Freddie Baker's had a win at the cadet level so far this year. Albert Farrow a little bit further back in the field.
You could see, sorry, Andrew, you could see the mechanics. You could just see there, J.M. Prakash, his mechanic talking to him, giving him instructions. There's Joe Bleakley sitting on Arthur Bowers' kart, calming. This is where the mechanics, the coaches, they come into their own to keep these drivers calm as we head down to Keoldridge on the grid.
Thank you very much, boys. It is time for Micromax, the youngest drivers we have out with us this weekend. And to add to that, our pole sitter is a rookie to this championship, and that is Caden Hanley. Thank you very much. Caden, are you enjoying your time in the British Kart Championships?
Yeah, I'm very excited.
And you're on the front row. You're with a good experienced team. These won the championship last year. What has the advice been that RC has given you?
Make us just go and just go.
And how's the heat been? It's very hot out there. Are you enjoying it? Would you like it to be a little colder?
Yeah, it's a bit too hot today, and I'm trying to just go and just go.
Well, that is a good plan. Good luck.
Thank you. Good luck.
Great to hear from our rookie. He is looking forward to it. His plan is to just go. But next to us on the front row of the grid with another very experienced team is Lenny Barton from Strawberry Racing. Talk to us about your weekend so far. You've been really consistent.
Yeah. Practice, yes. No, practice on Friday wasn't perfect, but yesterday on Heat 1 wasn't that bad, but then Heat 2 I poled it, so I'm feeling quite good for the final today.
And starting on that front row, turn 1 is always an interesting one here. Do you have a sort of plan? Are you going to be patient, go right in?
Yeah, I'm just in the car crossing and hopefully just hope for the best.
Well, thank you very much for the insight. Best of luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, and he gets his fan out. There we go. That is Lenny Barton for Strawberry Racing. I want to hear from one more driver though before we get underway, and that is JM Prakash, who has had a bit of a mixed weekend so far, but really good last heat from him. He took a really good win, looking positive. JM, you've had a bit of a mixed weekend so far, haven't you?
Yeah. First heat I won. Second heat, I got taken out the first corner, and the super heat fills me with lots of confidence.
Yes, exactly. You took a win earlier today. That must be making you feel good, giving you confidence. Do you think you can get through this field?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Good to hear then from our micros. The vibes have been brilliant down here on the grid. Let's get underway shortly and head back to the box.
Thank you very much, Keel. Getting ready for our last internal combustion powered ROTAX race of the day before we go into the E10s and championship scenario. This is again another one that's quite close going into this race and going into this weekend. But as we've been mentioning across the course of the day, if you can get a win here, you can get a top 3, start to get that momentum going for the second half of the season.
I'm very interested. Look at Callum Hardgrave still sitting with Lenny Barton. That is to calm Lenny down. Other drivers, their mechanics step away. Callum knows that this is a big, big deal for Lenny, so he wants to keep him talking. He wants to keep him distracted. He's given his instructions. Now it's a case of don't let the driver get into their own head. Stay with them as long as you can, just chit-chatting away. Same with Joe Bleakley and young Arthur Bowers. And just before he's about to start the biggest race of his life, Caden Hanley, yep, give a quick thumbs up to our cameraman. It's incredible. 8, 9 and 10 years of age.
Here we go then. It's time for the Micromax final. Here's your grid for the Micromax final. Caden Hanley and Lenny Barton share the front row of the grid. Hendrix Fallat and Arthur Bowers on row 2. Benjamin Schlivar and Kaya Vieira go from row 3. It's JM Prakash and Sebastian Crawford on row 4. Freddie Baker and Arthur Rhodes on 5. Arlo Gamble and Rafe Owen start on row number 6. Row 7, Elliot Hitch and winner last time out, Albert Farrow. Bobby Slater and Ronnie Allen go from row 8. Jensen Kelly and Tommy Lovejoy on row 9. Row 10, Felix Tandy, local to this circuit, and Max Armit, Jensen Darlow, Hugo Senna, and a returning Rio Pocock form out the rest of the 23-strong field.
Once again, the strength in depth of the British Karting Championship field is shown by the fact that the winner last time out, Albert Farrow, is 14th on the grid. That's not because he's had mistakes, that's just because at the moment, that's where his pace is. Yeah, he has had misfortunes, but it just shows that on any given weekend, half of the drivers you're looking at now are potential race winners.
Here we go then, 3 points the lead for Prakash in the championship. Is he going to be able to hold on to it? No. Well, he may be able to hold on to it. I said no because that wasn't a race start. So we'll go around again for an additional formation lap. That does give us time to give a little bit of a further rundown of how the championship scores look going into this one. JM Prakash 301 on the board, Albert Farrow 298. So that lead has switched back. It was 4 points in the favour of Farrow before this weekend. Prakash has overhauled that and got a further 3 ahead. Caden Hanley is then a further 9 points back from Farrow. So that's 12 points covering the top 3. Hendrix Fallat, another 6 points back in 4th. Arthur Bowers, a further 2 points back. So that's 20 points covering the top 5. That's not a lot at this stage of the season. But we're looking good now for a race start in Micromax. Can Caden Hanley win from pole position? Can Lenny Barton get a best result so far in his time in the British Kart Championships? We're racing, we're underway. Very good start for Lenny Barton and a good start as well for everybody else. But was that a little bit too good for Lenny Barton?
Well, he certainly was able to get across at the start. Caden Hanley has now retaken the lead. Was that Lenny Barton letting him back past, or was that Caden Hanley just getting the bit between his teeth? Let's not forget that Barton has only finished in the top 10 once in his British Championship career to date, and he's starting from the front row of the grid for this one. The rest of the field file through Kestrel Corner, down towards Kimbolton Corner. At the end of lap number 1, there is the Hugo Senna kart, that beautifully liveried Ayrton Senna tribute graphics kit back for kart number 88. Barton now side by side through the willows, up over the curve for second place. Jayan Prakash from 7th to 2nd. He said he thought he could win. Who's to bet against Prakash here? But watch out, Hendrix Falat for the Tommy Weir Motorsport team on the Pantano chassis, also moving into position. Sadly, out of the race is Wraith Owen.
Down to 23rd place goes Wraith Owen after a problem looked to be through the exit of turn 1. Here is Barton and Crawford. Sebastian Crawford through into P5. Arthur Rhodes trying to get involved as well there. Down towards turn 1 they go. Hanley leads from Prakash, Bowers, Falat, Crawford, Barton, Rhodes, Schlivar, Vieira, and then Freddie Baker completes the top 10. As things stand, Prakash would extend his championship lead to 9 points. Oh, it's going to be more than 9 points now, because Prakash has gone down the inside of Caden Hanley to take the lead of this race here at Kimbolton. Brilliant stuff on the brakes, the confidence oozing, and this, oh, now, this is not what I had necessarily expected. +3 second penalty. This indicates a start infringement for Caden Hanley. So did Caden Hanley wander out of the tram lines before lights out? Was that what was looking a little bit strange at the start of the race? Caden Hanley can still win this one, but it's got to get 3.001 seconds up the road versus everybody else, as Arthur Rhodes has got through, back ahead of Lenny Barton for 6th place.
A 3-second time penalty for a start infringement means that Caden Hanley had 2 wheels out of the white tram lines at the start. All 4 wheels out is a 5-second penalty. 2 wheels out is a 3-second penalty. And of course, the timekeepers, the judges of fact, have got the footage of the start line, the cameras overlooking the start, so they can apply that penalty straight away. It's now a case of looking at where Caden Hanley is. He's 2nd on the road. 3 seconds back would put Caden Hanley down in about 8th position behind Kyle Vieira, as we look at the number 15 Pantano kart of Tommy Wire Racing's Hendrix Falat. Let's have a look back at the start, Andrew.
So this is a replay of the...
yes, look at that, 2 wheels. And Lenny Barton crossed the start line ahead of the pole man. That will also trigger an investigation. So 2 wheels out of the tram lines for the pole sitter, and the 2nd place starter crossed the line first. That will be something for us to unpack as the race progresses. Hendrix Falat with Arthur Bowers in 3rd is like a driver on a mission, pushing Bowers up towards the 2 leaders. Lenny Barton has faded to 7th.
Faded to 7th, still on for a best result of his season so far. Sebastian Crawford needs to dig deep here. Has not got many friends immediately behind him to push him back towards Bowers and Falat, but if they can, could be a podium today for Sebastian Crawford, the number 8 seed from last year. 10.5 minutes of this race to go. Then it's gone into a nice rhythm. Prakash and Hanley out front by 1.5 seconds ahead of Bowers and Falat. Then nearly a second back to Sebastian Crawford, who is dropping into the clutches of Arthur Rhodes, Lenny Barton and others. Down towards Stoke Corner once again.
Did you see how much Caden Hanley there, that great shot there? He was really soaring at the way at the wheel. He braked a little bit too late, did Caden Hanley, and all that movement of the steering wheel was him trying to stop the back end of the car, locking up and spinning him round, but also trying to stop him running into the back of Jay Prakash, the race leader. Falat up into P3, ahead of the 99 KR Sport Kart of Bowers. Then is the GSF car parts sponsored machine of Sebastian Crawford, the 82 of Arthur Rhodes, the 47 green and white Tony Kart, the Strawberry Racing number 47 of Lenny Barton, followed by the number 81 Brazil's Kyle Vieira for the Evolution Racing team. Benjamin Schlevar is ninth, and Ronnie Allen rounding out the top 10 as Barton tries to make a move on Crawford. Barton to the inside, side by side, wheel to wheel, through the willows. They sort themselves out and continue with Crawford still in front.
Good racing, proper racing here between the Micromax drivers at Kimbolton. Side by side again, Barton trying to slip down the inside of Vieira. Benjamin Schlivar there as well in the number 78. Ronnie Allen getting involved into the top 10 now, under investigation. The number 27 of Bobby Slater. Where is Bobby running at the moment? He's having a bit of a tough final here. He's running P21 at the moment. 8.5 minutes remaining. Barton now holding inside the top 10. That's where he finished the final back at Warden Law. Other drives up through the field as we're having a look there at one of the origins coming through. Rio Pocock on the scene. Really good to see.
And they're still battling. There's Arthur Bowers now back into third position at the expense of Hendrix Falat. You're on board with Hendrix Falat chasing Arthur Bowers for a place on a British Championship podium. They come down. Will he look jink to the inside? No. Bowers checks over his shoulder. Now he makes sure he doesn't defend. Will Bowers check over his shoulder going into Kimbolton corner? No, is the answer. But that goes to show you just how close these drivers get. Bowers having a look to the left-hand side. His mechanic, Joe Bleakley, will be in that grandstand giving him a signal. Bowers responds accordingly. Here comes Arthur Rhodes into the picture, the number 82 Dan Holland racing kart. This is KR Sport versus Tommy Weir Racing versus Dan Holland Racing. At the front, out of Derrick's and into Dan Weldon corner. As these three battle, the top two pull away. Caden Hanley is pushing Jayan Prakash away to try and mitigate the damage done by that 3-second penalty. We said earlier the 3-second penalty would push Caden Hanley back to 8th as they complete lap number 10. That 3-second penalty would mean that would mean that Caden Hanley is still second by a 10th, maybe third by a couple of thousandths. Hanley is driving superbly. Could we see Caden Hanley overcome a 3-second penalty without losing a place on the road? If these three keep battling, then that's a guarantee.
6.5 minutes to go then. This is now going to be the straight battle for third place. And look at this as well for 6th place and lower. Oh, is out onto the curb and into the dust goes Benjamin Schlivar. Schlivar drops out of the top 10 as a result of that. Is now having to deal with Freddie Baker in the number 92. Back with our battle for third place. What has Arthur Bowers got now? What has Arthur Rhodes got? Well, he's going to get down the inside. No, thinks better of it than going for 4th place at this stage. But they now know this is a straight fight. No need to worry about plus 3-second penalties for others. They are more than 3 seconds behind Caden Hanley now, spreading out towards Derrick's once again, as squeezing down the inside there. Through goes Bowers and Rhodes. They're doing quite nicely here. The number 72 is involved now. They're still actually a little bit further back. This is Arlo Gamble. It's out wide there.
Elliot Hitch.
Elliot Hitch, that's one of the RCEs. The latest to take to the grass.
Well, it was 2 RCEs because it was Freddie Baker on the inside. Fastest lap for our race leader, Jayan Prakash, just 0.2 of a second off his own lap record. Bowers again looks to the inside of the turn number 1 with Baker and Crawford right behind him. Now, Caden Hanley is about to be faced with the hardest fact of life that a racing driver has to deal with. If he tries to battle with JM Prakash to take the win on the road, he might end up off the podium.
Yep.
If he sits behind Prakash and doesn't do what every driver in history, the instinct tells them to pass for the lead, then he will be off the podium. If he sits and just sits behind the race leader, he could end up P2 in the race and P2 on track. It's a hard decision to make, but his team would have communicated that to Caden, and they'll be signaling, stay behind the race leader.
And not just second place in this race, it'd be second place in the championship as well, but only by 2 points ahead of Albert Farrow, who's having a tough weekend, is in 12th place at the moment. Back with our battle for third, Fallat, Bowers, Crawford and Rhodes. 4 drivers, 1 spot on the podium here this evening. Fallat has been there twice already this season. Bowers has had a really strong start to his time here in this championship, 2 times on the podium as well. Sebastian Crawford, best results in his time in the British Kart Championships, P5. He's not been on the podium before. Would be an equal best result at the moment. Here's a move. Here's a double move from Crawford, right on cue. Down the inside, gets both Bowers and Fallat. Well, he must have heard us. He must have heard us say that he's not been on the podium before, because with 3.5 minutes to go, Sebastian Crawford down the inside has taken third place. Now, can he hold on to it?
Well, if we didn't have any exciting footage from our onboard cameras earlier, we're about to have some absolutely cracking onboard footage from Hendrix Fallat. Because as you look, you can see in front of him, side by side, Rhodes and Crawford. Now, Fallat to the inside. There's no room. He tries to squeeze to the inside. He's going to run the risk of losing a position to Bowers. This is 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th across the line.
Is indeed down towards turn 1 again. Crawford's hit the apex and Crawford's back into third place. Fallat gets back down the inside, returns to P4. What a great scrap this is between 4 of the youngest drivers in the paddock here this weekend at Kimbolton. Crawford, you can see him right on the level of Adhesion, soaring at the wheel into Derek's corner. Here comes Fallat again on board now with the number 15 of Hendrix Fallat, the Pantanos chassis that's been running really, really well so far this season. Looks like Bowers is being dropped out of this pack at the moment.
For the time being. Still a long way to go.
Yeah, still 2.25 minutes to go. Oh, I tell you what, who else is closing in? That second baggers. Here comes Fallat. Fallat trying to get down the inside of Crawford once again into turn 1. Is there going to be a switchback here for Rhodes? Through goes Fallat. But this battle going on between this quartet is giving life to the racers of Wera, Barton, Allen, Gamble, and everyone else, pretty much down to Felix Tandy in 16th place. Tommy Lovejoy now to 16th place. You could have double figures fighting for this last spot on the podium. Still plenty of racing here to go, Henry.
Hendrix Fallat was smart enough to open the steering out coming through turn number 1. He made the move and then he opened the steering out to not compromise his own exit speed and to not give the Origin Motorsport kart, that red and white liveried machine for Origin Motorsport, Sebastian Crawford, a chance to get the crossover done. Hendrix does have a naturally wider exit to Stowe Corner, which makes it even harder for anyone to cut underneath him. Because now Crawford having to get a little bit creative down to the entrance to Derek's corner. Move the number 8 Origin Motorsport kart, Sebastian Crawford, back onto the podium. This battle is 7 seconds behind Prakash and Hanley. Hanley has done more than enough to secure second place on the road and overcome the penalty for moving out of the tram lines. And I think because he moved out of the tram lines, that means that Lenny Barton isn't under investigation for a start penalty, because he did what he was supposed to do. The pole man didn't, and even though Barton crossed the line first, it was because the pole sitter was out of the tram lines. So that is an escape for Lenny Barton. Here comes Crawford, Fallat, Rhodes, Bowers, Wera, Barton, Gamble and Allen with 13 seconds to go. The clock will strike 0 before before these two get to the line. Prakash, I don't think will come under any pressure. I think Hanley has been told, look, you've got a penalty, so you're not going to win this race if you try and battle. Stay in P2. But Prakash, well, he's thinking, oh, do I want to win on the road regardless, as does any racing driver.
And he wants to lead this championship by as many points as he can towards Derek's for the final time. Hanley's looking down the inside. Does Prakash leave him room? Yes, he does. And Hanley's through. Hanley into first position on the road. How does Jayan Prakash respond? He doesn't need to overtake Caden Hanley to win this race because Hanley has that +3 second penalty from the very start of the race. Prakash, though, that's not his style, though, in 2026. He wants to win this on the road. He's looking to the outside now. 2 corners to go. 1 corner to go. Or is it going to be another sprint to the line like we had here last year at Kimbolton? Over the line. Hanley takes it on the road, but a +3 second penalty means for the second time this year, Jayan Prakash wins in the British Kart Championships. He extends his lead, and Kaya Vieira, where did that come from? Vieira, on debut, has snatched a podium. He takes the 3rd place battle ahead of everybody else. What happened there? What a brilliant response. What a brilliant debut result that is for Kaya Vieira. Evolution Racing on the podium again. We said that others would come back into play, and look at how happy the drivers are, particularly Vieira with the Brazilian flag upon his race helmet. That is a superb result, but what a story once again for Jayan Prakash, Henry. The transformation of this young driver. He now leads the championship by 9 points heading towards the next round. He's got the championship lead back. Just, there's not enough words in the dictionary I have to just describe how brilliant a turnaround this is for Jayan Prakash.
Yes, indeed. This is proof that no driver in karting ever has it easy.
Yeah.
You do, and there are names on this grid, the likes of Felix Tandy, who is the son of one of the world's best sports car racers. That means nothing. You have to work hard. All these drivers work incredibly hard. Kaya Vieira, the first driver with Brazilian roots to stand on a British Championship podium. There was a huge turnaround. I think looking there, we lost Sebastian Crawford. We lost who finishes 14th. We lost Hendrix Falat, who finishes 16th. So while we're focusing on the race leaders, on the last lap, there was a bit of an incident that shuffled things. Albert Farrow capitalizes to a point to finish 11th, and that means unofficially he is still only 13 points behind championship leader Jayan Prakash. Caden Hanley will be 2nd in points as we look down, and of course now we have the very, very thing of Caden Hanley being told he has a penalty, and you have to feel there is his dad just explaining Jayan Prakash, Albert Farrow and Nigel Horner stand, and they know how hard that feels, and there is nothing. Do you know something? We put pressure on these drivers by simply filming them, and they respond magnificently, but then you have, and look at that. Caden Hanley, that is grit and determination. He has just been told that he is not a round winner of the British Kart Championship, and he's got a camera on his face, and he stays professional. Remarkable for that young man.
Not a race winner yet. This is a driver
well,
who's only been competing.
He gets the photo because, of course,
it's a provisional result.
It's a provisional result. There's Claudia Short. So until that penalty is officially applied, we have to take things as we see them. Jayan Prakash, that's one of the new cool, the cool vests. That Kaya Vieira just, yep, this is me, look at that, P3, big smile. Brazil might have been dumped out of the World Cup, but we got a podium finisher. Here's a look at the highlights. There's Lenny Barton leading from the start. Caden Hanley has already earned his penalty, but he comes back at Barton time and time again. Jayan Prakash, though, from 7th on the grid. You talk about Sam Pollitt Racing. They are wiping the floor with the rest of the big guns here. There's Wraith Owen out of the race.
And what a determined race back for Jayan Prakash. You know, I want to say he was bottom of the order. Had problems yesterday in heat number 2. So to come back from that, you know, it's hard to have those clean sweep weekends. But sometimes when you then have those clean sweep weekends, and then the next race, it doesn't quite go your way, it's very easy to lose your confidence very quickly. That's not been the case for Jayan Prakash here today. He's woken up, and I say that could be a big result come the end of the season. This was the battle for third, fourth, fifth, and everything else. There is Caio Vieira in the middle of it all. At first, it was 4 drivers. And then, with the last 2 laps, it became pretty much the whole of the field, apart from the top 2. And I'll just play these moments through. We didn't see what changed things in the battle for third place as they came around on the final lap. This was Shlivar down the inside of Vieira. And look at the gap. The gap that they had between the third, fourth, fifth, sixth battle to everybody else was quite large in the middle part of this race.
And Vieira was just clinging on to place the top 10. There he just gets ahead of Shlivar and Barton when Shlivar gets pushed a little bit wide. There's 2 of the RCEs. Now, this is 3 wide into turn number 1. You can see Arthur Rhodes in the number 82 kart getting involved. Crawford looked like he was on course for a podium. Falat looked like he was on course for a podium. So did Bowers. But then still you cannot see Caio Vieira in the picture frame. As there's Caio now leading the second group of karts into turn number 1. This is where Falat did a great move, opening the corner out after making the pass at the inside. So now we're into the closing stages. But the last lap, Caden Hanley, he had waited and waited and waited. He made the move. Maybe he hadn't seen the penalty. Maybe his team couldn't communicate that he had the penalty. But as they crossed the line, you can see the top 2 celebrations. Well, no one can take the celebration away from Caden Hanley. And then we wait again, and still we wait, because somewhere around the final lap, Hendrix Falat, Arthur Bowers, and Sebastian Crawford combined to absolutely slow each other down and allow Caio Vieira to make it a podium on debut.
Let's head down to Keogh Lynch. She's speaking to our provisional race winner, Jayan Prakash.
Thank you, boys. Jayan Prakash, our Micromax winner. It was a very calculated one there for you. Caden Hanley, really unfortunate for him. He did take it off you there on the last lap, but you said you had saw that penalty early on, so you weren't too worried?
Yeah, I definitely wasn't worried about him. I saw we had a big gap, so I was just like, get my head down.
And those first couple of laps, we know, because you started 7th, you didn't start right at the front of the grid, we know were really important, and you managed to optimise that, you managed to make the important overtakes. What was in your head at the start of the race to be able to make all those moves?
Well, I was like, every corner I need to make a move.
And Sam Pollitt Racing have helped you a lot throughout the year so far. You're having a brilliant year overall. It's been very high spirits in that awning. How have they helped you throughout the year so far?
Well, they've given me all the good kit, they've given me a good engine, and yeah, it's really helped.
Thank you very much, Jayan. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. That is it from our Micromax winner. Let's head back to the box because we have E10s up next.
We do indeed. The penultimate race of the day will be the second final of the year for the E10 Cadet Cup. 13 drivers will be with us in a short few moments' time to entertain us and to see if Ansel Murray can continue this this really rich run of form so far this season. It'll be an 8-minute plus 1 lap race. And it's been good to have the E10s back once again.
Yes.
It's been a different kind of set of races to PF International. I think the drivers getting more experience for how to operate their machinery, particularly that boost button that's a little bit different to to other classes.
Yes, indeed, of course. And the drivers don't get a chance to race these karts with the E10 power unit regularly. Because even though we've got, this is the second round of the E10 British Kart Cup, you know, you don't have club grids with E10s yet. Yeah. So it is continuous. It's not quite the biggest step into the unknown as it was at PF International, but still the drivers are learning. They're learning about all the various little vagaries of these karts, specifically the boost button. The track is quiet at the moment. It will remain quiet during this E10 race, apart from the occasional squeal of a tyre and the drrr of a tyre on a rumble strip. But of course, this coverage would not be possible without the wonderful support of our championship sponsors. And with 2 races to go, I think it's only fair that we hear from some of them.
There's the scene on the grid then for the E10 Cadet final, the build-up to the E10 Cadet Cup final. And there's Ansel at the front of the order, will be on pole position for this one, as Ansel was at PF International, went on to win that race. Other drivers in this one, there's the number 81 of Heath Smith, who had a very good final last time around. I love the delivery on that one. That's Arthur Thompson's number 47 machine. The 13 strong field making their way onto the order. And there's Ansel's dad, who does all of the mechanicking for that RCE entry. Arthur Thompson there with the nice helmet design there, the Adidas livery. There will be another round for these drivers as well for this championship. The 7th to the 9th of August will be at Wilton Mill, and then further appearances later on in the year when we go to Silverstone. It's a really good start for the ROTAX E10 Cadet Cup in its inaugural season. How many of those R1 racing machines are we going to see towards the front of the order today? Got a good spread of drivers, the highest ranked of them, the number 27 of Zach Andrew, who will start this race from 3rd. There, once again, is Ansel, looking to get another win. His grandfather played cricket for India in the 1950s, so a rich sporting history in the family. Last few checks on the karts, tyre pressures. It's been a key part of the game here this weekend with these elevated temperatures, even for the height of summer. It's felt more like Europe here this weekend, with temperatures on Friday up in the mid-30s. Not as high today, still 27 degrees air temperature out there. Henry's just come back into the box. How is it feeling out there? Is it still quite fresh?
It's lovely. I was just speaking to Nigel Nigel Freeman from Hunt's Kart Club, who is overseeing his circuit, and justifiably he can be quite proud of the work that him and his club mates have put in to get this circuit to where it is. Keogh Lynch is ready down at the front of the grid to speak to some of our leading E10 contenders. Take it away, Keogh.
All right, the E10s make their debut here at Kimbolton for the first time so far this season. They have not disappointed and they are joining us once again. And our pole sitter is the same, and that is Ansel Murray. Ansel, can you come over here and we can get a chat with you? Really strong weekend so far. You've clean sweep last round. That is possible again. Is that the plan?
Yeah, hopefully.
And you know this track from your Micromax days, you know it slightly. Is that kind of giving you an upper leg on some of the other drivers that have only ever done E10 who haven't been here?
Yeah, I think so. I remember in UKC I was in top 3 and then my sprocket carrier failed and I went off in the chicane.
Here for some redemption then, and we've seen you and your dad so far this season have a really close relationship. How helpful is it to have a really supportive stance behind you?
Very.
Very good. Right, good luck. We'll let you get ready.
Thanks.
Thank you for chatting, Ansel. And let's talk now to his teammate, Buddy Hugo. Taking a seat before he goes out. Having a rest, Buddy?
Yeah, I'm really tired actually.
Oh, okay, that's not a great start. Anyway, teammate on the front row.
Yeah.
What do we think? Is that good? Would you rather have someone else?
No, I think I'm really happy with that. I hope I can push away for a few laps and then hopefully have a battle, maybe.
I've just had in my ear, were you up for the England game? So I feel like I have to ask you that.
Of course I was.
Oh, there you go. Is it coming home?
Yeah, of course. England.
Brilliant. We will leave that one there. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Buddy Hugo. Well, there you go. That is why he is tired. How dare the football be on at the same time as the British Kart Championships, round 2 for our E10 categories. Let's talk, though, to one more driver, and that is Zach Andrews. Zach Andrews making his debut in E10 here. Zach, how has it been? Because you had never driven the E10 until before this weekend. What are your thoughts?
It's quite good to be back in, or not back in the class, but it's quite good to be in the class. And I'm hoping for a top 3 and P1 will be good. Just got to hope for the best and prepare for the worst.
And you've driven Minimax. What is the biggest difference that you have found switching to this E10 car? I know you were excited of the thought of using the boost button.
Yeah. Obviously, yeah, you've got the boost button and it's really silent. You know, you can hear your own thoughts in this kart.
Oh, yes, interesting thoughts. Well, best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is it. Whistle has blown. It is nearly time. Let's go back to the box.
Hope for the best, prepare for the worst is possibly the greatest answer to a question about kart racing that there is possible. That is what you have to do. What a mature outlook. And of course, yeah, Zach Andrews saying, what else did he say in that interview that was very, very enlightening there just at the end to Keogh Lynch? Is that, yeah, he's here. You can hear your own thoughts. The E10 final here at Kimbolton is about to get underway.
Here's your grid then for the second final in the E10 Cadet Cup season. Ansel Murray and Buddy Hugo on the front row of the grid. Zach Andrew and Jamal Pumaram on row 2. Heath Smith and Stanley Gill on row 3. Arthur Thompson and Leo Hartley on row 4. Adam Elahi and Arthur Jardine on row 5. Freddie Fullerton and Caleb Hiles on row 6. Cairo Zabida finishes the heats 13th in the order. And that's how they will line up for this E10 Cadet Cup final of 8 minutes plus 1 lap. And for Ansel Murray, looking to continue the run from PF International and through the day so far. 195 points on the board already now for Ansel Murray. 179 for the other driver on the front row of the grid, Buddy Hugo. And, oh, now what was that being thrown away by Jamal Pumaram.
Yeah, something has come adrift on that number 55 Jack Dex Racing kart. Pumaran having to throw it out of the kart. I wonder if that will have a significance in the next 8 minutes.
Here we go then. Lights are green for the start of the E10 Cadets Cup final, and it's Ansel Murray who will lead down towards turn 1. We've got our answer of what the problem was for the JDR kart. It was a hat.
It was a baseball
cap. That had got lodged in Pumaram's kart. He's now gone to the back of the field. That's a really, really tough start for Jamal Pumaram for the Jack Dex Racing team. In all my years of race commentary, Henry, well, I've seen many reasons for a kart to have a problem on a race start. I don't think hat in the pedals is a word I've ever used before. That was strange.
I mean, at the start, Zach Andrews said the carts are so quiet you can hear your own thoughts. I'm quite glad that we can't hear the thoughts right now of Jamal Pumaram, because they probably wouldn't get past the sensors. But he's still in the race. Oh, the number 47, Arthur Thompson, going slowly. I did look. If we get a replay of the start, there is one. Oh no, and he's gone. It's all gone wrong for Thompson. There's a move from Zach Andrew. There was a driver towards the back of the field who was obviously on the boost button as they started, because he swept out almost off the track as they crossed the line to pass about 3 or 4 drivers. Ansel Murray has used the boost button to put out a 2-second gap over this train. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th on back. Hugo, Andrew, Smith, Gill and Leo Hartley. Freddie Fullerton up into 7th position, and Jamal Pumaram still there in 8th. Now capless, and hopefully now back to full strength.
It's a final, so there's a little bit more time for the drivers to recompose themselves, and hopefully Jamal Pumaram will be able to do that. It's not too far off the back of this pack, fighting for 2nd place. It's looking good in the early stages, though, for Ansel Murray in kart number 96. As I say, we've talked about his family's history. His dad was formerly a player of cricket for India. Ansel likes his athletics as well.
Oh, right.
Beat his 100-metre record at school on Thursday this week.
Oh, well done.
So at the moment, he's trying to break his record for biggest winning distance in the history, the short history so far, of the E10 Cadet Cup. And the gap at the moment ahead of Buddy Hugo, currently 2 seconds.
Well, it's now 1.9 seconds. So it came down by a fraction. However, with 5 minutes to go, Buddy Hugo, Zach Andrew et al. Need to be taking chunks of time out of Ansel Murray's lead, not just a 10th here and a 10th there. And I can't see that happening. I wonder if these youngsters have realised, if Zach Andrew presses his boost button and pushes Buddy Hugo along, and then Buddy Hugo presses his boost button and drags Zach Andrew along in the slipstream, is that a tactic that the drivers will figure out over the course of the next 4.5 minutes? Ansel Murray will be thinking to himself, well, Henry, I don't mind what they do, because I am so far in front, it does not matter. Well, Ansel, he's still got to get round the corners. He's still got to maintain ultimate focus. In karting, a lot of the time you say, oh, just ease back. Just ease back. Don't give it 100%. It's very, very difficult to drive any go-kart at 95% at this level. Here is a move down into Kestrel Corner. Not quite. Buddy Hugo, they get their wheels tangled together, 3 wide. Here comes Heath Smith to play. But they sort themselves out and cross the start-finish line. Now in the fourth kart in this pack, Stanley Gill, number 18. And you can see the top 2. Now that was both of those 2 drivers, the 27 and the 17, using their boost button down the main straight. You saw the gap open up. That 5 seconds, they've got to use the boost button, really opened the gap up, but then the two chasing drivers used their boost button coming out of the willows to close that gap back up. And they're still wheel to wheel as Ansel Murray's lead grows exponentially.
Buddy Hugo back up to second place then. Proper wheel-to-wheel stuff here in the E10 Cadets. Zach Andrews still running third, then Heath Smith, then Stanley Gill. The four of them together mean that they are holding the gap to Jamal Pomeram, running in 6th place at the moment. New fastest lap of the race has just come in from Ansel Murray, a 49.93. A warning flag to the number 17 of Buddy Hugo. Just a warning at this stage. Nothing more than that.
Now, it's interesting how obviously you have different levels of charge. You have different specs that you can run this E10 kart. For example, in South Africa last weekend, the E10 karts were lapping Zwartkop's International Kart Raceway faster than their Minimax counterparts.
Yeah.
Here, the charging system, the spec is slightly below because they're about 4 or 5 seconds slower than Minimax karts, lapping in 49 seconds laps as opposed to the Minimax lapping in 43-second laps. So that is something that the drivers, when they go to the Grand Finals, will have to deal with, because the Grand Final spec E10 karts are as quick, if not quicker, than the Minimaxes.
The good thing is, though, that the control is all within the unit that is...
Yes.
You know, it's the same base unit, so...
Yes.
In non-race conditions, in theory, the drivers could test it by turning it on to the other setting.
Yes, but obviously they can't do that.
They can't load that this weekend.
You can see on the top of their steering wheel, you can see the various little, on the top of the NASA panel, the little light system, the various, externals that have to be put onto a kart to cope with the, the power units that these E10s have. Into Kimbolton corner. This is 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. The 18 kart of Stanley Gill still pushing Heath Smith along. Pomeram, Hartley, Fullerton, Jardine and Elahi round out your top 10 with Caleb Hiles and Cairo Zubaida running in 11th and 12th. Sadly, the only privateer in this race, Arthur Thompson, who did so well yesterday, is out of the race. As you see, through Derricks goes Hugo and Zach Andrew.
Do indeed. 40 seconds on the clock to go. Hugo and Andrew starting to break away from Smith and Gill. Last time out, it was a podium for Buddy Hugo, looking to go one better here today with a 2nd place. Zach Andrew wasn't at PF International, so by default it would be a first podium of the season. Should be 2 laps to go here. Here goes Zach Andrew down the inside for 2nd place into Stowe corner. Andrew's got it. Oh no, but back comes Buddy Hugo on the switchback into the willows. Returns to 2nd place. Heath Smith is right there as well. Heath Smith trying to get back-to-back podiums after his 2nd place last time out. And Heath Smith pounces down the inside. Beautiful move there into 3rd place.
And suddenly we have a 1-2-3 for Richardson Chassis Engineering. 4th and 5th for the R1 Racing duo. Zach Andrew and Stanley Gill, Alfie Gallagher's new team, full of young guns. One of the youngest team bosses in the British karting paddock. Alfie Gallagher has got drivers, 2 drivers in the top 5, battling for a potential podium, but now the 2 RCE teammates start to push away. On the boost button was Zach Andrew there in 4th position, pushing Heath Smith. Buddy Hugo, where is Buddy Hugo? Well, he's right there in 17th, so sorry, it was Heath Smith pushing Buddy Hugo. Zach Andrew is the 3rd kart in line here, and now Stanley Gill starting to just be jettisoned ever so slightly as we head round Tanweldon corner on this, the final lap.
Ansel Murray's on its way to another victory. Will be the 2nd in a row after the great win at PF International. The record increases for Ansel Murray in 11. It's a trade of 2nd and 3rd places from the PF International results. Heath Smith makes it a back-to-back podium as well. Zach Andrew on debut in this category, P4 today. That's a really, really good result. Got to remember that all of these drivers have a weekend's more experience with the machinery. Zach Andrew has hit the ground running here in the E10. Stanley Gill 5th. Jamal Pumaram after that slightly strange way to start a race comes back to P6.
Now, that black item just sticking up at the top of Ansel Murray's steering wheel, that is not anything electrical or anything to do with radar. That is a cable tie. And it is deliberately put there so that Ansel always knows where dead centre is. You see drivers, especially young drivers, more than a couple use that just to keep the driver remembering where centre point is. Obviously, as they get older, they don't need that guidance. They don't need that little visual aid. But that is a deliberate thing by the team to keep Ansel knowing, look, this is where dead centre is. Because when you're holding the wheel, and you've got to hold it, quite loosely, you don't want to spend your time gripping the wheel so far that your fingers start falling off. You have to be very, very gentle. Ansel Murray was exceptionally gentle as he cruised away to a 5-second win with aid of one of karting's finest cable ties.
There it is, your results for E10. We'll see them again at Wilton Mill. Can Ansel Murray make it 3 from 3? We'll have to wait till later in the summer. Buddy Hugo and Heath Smith on the podium again. Zach Andrew, Stanley Gill, Jamal Pumaram all in the top 6. Leo Hartley, Freddie Fullerton, Arthur Jardine and Adam Elahi complete the top 10. Caleb Hiles, Cairo Zabida and Arthur Thompson wrap out the 13 runners. Thompson, the single retirement in that one with 10 laps from the end. Good stuff there from the E10s, and indeed we will see them again the weekend of the 7th to the 9th of August at Wilton Mill. Here are your highlights.
And look at this, it was the number 77, Freddie Fullerton, was on the boost button. You saw him sweep round the outside about 3 drivers, and Freddie would go on. I think that would be his best result of the weekend. He finished in the top 8. Now, Ansel Murray at this point had gone. There is the capless kart of Jamal Pumaran, who would eventually finish. Now, there's one of the R1 racing karts. That was Zach Andrew. Well, Zach said himself, you hope for the best, prepare for the worst. Well, at that moment, it was the worst. It eventually turned out to be, well, maybe not the best, but not the worst. It was a 4th place finish for Zach Andrew. There's a great view of just, there's one set of karts, and the camera goes forward, forward, forward. Oh, yes, there's the leader out on his own. Luckily for you, the viewers, the battle for second was very good indeed.
This was side by side between Zach Andrew and Buddy Hugo. Heath Smith getting in there. I thought he was. He just caught the curb.
Yes.
And lost a bit of momentum there. Didn't quite see that from the first angle that we saw on the live pictures. But
luckily, multiple replay angles with Alpha Live. And you can just see the height of the curb.
Yeah.
That kart was at 30 degrees. 2 wheels on the curb for these small karts. And there is the crossover. That's Buddy Hugo. He says it's coming home. Well, he's going to bring home a 2nd place trophy for his efforts this weekend, which is very good indeed.
It is indeed. In terms of championship scores, Murray 260 points, a perfect score from the first 2 rounds of this series. Buddy Hugo 19 points back, 241. Close battle, in fact, for that 2nd place between Buddy Hugo and Heath Smith, 3 points apart. Jamal Pumaram a further 3 points back. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Keogh Lynch.
Congratulations, Ansel. You have clean sweeped once again. How does that feel?
It feels amazing to just race, really. I'm really proud of myself.
And we know the team over at RC are absolutely thrilled for you. You've had experience in micro and then you moved into the E10 kart. Tell us what you like about the electric kart.
Oh, I like it because it's got boost and you can really feel the track, because with the micros and petrol karts you bounce a lot because of the revs.
That's right, and we do see the tactical thinking with the likes of the boost button, which we know you guys are fond of learning early on. We're going to see you again at Wilton Mill. Is there anything you're going to be working on or changing in between now and then?
Well,
just looking to continue the streak?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. We'll see you soon.
Thanks. Bye.
That is it from Ansel here in Parc Fermé. Let's head back to the box because our final is underway shortly.
It is indeed, and we've saved arguably the best till last. Not that we're biased here in this commentary box,
no.
Henry, but it is KZ2.
Yes, it is, and this is the premier class in British karting. It's short circuit karting.
Yeah.
It's the fastest, it's the most spectacular. It is populated by drivers who, some of them are career karters, some of them are on their way to other forms of motorsport. However, there are drivers that have been to other forms of motorsport and have come back to this. The likes of former British champion Josh Price, who for several years was in the British Touring Car Championship as a factory Subaru driver, but has come back to karting. Why? Because he says it's just more fun. You've got the likes of Miles Murphy, of James Glenister, of Charlie Turner, of Ashley Lewis, who have been in this class virtually from the dawn of the modern era back in 2019. You've got the likes of Noah Wolf, the O-Plate champion, a former Minimax champion, a driver who does have their eyes set on Formula Car racing, but wants to get several seasons of practice of shifting a car, gear shifting in his mind. Here they come. The skies cloudless, the temperatures perfect, the sun shining, the action red hot. Here comes your KZ2 field, 18 of them. Some of the biggest characters in the sport of British karting, and one of them wearing a CRG t-shirt and grinning as he walks out, Miles Murphy, who, when he's not driving his KZ2 kart, is busy designing, painting and graphicing up the liveries of several Formula One drivers' crash helmets, including George Russell, Alex Albon, used to do Lando Norris. If you look back at Lando's Miami Grand Prix crash helmet, the one that was the big basketball from a couple of years ago, well, that was Miles Murphy. And there is Gus Lawrence, a triple British Senior X30 champion, making his KZ2 debut this weekend. It's the first time we have seen Gus in the British paddock this year. Why is that? Because he now spends a lot of his time racing as a paid professional kart racer in the United States of America. Last year, Gus Lawrence won Supernats in Las Vegas in Pro X30 and took with him a $5,000 winner's check. In Pro Shifter, the KZ2 class as they call it, or Pro Shifter in the United States, the winner of Supernats, $10,000. And that's one race, and I'm sure that is on Gus Lawrence's mind as he just starts to practice KZ2 for maybe a very, very big money payday later this year in Las Vegas. There is the number 53 kart, Nino Piccoli. Again, the driver who is in this championship. He is starting down towards the back. He has more fun driving these karts than anything else. He also drives a lot of the classic karts, the 90s karts, the Formula A's and Super A's, the 21,000 RPM screamers. But this, he says, this keeps him sharper than anything else.
Do you want a stat that I hope is correct and I hope I've counted it up right?
Okay, I'm ready.
I count 29 British Kart Championship round victories.
Yes.
Just on this grid.
I would say that that would be absolutely spot on, if not more. Noah Wolf, Charlie Turner, James Glenister, for certain Jessica Edgar, looking down, Gus Lawrence, Ryan Green took a win at Glenagorse, and Josh Price. They are all round winners. Noah Wolf, Charlie Turner, I'm looking down, the two, Gus Lawrence, Josh Price, former British champions. So nearly 30 wins and 4 British champions on the grid, and they're all, well, not all, but some are waiting to speak to Keogh Lynch.
Thank you very much, boys. And just like that, we're on to the last event of the day here at Kimbolton. Sun is still shining and we have the KZs to go. On pole position is Noah Wolf, right in time for you getting ready. You've had a brilliant start to the season, but we missed round 2. Talk us through how that went for you.
Really good weekend, a clean sweep the weekend. It was strong performance from the boys. They gave in an unreal package and we just capitalised and made our way forward in the championship.
And so far it's looking pretty similar for you. Is there any apprehensions going into this one?
Well, anything can happen. There's a lot going on in these gearbox karts. There's a lot of things that can go wrong, but so far they've done an amazing job and it looks like I'm the one to beat, so hopefully nothing goes wrong.
And you have ran the full layout of Kimbolton, not in the KZ, but what's the main difference there? Of course, you miss a whole corner.
Yeah, I like the challenge of the bus stop. I really enjoyed it, but to achieve the top speeds of these gearbox, you need to do the full straight because we're reaching over 90 mile an hour and is a adrenaline rush, which I like both versions.
Thank you very much. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
We'll let our pole sitter get ready while we move along to Miles Murphy, joining him on the front row of the grid. Miles, are you a fan of this track?
I think it's a good track for gearbox. It's good fun, it's fast, it's flowing. If you make a mistake, you get punished. Qualifying's always close. Yeah, it's a good track.
You've kind of been that second place to Noah all weekend, really. What is that final bit do you need, do you think, for today?
Yeah, I've been consistently first loser, so it's like, yeah, it's a good position, but it's not ideal. But now, to be fair, the kid's quality. He's just, every time he goes out, he's the quickest. It's just maximise what's in my control and just see how it goes, really.
Absolutely, best of luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you for that insight. Let's head down the grid though. I'm going to let my cameraman go first while we look down the brilliant KZ grid we have today. Miles Murphy being a helmet designer for a lot of the Formula One karts. One person though who Henry did mention up in the box with you before that we're looking to talk to is Gus Lawrence. Gus, of course, does not need an introduction, former British champion, paid professional, and we're going to catch a quick word on what he thinks of the KZ. There he is off in the distance. Gus, can we catch a quick word before this one?
Of course, yes.
What made you want to make the transition into the KZ?
Oh, it's just the next class above, isn't it? It's the next step. Extremely difficult, I can assure you that. There's a lot going on, so you just need to make sure it's all running right and obviously you're driving it correctly. So yeah, just something new to learn, really.
Everyone knew that you would have pace this weekend. Talk to us a bit about the superheat because it probably wasn't what you wanted for the first weekend out.
Yeah, I've struggled on this race set of tyres. Like in the testing I was pretty fast. I could go within the top 3 most sessions, but since I put the tyres on I've really struggled. Then I got caught in a little instant over the back and that was that really. So that's why we're at the back. But see how we go.
And another thing that's new for you this weekend is the standing starts.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's very difficult.
Well, we'll let Gus go. Whistle has blown and it is almost time for the KZs to be underway here at Kimbolton.
It is indeed. It's a beautiful scene here at Kimbolton for the last race of event 5 of these Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Thank you very much if you've been with us all day or any part of the day. We could not do this without you, the viewers. In terms of this class as well, it's quite a quick turnaround for them as well.
Yes.
A couple of weeks' time, we'll be up in Cumbria for the next event of the whole championships and the next round. But this is it then. KZ2 Kimbolton final is next. Here is a grid then for the 3rd round of the year in KZ2. Noah Wolf starts on pole position. Miles Murphy alongside on the front row. Charlie Turner, winner at Warden Law, starts alongside his teammate James Glenister on row 2. Ashley Lewis has looked better so far this weekend, as has Jessica Adger here today. They're on row number 3. Isaac Smith and Ralph Youngling, they're on row 4. Jensen Pugh and Harry Walsh go from row 5. George Robinson and the stalwarts Lee Ward go from row number 6. Jonathan Railton and Oliver Harris are on row 7. Nino Piccoli and Gus Lawrence line up alongside each other for the first time on row 8. Josh Price has had a tough weekend, but don't count him out from row 9, joined by Ryan Green. It's an 18-strong field here for the 3rd round of the year for KZ2. Turner took the win at Warden Law. The second round, which was held as part of a club round at Shennington Kart Racing Club, so wasn't part of a Vera Tools weekend, that went the way of Noah Wolf. Could Noah Wolf extend his championship lead here today? It currently stands at 21 points ahead of Charlie Turner. And another 21 points back, you find Miles Murphy. Josh Price, who was on the podium last time out at Shennington, starts this race 4th in the championship standings on 460. Thoughts ahead of this one, Henry?
Well, you're looking at our camera cart, Charlie Turner, going around Kestrel Corner. Miles Murphy said it the best. He said the kid's quality. Yep. And he was talking about Noah Wolf. Wolf on that Birrell ART kart for the Jade Racing team. 3 years ago, this was the first round of the KZ2 British Championship, and on that day, Ella Stevens shocked the world and took her the first woman only to win a KZ2 final in the British Championship. She is here coaching and helping Noah Wolf and that driver, the second of the red and white Birrells for the Jade Racing team, Jessica Edgar. What price against a podium here for Jessica Edgar? She's got to make a good start, but if she can, then she's got a chance.
Look at the angle that Noah Wolf has angled his O-plated kart at, straight towards Miles Murphy across the bow on the front row. This place delivers drama. What are we going to get today in KZ2? Here at Kimbolton, the lights are out. We're racing, and it's a brilliant start for James Glenister. James Glenister sweeps into the lead. It's a much better for Noah Wolf start than he saw in the pre-final. He's in second place, but that Formula K machine has been like a rocket this week, Henry. James Glenister, a race winner before in this championship, has bolted to the lead.
James Glenister has won more KZ2 races in the British Kart Championship than anybody else. And the number 9 was slowing down there. Ralph Jungling on the Sodi kart may be a problem for the Anglo-German driver. They crossed the line, and already Noah Wolf has passed Glenister. Murphy up the inside. Miles Murphy knows he has to go now or never. And now we look down, 90 miles an hour into Dan Weldon corner for the KZ2s. Noah Wolf has the lead.
Brilliant stuff from both Wolf and Murphy. Wolf was in the top 6 in the European Championships 1 week ago in Italy. He's looking for his second win of the year. Other good starts in this final. Harry Walsh is up 2 spots to P8. Lee Ward in the number 80 number privateer machine is up into the top 10. Josh Price up 5 places to P12 as they're going wheel to wheel. The number 73 of Walsh and Isaac Smith in there as well. Gus Lawrence is up 3 places to 13th, so they're both entered as privateers, but they're sharing the same awning. Price and Lawrence potentially looking to work their way up through the order. There they are. They've got George Robinson in between them now, so that's Price through and into 11th position. What a great start we've had to this KZ2 final as the trio of Formula Ks has formed up again. These karts looking good. In the wider sense of KZ Racing, this is a similar setup to that won the European Championship last weekend in the hands of Emilian Denner. A brilliant drive at Sarno. There's been a lot of work that's gone on with this Formula K package here in the UK. Very different type of circuit here in the UK for gearbox short circuit racing versus what you see in Europe. But they're getting there, they're getting closer and closer all the time, but they're also willing to have a bit of a fight with one another as Ashley Lewis tries to get through past Charlie Turner there. End of another lap. Wolf leads from Murphy, from Glenister, from Turner, from Lewis, Edgar, Smith, Walsh, Pugh and Ward. That's your top 10.
In a class full of superstar names, Ashley Lewis is often overlooked. And it's Ryan Green on the Daniela Rossi kart who joins the Sodi Vitesse machine of Ralph Jungling out of the race. Ashley Lewis is often overlooked in British karting. However, he has been a national seeded driver, I think, in 5 of the last 6 years. He was 6th last season. I think one year he got as high as P4 in the British Championship. And he is right there behind the 2022 British champion, Charlie Turner, behind the winningest driver in the KZ2 class, James Glenister. And he is pushing his 2 Rush Performance teammates all the way as you look at another driver that's often overlooked. Lee Ward up into 9th place now in the number 80 kart, being chased and hounded by ex-British touring car star Josh Price in kart number 27. Gus Lawrence, the back of this group, is up into 13th, but this is where Gus's inexperience at this level will show. And I say that, you know, in the greatest of respect, because of course you've got to think of your shift points and your passing points, but then you can't think about them, because the minute you spend a split second thinking about a shift point, you've missed your shift point and you've cost yourself a 10th.
Jensen Pugh gave us a great insight earlier on in the week, but through that corner there, through the Dan Weldon corner, of how complex it is. Through the phases, a double phase. It's not just simply slamming your foot to the brakes and hoping for the best. It is technical. It is easy to get wrong. Lawrence is up to P12 now, has just disposed of George Robinson, and there goes Josh Price down the inside of Lee Ward. Back with the battle for 6th place here, Jess Edgar and Isaac Smith.
But you know what I like about the fact that this Gus Lawrence coming here, and this weekend he gets to his dad, gets the mechanic for him. Because of course, for many years, Gus Lawrence was Paul Fletcher's factory driver, with Pod as his mechanic. And then he goes to the United States, where he's a factory driver for the Rollison Performance Group, a paid professional. Here, he's a privateer. This is lad and dad time for Gus Lawrence, who is learning all the time, and he's getting quicker. And mark my words, ladies and gentlemen, Gus Lawrence will be a factor in this championship, in this class, if he chooses to continue before too long. Of that, I am certain, as we look at the 3rd, 4th and 5th place battle with the number 1, 2, 3 of Isaac Smith and Jessica Edgar chasing hard. Then the next of the red and white cart, that's Harry Walsh, the 3rd of the red and white Birrells, the number 73. Then we have Price. Then we have Lawrence.
Lawrence up into the top 10 now with that move past the driver 3rd in the club standings here at Kimbolton at this present time of the year. Jensen Pugh having a good run though, using his local experience around this circuit. 9 minutes of the final to go. Wolf leads for Murphy by 2.3 seconds to the nearest 10th. It's then Glenister a further 7/10 back, then Charlie Turner, then Ashley Lewis. As things stand, the points lead would be extending to, quick maths, 27 points for Noah Wolf leaving Cambridgeshire here this evening. It would be starting to look very, very good for Noah Wolf, but still plenty of racing to go. You've got a race at Wera in a couple of weeks' time. You've then got the races at Silverstone to end the season, and that's going to be, in race trim, a complete unknown for everybody when we head to Silverstone. It's the first time we've had an international circuit that is ready and prepared to run KZ racing.
I cannot wait. I cannot wait to see a full field of KZ2s at Silverstone. You know I'm an excitable chap with the best of times, but that is my cup of karting joy overflows at the prospect of KZ2 British Kart Championship at Silverstone.
Jensen Pugh out of the race and was running in near 11th place.
That could be a problem. The yellow flags are waving. The kart is at the side of the main straight. Luckily, everybody sees it clearly. There it is. You flash past. There, I wonder. We got a chance of an onboard. Do we get onboard replays? Because I want to see how fast Charlie Turner went past that kart. It just shows you that was under yellow flag conditions. We can't there. And now the Orange Army, of course, here in the UK, are amongst the best. We will not get a second chance to see Charlie Turner pass the stricken kart, because the stricken kart has already been moved to a safe place. It's why British Marshals are the best in the world. Here, can they come across the line? Turner chasing Glenister with 7 minutes to go. We're only at just over halfway. Andrew, lap number 13. New fastest lap for Noah Wolf. 35.1, 3/10 of Ella Stevens' 3-year-old lap record.
You know what you were saying about Gus Lawrence getting on pace?
Yes.
He's just gone purple through sector, well, not now on this lap, but he's just gone purple through sector number 1. And in terms of single lap pace, is less than half a tenth off the pace of Wolf.
If a driver is class, it doesn't matter what class, because they will be class. And Gus Lawrence is high class.
And he's joining the back of this train now with Josh Price just ahead of him. It's then Harry Walsh, Isaac Smith and Jess Edgar. Top 6 could be on for either of those Kart Republic drivers, or the drivers running on Kart Republics here this weekend. And they often say a KR chassis in the hot conditions is a useful weapon to have beneath you.
Yes.
6 minutes of this race to go. It's a good scrap, in fact, for 6th place.
They also say that any kart in KZ2 prepared by the Allen family is a useful weapon to have beneath you, as is being shown by a trio of the Red and White Army leading a duo of those KR karts. But for how much longer? Here comes Josh Price. Oh, and that was a jink at 80 miles an hour plus to have a little nibble at Harry Walsh's rear end, and Harry Walsh says, "No, I'll keep my rear end to myself. Thank you very much."
We're going to have a quick replay, I think, of what happened to Jensen Pugh. This was coming down the pit straight. Keep an eye out for...
Oh, that's a seize.
Yeah, that is the engine going, no, I do not want to pump the piston up and down anymore this afternoon. Well done to Jensen. Got on the brakes, kept that thing out the wall for his own safety and that of everybody else. That was some heads-up driving as here goes Josh Price down the inside. Oh,
wow.
And Harry Walsh has to take to the runoff. Gus Lawrence says, thank you very much, I'll have that position as well. But Josh Price was coming through, whether Harry Walsh liked it or not there.
And that was at 90 miles an hour. That was the end of the straight. You heard Noah Wolf say at the end of that straight, we're pushing 90 miles an hour. Oh, and there is the number 111 kart of Oliver Harris retiring. That was brave from Josh Price. Think about poor Harry Walsh just sent over the curb. Well, not sent over. He didn't have an option. That he ran out of track. He was holding on until he could hold on no longer. Price on an absolute mission, and Lawrence doing a very, very smart thing. Let's follow my experience. We're privateers, but we're teammates. And Gus and his father both said they wouldn't have been able to do this weekend without the assistance of Josh and his family. And now Price to the inside, runs a little bit wide, coming out of Stowe Corner, is able to get back in front of Isaac Smith before we get to the Willows. And now Charlie Turner can literally tickle the hairs on the back of James Glenister's neck. He's so close, and they're both closing in on Miles Murphy.
This is where the Formula Ks have been pretty good so far this week. They've had very good, consistent race pace. Miles Murphy was pretty happy with his pre-final when I spoke to him over the lunch break. He could have his hands full here with two very experienced race winners behind him. Here we are on board with Charlie Turner. This is what 90 miles an hour looks like into Dan Weldon Corner. First dab on the brakes, then a harder dab on the brakes, down the gears. Here's Gus Lawrence doing the same. In through Kestrel Corner, now towards Kimbolton Corner for this battle for second place. How are things going in the scrap for 6th place? Well, Jess Edgar has got a little bit ahead of the rest of the pack. Josh Price and Gus Lawrence have both found a way through past Isaac Smith, who's also lost out to Harry Walsh. I'll say it again, I've been really impressed with Harry so far this season. He's not got the most experience in this category, but every single time I see him race, it's not necessarily about the final race positions, but the pace relative to the likes of your Prices, your Edgars, your Lewises. He's been doing a lot of club racing at Shennington so far this season. He is getting better and better and better every single time I see him race this season. We've got 2.5 minutes to go here, Henry. Noah Wolf looking good, 4 seconds clear of Murphy and the rest.
Yes, this is the battle for 6th, 7th and 8th. Josh Price and Gus Lawrence have dealt with 2. of the 3 members of the Red and White Army. They have dealt with Harry Walsh and Isaac Smith, the only, obviously discounting Noah Wolf, who's leading, the sole remaining Birrell ART Jade Racing Team chassis now in front of these 2 drivers is Jessica Edgar. Jessica, we're about to find out what she is made of. I'll tell you what she's made of. She is made of stern stuff, is Jessica Edgar, and she's going to need to have all that strength now in the final 90 seconds because she has got an ex-British KZ2 and British touring car driver behind her. She has got a triple Senior X30 British champion and Supernats winner behind her in the form of Josh Price and Gus Lawrence, and she has to hold her nerve. Yes, it's for 6th position. It's not a podium position, but sometimes certain races resonate with drivers and they're so important.
Oh, someone's lost a wheel.
That is not how the cart left the factory, and we will look down. There's a wheel and a driver in the barrier.
Isaac Smith, the 123.
Oh.
Isaac is okay.
Yes.
That's the most important thing. That is in a tricky position for the marshals here at Kimbolton to recover. So that looks like it's gone on the way in to... My goodness, that'll have been a scary one.
Yes.
Going into Kimbolton corner, then it's probably gone across the old airfield runway. Meanwhile,
Watch
Miles
Glenister.
Murphy is a local yellow at the moment. We stay green the rest of the circuit. Miles Murphy is going to have to make that CRG, the sole CRG on the grid here this weekend, as wide as possible to keep that pair of Formula Ks behind and hold on to 2nd place.
Still
hold
yellow
on
flags.
to one of the best results he's had in recent years. There'll be yellow flags through Kimbolton corner here. We've got 2 laps to go on board now with Charlie Turner. Wow, there was the speed past the stranded 123 of Isaac Smith. Down the gears, hitting the apex. That's beautiful driving from all 3 drivers here. Murphy, Glenister, Turner. If you've never watched this kind of racing before, this is why we love KZ2 in karting, because you've got 3 high-quality drivers, very talented drivers, who are going to have one big scrap on the last lap here at Kimbolton for these 2 podium places.
They pass the stricken cart, still a local yellow. So that local yellow will be in place until the end of the race. We start the final lap. Glenister and Turner have got to get it done before they get to the final corner, if they're going to get it done at all. Murphy knows that. Murphy will respond. He backs them up going into the Willows, which gives him breathing space coming down the straight. I think Miles Murphy has done enough to hold on to 2nd, but this is 6 seconds behind the man of the moment, the man of the hour, Noah Wolf.
Noah Wolf takes his 2nd British Kart Championships KZ2 win of the year, back to back here at Kimbolton. Murphy holds on for a well-deserved 2nd place. Glenister 3rd, Turner 4th, Lewis 5th, and Jess Edgar does hold off former KZ2 British champion Josh Price for 6th place. But Noah Wolf, the Wolf, howls again, and it's now starting to look very tricky indeed. Charlie Turner shakes his head there. 4th place is not what he came here for. Off the podium, the gap between Wolf and Turner now in the championship standings, 572 for Wolf, 545 for Turner. This is starting to look very, very good for this young man who takes his 10th British Kart Championships victory. He is now into an elite group of drivers in double figures.
I think you can count in that elite group Macaulay Bishop, Kai Hunter,
Freddie
Lloyd, Danny Curl, and Noah Wolf. Very, very exalted company for this young man, who, as a family, both him and his dad, Roger, and his mum, they thought we could go car racing, but no. We don't think that you're ready for the full kart. We want to give you an extra year's experience in karting using the gears. And he is repaying that decision tenfold.
And this is a really important image here. That's Dimi Uzanov there with his father.
Yes.
Noah Wolf is a young man, but he is now in that category of driver that the younger drivers look up to.
Absolutely.
And love to learn from. And I say, Dimmy is been in the Jade Racing team owning a lot this year. And yeah, that is a really, really good thing to see. Noah Wolf wins again in KZ2 and takes it from Miles Murphy, who I think is going to be quite pleased with how the weekend's gone.
Miles, I think, his interview with Keel Lynch, he was saying, without saying it, he was saying second place would be my victory.
Yeah.
And that was the case. I mean, he got the drop on Noah Wolf at the start, but that driver there, smiling with the letter W using his hands, he understands what it is to be a champion. He understands, more importantly, what it is to be a role model. And you think, and there's Miles Murphy, still all smiles. Why is he all smiles? Because, yes, he said that second is possible. He didn't say, but he was inferring that second is probably the best anyone else could do on this weekend, because Noah Wolf, well, he carries the O. How long before that O becomes a 1? I think possibly another 2 months until we finish this season. As things stand, and of course lots of things could happen, but certainly as we look back at the highlights now, the start was critical. Wolf didn't get away the best. Glenister from the outside of row 2 got the whole shot. Wolf, though, coming back to the middle phase of the start, and at this point he's second. By the end of lap number 1, he is P1. He made the move down at Kimbolton corner. Glenister now having to hold off Miles Murphy. Murphy not wanting to hang about. He says, if I stay behind Glenister and Murphy did everything he could. One corner after Noah Wolf passed Glenister, Murphy made the move to take second, but it was simply not going to be enough. Ryan Green, Ralph Youngling, they never had a chance to feature. There's Lee Ward in the red and black number 80 machine. He started in the top 10, but again, he was one of the first drivers to fall victim to Josh Price. And here, no, that wasn't the Caesar. That was the same camera angle. There is the number 23 car, George Robinson, who would eventually finish 10th for the Jack Dex Racing team. And is this there it goes. Look at the reaction of Robinson and Lee Ward to get out of the way of that car, because what happened there, the engine sees, there was the move that put Harry Walsh on the grass, but that car goes from 80 miles an hour to stationary within the space of 2 seconds, and you have to get out of the way and have lightning quick reactions. There is the demise of the number 1, 2, 3 Isaac Smith, but as they cross the line, Murphy defends. Now, this is the start of the last lap. Murphy slows them down into turn 1, gets the power down earlier through the willows, so he didn't have to deal with Glenister and Turner at the end of the fastest part of the circuit. But, yeah, to his young supporters and his mechanics, Noah Wolf takes the win. And again, Dimmy Uzanov and his dad, they soak up everything in this paddock. They're amongst the happiest people in this paddock. Speaking of happy people, how about REM's shiny happy people? Because I'm shiny up here in the commentary box. You're shiny up here in the commentary box. But Keel Lynch is just a ray of sunshine down the paddock. So, from 2 shiny people to 1 shiny happy person, Keel Lynch.
Congratulations, Noah. Another clean sweep for you. That must feel amazing.
Yeah, an amazing result for the team. Working really hard. Still got a few bits to work on. Not completely happy with my performance, but we keep chipping away, and it's a good step forward in the end of the day.
I know you're referring to the start there. What are your thoughts on the start?
I'm getting better. The consistency is really good. Last week, pretty much every start was mega. It's just this week, the 2 heats was incredible. And then today, they've just not sort of gone my way. The final wasn't too bad. It's just, yeah, it's something to work on still. But I'm looking to keep improving. I'm still not done much in the class, so keep chipping away.
You managed to recover it very well, but let's talk a bit about the lap times around here. It's a 35-second lap time. To be out that far in front can't be easy to stay focused. What are you doing to keep your head in the game during a 14-minute race like that?
I was just playing a game with myself, how consistent I could be. I just kept seeing the same time on my dash, and I knew I was doing a good job. And then, yeah, I set a few fast laps at the end to improve, but ultimately my key was just consistency, keep doing the exact same lap time over and over and over again.
And looking ahead to the rest of the season, you're joining us at Wera in only a couple of weeks' time. Is there any track in particular you think you can do this again at?
Yeah, 100%. Every track there's a possibility. I'm really looking forward to Wera. It's a lot more technical and twisty than this. This is very high speed, so I'm really looking forward to the challenge, and it'll be a bit more what I'm used to.
Thank you very much, Noah. We'll see you soon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for chatting. That is it now from the action here for Event 5 of the British Kart Championships with our ROTAX, KZ and E10 categories. What a brilliant weekend it has been here at Kimbolton in the sun, and we've officially reached the halfway point of the season. Here is where it gets tactical. Here is where it gets intense for some of the teams and the drivers. We are back again in just 2 weeks' time at Wera. We hope to see you there shortly with the other half of our British Kart Championships. But from myself, Andrew Mather, Henry Baudet and the team here at the British Kart Championships, thank you very much, and we'll see you soon.